Polar Opposites, a Prince Zuko love story, written by Fandoms Galore. Polar Opposites. Introduction. My grandmother used to tell my siblings and I stories about the old days, a time of peace when the Avatar kept balance between the Water Tribes, Earth Kingdom, Fire Nation, and Air Nomads. But that all changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar mastered all 4 elements. Only he could stop the ruthless firebenders. But when the world needed him most, he vanished. 100 years have passed, and the Fire Nation is nearing victory in the war. 2 years ago, my father and the men of my tribe journeyed to the Earth Kingdom to help fight against the Fire Nation, leaving my twin brother Sokka, our little sister Katara, and I to look after our tribe. Some people believe that the Avatar was never reborn into the Air Nomads, and that the cycle is broken. I also believe that the Avatar was killed and never reborn into the Air Nomads. My little sister Katara, however, still believes wholeheartedly that somehow the Avatar will return to save the world and finally put an end to this war. Little did I know, though, that my life was going to change forever after my siblings found a young airbender trapped in an iceberg while they were on a fishing trip. Polar Opposites. Book 1, Water. Chapter 1, The Boy in the Iceberg. I stand at the entrance of the village waiting for my siblings, Sokka and Katara, to return from the fishing trip that my grandmother had sent them on this morning. They've been gone all day and it's almost sundown. They should have been back by now, I think to myself, getting more worried about them as it gets closer to being dark. I hear footsteps behind me, which breaks me out of my worried state of mind. I turn around to see my grandmother walking over to me. Still no sign of them, she asks as she stops beside me. I shake my head. No, they should have been back here hours ago, I continue, the worry for my siblings clear in my voice. My grandmother nods in agreement. Perhaps they are on their way back now. Yeah. Maybe. I answer, looking out into the distance for any sign of either my brother or my sister, seeing nothing but snow and ice for as far as I can see. Maybe I should go out and look for them, I say after a few moments. No, absolutely not. It's nearly dark. It's too dangerous to go out looking for them now. Especially by yourself, she replies. But what if something happened to them and I wasn't there to help? I ask her, my overprotective older sister instincts kicking in. Nothing will happen to them, she says soothingly, putting her hands on my shoulders as I look out into the distance again, hoping that both Sokka and Katara are safe and nothing has happened to them. Sokka and Katara can take care of themselves, she continues, and I nod, knowing that she's right. It's a few hours after sundown now. I'm sitting by the fire in the middle of the village, still waiting for Katara and Sokka to return. I might as well wait up for them since I can't sleep without knowing if both of my siblings are safe or not. At that thought, my thoughts are brought to the day our mother died during a Fire Nation raid. I remember how hard Katara took her death. She had taken it worse than myself or Sokka. Well, except for our dad, of course. Katara's intense grief for our mother was the reason why I gave her our mother's necklace, to give her some sort of comfort in that time of loss. If anything happened to either of my siblings and I wasn't there to protect them, like I had promised our dad before he left to go fight in the war with the rest of the men of our tribe, I would never forgive myself. I'm about to get up and go out looking for them when I hear footsteps coming toward the village. I look up and see the familiar figures of my brother and sister. Oh, thank goodness. I smile as I get up to my feet, walking over to them, giving them both hugs. I was so worried about you two, I continue as I let go of Katara. In fact, I was just about to go out and look for you. Really? Sokka asks. What happened out there anyway? And why did it take you so long to get back? I ask them as we start walking back to our tent. We'll have to wait and tell you in the morning, Sokka replies. Right now, we need to get some sleep, he continues. I nod in agreement. All right, I reply as I enter the tent and go over to my sleeping bag to get some sleep. So you're saying that you found an airbender and his flying bison in an iceberg after Katara yelled at you? I asked Sokka after he and Katara finished telling me the story of how they found the airbender boy yesterday. Pretty much, he shrugs. Well, that just proves that you shouldn't mess with a waterbender. I smirk while crossing my arms over my chest, silently proud of Katara for proving that even though she nor I are properly trained waterbenders, we're still strong. Yeah, whatever, he scoffs as he walks away from the two of us, causing Katara and I to giggle softly. About an hour later, the rest of the village gathers into the center of the village to meet the airbender. Katara went into the tent he'd been sleeping in just moments ago to wake him up so that he could meet the villagers. About 2 minutes later, Katara comes out of the tent with the airbender in tow. I stand next to the rest of the villagers, looking at the airbender in wonder. It's been 100 years since anyone's seen an airbender. Mostly everyone in the village, including myself, thought they were all dead. In other words, extinct. The airbender boy in front of me must be no older than 12 years old. How was he able to stay so young if he was in that iceberg that my siblings found him in? If he was in that iceberg since before the war started, then he must be very lucky to have survived for that long. Aang, this is the entire village, Katara says, gesturing to us. Entire village? Aang, she continues. Aang bows to us in a friendly manner, but the women and children around my grandmother and I cower away from him, unsure if he will hurt them or not. Why are they all looking at me like that? Aang asks in confusion. Did Appa sneeze on me? He asks as he looks down at his clothes. That's when my grandmother steps forward. Well, no one has seen an airbender in 100 years, she says. We thought they were extinct. Until my granddaughter and grandson found you, she continues. Extinct? Aang repeats in shock and worry. He doesn't know about the war or what had happened to the rest of his people, I think to myself as I walk forward, knowing that Katara would want to introduce me to Aang. Aang, this is my grandmother, Katara says to him, pointing to our grandmother as I come up to stand next to her. Call me Gran, she replies. Katara then turns to me. And this is my older sister, Kida, she says, gesturing to me. Aang smiles at me. It's nice to meet you, Kida. Katara has told me so much about you, he says as he bows to me respectfully. It's nice to meet you too, I say back to him. He nods in reply with a giant smile on his face. My twin brother, Sokka, then walks over, grabbing Aang's staff from his grasp. What is this, a weapon? He asks. You can't stab anything with this, he continues while examining the staff. It's not for stabbing, Aang says as he creates a jet of air that sucks the staff back into his hand. It's for airbending, he continues as he makes the staff open into a glider with red wings. Magic trick! Do it again! I hear one of the little girls of the village say from behind me, making me smile at her and the other children's natural curiosity about Aang. Not magic, airbending, Aang says. It lets me control the air currents around my glider and fly, he continues, moving the glider around his body, moving it the way it would if he was using it. And of course, Sokka has to ruin everything by saying, You know, last time I checked, humans can't fly. I roll my eyes and elbow him in the side, making him glare at me. Check again, Aang says as he launches himself into the air with his glider, proving Sokka wrong. Aang soars through the air doing loops, making myself and the rest of the villagers look up at him in wonder. As Aang is flying around, I see him looking down at Katara, who smiles up at him. It seems that he's so enthralled with her attention that he slams right into Sokka's watchtower. I wince as I watch him struggle to get his head out of the tower. A few seconds later, he pulls his head out of the tower, which makes him fall to the ground with his glider. Sokka gasps in shock beside me. Ah, my watchtower, he says, his voice squeaky. Katara runs over to Aang, giving him a hand so that he can get to his feet again. That was amazing! She smiles as she helps him back up to his feet. Aang gets to his feet, twirling his glider shut, just as Sokka examines the damaged tower behind him. When Aang's glider closes, it makes a huge bank of snow fall down from the tower, burying Sokka in the process, making me cover my mouth with my hand to hold back a laugh. Great, Sokka says sarcastically as his head pops out of the snow that buried him. You're an airbender, Katara and Kida are waterbenders. Together you can just waste time all day long, he continues as he gets out of the snow before storming off. His comment makes Aang turn to Katara and I with a giant smile on his face. You two are waterbenders, he says excitedly. Well, sort of. Not yet, Katara answers. All right, no more playing, the voice of our grandmother says, making Katara and I to turn around to face her. Come on, Katara, you have chores, she continues as she leads Katara away. Around 2 hours later, I'm leaning against the wall of snow behind me, sitting in on Sokka's warrior training session in which he teaches the young boys of the tribe to be warriors. Now, men, it's important that you show no fear when you face a firebender. In the water tribe, we fight to the last man standing, he says as he paces in front of the small group of boys in front of him, most of whom are toddlers that don't even know or understand what he's even talking about. For without courage, how can we call ourselves men? He continues. The boys just stare at him with blank expressions on their faces. One of the boys then raises his hand and says, I gotta pee! Listen, Sokka exclaims. Until your fathers return from the war, they're counting on you to be the men of this tribe. And that means no potty breaks. He continues, which makes me roll my eyes at him. But I really gotta go, the little boy says back. Sokka looks back at me and I give him a just let him go pee look. He turns his head back to the boys with a sigh. Okay, who else has to go? He asks hesitantly. In a split second, all 6 of the boys raise their hands, causing Sokka to slap his forehead in disgust, and me to giggle at his annoyance. Not even a minute later, after the boys leave, Katara comes running towards Sokka and I. Have either of you seen Aang? Gran said he disappeared over an hour ago, she says, making me shrug, since I haven't seen Aang at all since earlier in the day. Wow, I hear Aang say, making the 3 of us turn to where he stands outside the igloo that we use as the bathroom. Everything freezes in there, he continues with a smile, making the children laugh and reply. I stifle giggle myself, only for Sokka to glare at me for a second, making me stop giggling. Ugh, he groans as he turns to Katara. Katara, get him out of here. This lesson is for warriors only, he continues as he starts to turn away, causing me to scoff. I'm about to reply with something sarcastic, but the voice of a child going, Whee! Makes me turn to see the children playing on Appa, Aang's flying bison. One of the boys uses Appa's back and tail as they slide, only to land in a pile of snow, making all of the other children laugh. Katara and I join in, glad to see the kids having a fun time. This, of course, causes Sokka to run up to them, disrupting the fun. Stop! Stop it right now, he exclaims as he runs toward Appa. What's wrong with you? He asks Aang. We don't have time for fun and games with a war going on, he finishes. What war? Aang asks him as he hops down off of Appa's back. What are you talking about? He continues. Sokka gives him a disbelieving look. You're kidding, right? He asks. Aang's gaze then shifts slightly off to the side of Sokka, looking at something behind him. Penguin! He exclaims excitedly, making myself and my siblings to turn around and see a lone penguin become aware that it's been spotted and waddling away. Not even a second later, Aang speeds past the 3 of us at an unbelievable speed toward the spot where the penguin had just been. Sokka, Katara, and I stare off into the distance for a second. He's kidding, right? Sokka asks Katara and I, as if there's no way that Aang couldn't know about the war that has been going on for nearly 100 years. Katara and I just give him a displeased look.
Polar Opposites. Book 1, Water. Chapter 2, Avatar Aang. It's nearly sunset now, and Katara still hasn't returned from going to find Aang about 3 hours ago. I'm really worried that the two of them got into some sort of trouble, because not even 10 minutes ago, a flare was shot into the sky. I wanted to go out looking for them, but once we saw the flare, Sokka was very stern about me staying in the village. I understand that Sokka wants to protect me and keep me safe, because that is what he had promised our dad before he left with the rest of the men of the tribe to go and fight in the war. But the thing is, he should know better than anyone else that I can take care of myself just fine. But that doesn't stop him from being an overprotective brother, even though I'm 5 minutes older than him anyway. It's been about an hour since the flare was shot into the sky, and Sokka and I stand at the edge of the village with our grandmother and some of the other villagers, waiting for Aang and Katara to come back. I let out a sigh of relief when I see both Aang and Katara in the distance making their way back to the village. "Yay! Aang's back!" one of the little girls cheers as the children start running towards them. The children gather around Aang just as Sokka steps toward him and Katara angrily. "I knew it! You signaled the Fire Navy with that flare!" he exclaims angrily while pointing at Aang. "You're leading them straight to us, aren't you?" he asks. "Aang didn't do anything. It was an accident," Katara defends as she stops right in front of Sokka with Aang and the children. "Yeah, we were on the ship and there was this booby trap and, well," Aang hesitates by putting his hand on the back of his head in embarrassment. "We boobied right into it." At his explanation of what had happened, I see Gran shake her head. "Katara, you shouldn't have gone on that ship. Now we could all be in danger," she says. "Don't blame Katara," Aang exclaims. "I brought her there," he states before looking downcast. "It's my fault." "Aha! The traitor confesses!" Sokka exclaims, pointing at Aang. "Warriors, away from the enemy," he commands the children, making the children walk away from Aang and back to their mother sadly. "The foreigner is banned from our village," he continues. "Sokka, you're making a mistake," Katara says angrily. "No, I'm keeping my promise to Dad. I'm protecting you and Kita from threats like him," Sokka replies. "Aang is not our enemy," Katara says angrily as she motions to Aang. "Don't you see? Aang's brought us something we haven't had in a long time. Fun," she states. "Fun?" Sokka repeats irritably. "We can't fight firebenders with fun." "You should try it sometime," Aang says with an earnest smile on his face. "Get out of our village. Now," Sokka says sternly. "Grandmother, please, don't let Sokka do this," Katara says to Gran, who stands next to me. "Katara, you knew going on that ship was forbidden. Sokka is right. I think it best if the airbender leaves," Gran says to her. Katara then turns to me, tears threatening to fall from her eyes. "Kita, please. As much as I'd like to have Aang stay, it's not safe to keep him in the village anymore now that he took Katara to the Fire Navy ship. For all we know, there might be a Fire Navy ship coming right to us." I look into her sad eyes for a second longer before looking away, ignoring her plea. "Fine, then I'm banished too," she exclaims, making me turn my head back to her, my eyes wide in shock as she turns around, taking Aang by the wrist as she leads him back towards Appa. "Come on, Aang, let's go." "Where do you think you're going?" Sokka asks as he points at her. "To find a waterbender. Aang is taking me to the North Pole," Katara replies as she continues to drag Aang towards Appa. "I am?" Aang asks, confused. I then see his face brighten. "Great! Katara!" Sokka calls after her, making her stop in her tracks. "Would you really choose him over your tribe, your own family?" As Sokka asks her this, I see Katara's shoulders slump, and I know that she is in doubt on which to choose. Aang comes up next to her a second later, obviously seeing the struggle that must be on her face. Katara, I don't want to come between you and your family. So you're leaving the South Pole? This is goodbye? Katara asks him softly, the sadness in her voice very evident. Aang turns back to her. Thanks for penguin sledding with me, he says with a smile. Where will you go? Katara asks him. I guess I'll go back home and look for the airbenders, Aang says as he puts a hand on Appa's head. Wow, I haven't cleaned my room in 100 years. Not looking forward to that, he continues before he uses his airbending to get onto Appa's head where he takes the reins. Aang then turns his head to address the rest of the villagers and Sokka and I. It was nice meeting everyone. Let's see your bison flying now, air boy, Sokka says sarcastically, making me elbow him in the side, which makes him rub his side while glaring at me. I roll my eyes at him before turning back to Aang. Come on, Appa, you can do it. Yep, he says, flicking the reins. Appa rumbles as he gets to his feet. Yeah, I thought so, Sokka says as if he knew that Appa wasn't going to fly like Aang said he could and or would. Before Aang can make Appa turn to walk away, one of the little girls rushes forward with a cry to stand next to Katara. Aang, don't go. I'll miss you. I'll miss you too, Aang replies back, just as sadly. Aang then shifts his gaze towards Katara, who I assume is looking at him with sadness in her eyes. Aang then turns away from her and flicks the reins again. Come on, boy, he says to Appa softly, making Appa to begin walking away from the village. As I watch Aang and Appa walk away, I feel bad for agreeing with Sokka and having him leave, but since he literally put everyone in our tribe in danger by going on the Fire Navy ship and setting off that flare, even if it was an accident like he said it was, there's really no other choice than to have him leave. Just as I think that, I see Gran stop behind Katara. Katara, you'll feel better after you... Katara cuts her off. You happy now? There goes my one chance at becoming a waterbender, she continues before stalking off angrily, leaving Gran alone. I'm about to walk up to her and comfort her, but... Alright, ready our defenses. The Fire Nation could be on our shores any moment now, Sokka yells at the young boys as they run past him and back into the village. One of the boys stops, raising his hand and dancing about suggestively. But I gotta... And no potty breaks! Sokka interrupts him as he points towards the fortifications, which makes the boy run away from him. The silence is deafening. It's the calm before the storm. I watch Sokka silently as he stands atop of the ice wall that surrounds the village, scanning the mist for any sign of the enemy. Suddenly, I hear a deep rumbling noise and the icy ground beneath my feet begins to shake violently. Parts of the wall that Sokka's standing on begins to crumble beneath him. The villagers around me look in front of them in alarm. The rumbling and shaking of the ground continues to the point that the guard tower that Sokka built himself collapses in a heap of snow and ice. Aw, man! I hear him exclaim, the disappointment in his voice very evident. Many villagers are stuck where they stand in fear, myself included, as memories of the day when my mom was killed flash through my mind as the enormous shadow of the bow of a Fire Navy ship appears through the mist in front of me. Villagers pass me in their haste to get to safety, while I just stand there in horror. My terror is hastily dismissed when I hear a frightened scream to my left. I gasp as I realize that the sound came from a small boy that's kneeling on the ground as the crack in the ice from the ship comes under him. I bolt over to him, scooping him into my arms before he could fall through the crack. I hand him over to Katara, who puts him in a tent where his mother embraces him tightly. Once the boy is safely in his mother's arms, I turn back to face the ship to see Sokka still standing on the wall. Sokka, get out of the way! Katara screams at him from beside me. Sokka, however, doesn't move out of fear. The only thing he can do is raise his club in defense, ready to strike the ship as if that would do anything. Before he can make another move, however, the bow of the ship breaks through the wall, turning it into a giant pile of snow. The snow slides downward, pulling Sokka several feet back before he finally comes to a stop. Knowing that there's a fight possibly coming for us, I get into my waterbending stance, prepared to protect my village and my people from these Fire Nation savages, even if I die doing so. I stay in my stance watching as the bowsprit of the ship begins to open with a burst of steam. Sokka backs up, trying to get away as the metal comes down towards him. He jumps out of the way, just in time, tumbling to the snowy earth just as the bowsprit hits the ground with a loud thud. The rest of the villagers gather behind me, partly for support and partly out of curiosity. If I wasn't so ready to defend them right now, I would be telling them to get back inside their tents and stay there, but knowing them, they won't go anywhere unless they absolutely have to. I watch the ship closely as I see 3 figures coming out of the mist, coming down the newly made walkway. My eyes follow them as 7 men come down the ramp, 6 of them being soldiers with full armor on, face mask included, whereas the one in front of them is the only one without a face covering to cover his features. From what I can tell, he's probably Sokka and I's age, but the deep scowl on his face ages him quite a bit, causing him to look a lot older than he really is. What shocks me most of all is the large scar covering his left eye, deforming it slightly. My curiosity about how he had gotten the scar causes me to weaken my stance slightly as I stare at him intently. My staring is interrupted, however, by Sokka letting out a battle cry as he charges at the boy and the 6 soldiers that are following him, with his club at the ready. The moment Sokka reaches the scarred boy, the boy merely kicks the club to his left, and without ever resting his leg on the ground, he kicks Sokka over to his right, sending him into the snow where he lands headfirst, becoming trapped. As Sokka tries desperately to free himself from the pile of snow that he got stuck in, the boy with the scar continues his way down the ramp, the 6 soldiers following close behind him. If he wasn't Fire Nation, I would probably be very impressed at how quickly he took Sokka down. But then again, it is Sokka. The scarred boy approaches us while his men stay back. His uneven gaze scans each of our faces intensely. He seems to be looking for something, but couldn't find it. "Where are you hiding him?" he asks. "Him?" I ask myself in confusion. Who is he talking about? I continue thinking to myself. No one in the village answers his question because, obviously, none of them know what or who he is talking about. He surveys the crowd of villagers again. Then, without warning, he extends his arm out towards us and yanks my grandmother toward him by the hood of her parka, making Katara and I try to grab her. "He'd be about this age, master of all elements," he announces sternly to us. The villagers stay silent, and the scarred boy then forcefully shoves my grandmother back into the crowd and into Katara's arms. I growl out in anger at him doing that. I glare at the boy intensely, wanting to attack him, but I restrain myself from doing so, not wanting anyone to get hurt if I do so. By now, in any other situation, I would have used my waterbending against him for disrespecting a member of my family, but something else is bothering me. Master of all 4 elements? Is he looking for the Avatar? Why would he think that the Avatar is here? This is the Southern Water Tribe, and the Avatar was supposed to be an airbender. I think to myself. That's when everything finally clicks. Aang. My thoughts about Aang possibly being the Avatar that had disappeared over 100 years ago are interrupted by the scarred boy swinging out his arm, releasing an arc of fire that just barely passes over our heads, making the other villagers and I to duck down to avoid the flames. "I know you're hiding him," the boy exclaims angrily. "And how would you know that?" I growl, stepping forward, my eyes meeting his golden ones as he turns to me, glaring at me intensely. "We have nothing to do with whoever you're searching for, so I suggest you take your men and get out of our village. Now!" I hiss. The scarred boy in front of me opens his mouth about to reply when Sokka comes running up behind him, letting out a loud battle cry. Sokka swings his club at the boy, but he simply turns and ducks under Sokka's swing, making Sokka forcefully land in the snow in front of the rest of the villagers and I. A second later, the boy fires a blast of flames at Sokka. Luckily, Sokka jumps up just in time. Sokka then spins to his side and tosses his boomerang at the boy, who barely manages to miss getting hit. The boy then growls and glares angrily at Sokka, with a mixture of annoyance and frustration in his eyes, at the near hit. "Show no fear!" one of the young boys calls from beside me as he tosses a spear to Sokka. Sokka catches the spear with ease and charges at the boy with the scar again. With sharp swings of his arms, the Fire Nation boy breaks the spear into separate pieces using the arm guards on his forearms, before he pulls the remains of the spear out of Sokka's hands and jabs him in the head with the blunt end, making Sokka fall to the ground at Katara and I's feet. I kneel down beside him, giving him a look that asks, "Are you all right?" in which he nods in reply to. I turn my head to the Fire Nation boy in front of us and glare at him, wanting to attack him again for doing that to my brother. Before I can get to my feet and attack him, however, something strikes the boy in the back of his helmet with a loud clang, momentarily pushing him forward by this unexpected blow. Sokka's boomerang plummets onto the ground in front of Sokka and I. I smirk in triumph, knowing that he wasn't expecting that to happen at all. Enraged, the boy readies 2 fire daggers, one in each hand. I grit my teeth in frustration at that. He just doesn't know when to give up, does he? I ask myself as I get to my feet, getting ready to attack the Fire Nation boy in front of me. But before I can make a move to use my bending in any way, shape, or form, another force collides with the boy, knocking him off of his feet. I smile at the sight of Aang on a penguin sliding towards us. The village children cheer happily at the sight of him, but they stop when snow covers them, before cheering again. Aang grins at us when the penguin stops in front of my siblings and I before he's thrown off by the penguin. "Hey Katara, hey Kita, hey Sokka," he greets as the penguin waddles away from him. "Hi, Aang. Thanks for coming," Sokka says to the young airbender dryly. Behind Aang, I see the Fire Nation boy get to his feet before giving his men a signal to surround Aang while he assumes a firebending stance. Aang gets into his own fighting stance, his staff held firmly in front of him as he's getting encircled by the 6 soldiers that came with the scarred boy. Aang then sweeps the ground side to side with his staff, showering the 6 soldiers with snow, before slamming the ground with his staff, sending a rush of snow and ice at the Fire Nation boy, who braces for the impact. Aang straightens his stance, staring at the boy intensely. "Looking for me?" he asks. "You're the airbender?" the boy questions incredulously as he uses his firebending to melt the snow on his body, the steam bellowing around him. "You're the Avatar?" he continues. "Aang?" Katara asks in surprise. "No way," Sokka speaks, bewildered. "I knew it," I think as I watch my siblings stare at Aang in surprise. "I've spent years preparing for this encounter," the teenager rants as he and Aang circle each other. "Training, meditating," he lists off. "You're just a child," he growls. Aang tilts his head at the boy in confusion. "Well, you're just a teenager." Aang's reply makes the boy launch a series of fire blasts at Aang in anger. Aang is able to deflect the blasts by twirling his staff, dissipating most of the flames, but some of the flames come toward the villagers and I, making us turn away, not wanting to get hit by the flames. Aang stops twirling his staff around, standing firmly in front of the Fire Nation boy. "If I go with you, will you promise to leave everyone alone?" Aang asks, making me turn my head to him in surprise, not expecting him to do that. The Fire Nation boy hesitates for a second, obviously not certain if he should trust Aang or not. But he does nod in agreement, affirming that he will leave us alone if Aang comes with him willingly. Aang is then apprehended by the Fire Nation soldiers, one of which takes his staff. Katara jumps out from behind me, running towards them as the soldiers lead Aang to the ship. I quickly run after her, grabbing her wrist, stopping her. "Katara, don't," I say to her pleadingly, not wanting her to get hurt by going after Aang. Aang turns his head to her as he is led up the ramp. "Don't worry, Katara, it'll be okay," he says calmly before the soldiers push him forward roughly. "Take care of Appa for me until I get back," he continues as the soldiers lead him up the ramp, leading him onto the ship. "Head a course for the Fire Nation," the scarred boy orders as they walk up the bowstrip. "I'm going home," I hear him say before he disappears into the ship. After they board the ship, the bowsprit slowly rises back up. As the bowsprit slowly rises up, I see Aang smile weakly at us until the bowsprit closes fully with a thud. Polar Opposites. Book 1, Water. Chapter 3, Saving Aang.
It's been a few hours since Aang was taken away by the scarred boy from the Fire Nation. It took me what felt like an eternity, but I finally came to the decision to go after him and save him alone. I would bring Sokka and Katara with me, but I wouldn't want either of them to get hurt. Or worse. If anything would happen to them if I did decide to bring them along with me, I would never forgive myself. I'm currently in my family tent packing up all of the essentials for the trip, telling my grandmother that I won't be gone for too long, hopefully. I turn my head toward her to see her staring out into the distance. Gran? I ask her. If you think you are going to be saving the Avatar by yourself, you may want to think again, she says softly. What do you mean? I ask her. I think your brother and sister are ahead of you, she replies. What? I exclaim, jumping up to my feet, ready to exit the tent, to stop Sokka and Katara from going after Aang. As I'm about to leave the tent, my grandmother puts a hand on my shoulder, stopping me in my tracks. Now, Kida, you need them for this journey as much as they need you, she says. But, I try to argue, but she raises a thin, white eyebrow, and I know that I can't argue with her about this. I sigh softly, reluctantly giving in. Fine. She nods with a smile before exiting the tent with Sokka and Katara's sleeping bags, walking over to where Sokka and Katara are. I grab my bag before exiting the tent, ready to save the Avatar. I catch up with my grandmother just as she reaches Sokka and Katara. What do you two think you're doing? She asks sternly. I play along with her by crossing my arms over my chest, giving the two of them a stern look. Sokka and Katara both turn around, trying to look as innocent as possible. Gran then holds up their sleeping bags. You'll need these, she says with a smile. You three have a long journey ahead of you. Their worried faces turn into ones of wide-eyed shock. Gran walks over to Katara first. It's been so long since I've had hope, but you brought it back to life, my little waterbender, she says as she hugs Katara. After she hugs Katara, she turns to me. Kida, my child, take care of them, won't you? She asks as she hugs me. I will, I promise. I answer as I hug her back just as tightly. She lets go of me and turns to Sokka. And you, my brave warrior, be nice to your sisters, she says with a smile, which makes Katara and I to smirk triumphantly as she hugs Sokka tightly. Yeah, okay, Gran, Sokka says as he pats her back awkwardly. When she pulls back away from him, she looks at the three of us. Aang is the Avatar. He's the world's only chance, she states. You two found him for a reason, she continues, looking at my brother and sister, considering that they're the ones who found Aang in the iceberg. Now your destinies are intertwined with his, she finishes, making the three of us look at each other uneasily. Personally, I never thought about my destiny before. Prior to this happening, I knew my fate. I knew that I would be living the rest of my life in the South Pole, protecting the ones I love and defending my people in any way I could, even if I would never become a waterbending master. Now that this has happened, however, maybe my destiny is helping my siblings follow theirs. That much I can do. I then look back towards the canoe, in which Sokka had gotten ready to use to go after the ship in. Clearly, neither he or Katara thought this one through very well. How exactly were you two planning on catching a warship with a canoe? I ask. Sokka opens his mouth to reply, but some kind of roar causes us to turn around, only to see Appa coming over the hill. Appa! Katara exclaims brightly as she runs toward him. You just love taking me out of my comfort zone, don't you? Sokka grumbles, annoyed, making me chuckle softly before walking away towards Appa. I groan irritably from my seat in Appa's saddle as Appa slowly swims after the ship. I don't really know how long it's been since the three of us left the village, but I can say that it was a long time ago. At this rate, it would have been better to just take the canoe instead. Go. Fly. Soar, Sokka says drearily from his spot beside me. Please, Appa, Katara pleads. We need your help. Aang needs your help, she continues. Up. Ascend. Elevate. Sokka drews on again, making me roll my eyes at him and look out into the distance, watching the massive iceberg slowly pass by us. Sokka doesn't believe you can fly. But Kida and I do, Appa, Katara urges as she leans down, rubbing the bison's head. Yeah, I agree while leaning over the side of the saddle, petting Appa's side encouragingly. Come on, don't you want to save Aang? I ask, which makes Appa rumble in response, but he doesn't make any move to start flying. What was it that kid said? Sokka asks, making Katara and I to look at him. Yeehaw, hup hup, wahoo, he lists off. Yip yip, he guesses one last time with a shrug. Appa suddenly begins to rumble beneath us and hit the water with its tail. The last command seemed to prompt him to fly. Once he gets enough momentum, Appa begins to run along the surface of the water before taking off into the sky. You did it, Sokka! Katara exclaims happily while I smile at the feeling of the cold wind rushing through my hair and over my face. When I look over at Sokka, I find him staring over the rim of the saddle, looking ecstatic. He's flying! He's flying! Katara, Kida, He stops when he turns to look at Katara and I while we just smirk at him, giving him a silent, we told you so. Sokka being Sokka, he tries to play it cool. I mean, big deal, he's flying, he says, which makes Katara and I to roll our eyes at him with a giggle. With the advantage of the skies, we finally catch up with the ship. However, when we arrive, we find that Aang had already managed to free himself and is now fighting off the boy with the scar on the main deck of the ship. Just as we get close enough to see what's going on, the boy with the scar fires multiple blasts at Aang, causing him to fall overboard and into the icy depths of the water below. No! I think my eyes wide in surprise. Aang! No! Katara screams hysterically as Aang hits the water below. The three of us watch in terrible silence for a few seconds, hoping that Aang will resurface, but he doesn't. Aang! 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 Katara screams desperately over and over again. A few seconds later, the water below us begins to swirl, and Aang comes out of the water, his eyes and arrow tattoos glowing, as a mighty whirlpool of water forms around and below him as he rises higher and higher. Aang then lands on the deck of the ship, bending the water from the column around him in a circle. He releases the water and it expands outward into a shockwave that blasts the scarred boy and his men back, some of them going overboard from the sheer force, the boy with the scar included. Did you see what he just did? Katara asks Sokka and I incredulously, as the three of us look down at where Aang is in amazement. Now that was some waterbending, Sokka says while I just stare down at Aang in astonishment. A few seconds later, I see Aang fall to his knees, the white energy fading from his eyes and tattoos as he falls onto the deck. Katara makes Appa land, and three of us run over to him. Aang! Katara yells as we run over to him. Are you okay? She asks, her voice full of worry as she kneels down, holding him in her arms. Hey, Katara. Hey, Kida. Hey, Sokka. Thanks for coming, Aang says to us softly, clearly drained from what just happened. Well, I couldn't let you have all the glory, Sokka replies with a smirk. I dropped my staff, Aang says, looking over to where his staff is. Got it, Sokka says as he runs over to the staff to retrieve it for Aang. In the corner of my eye, I see the soldiers that weren't knocked overboard start to come to. If we want to get off the ship, now's the time, I say to Katara, who nods as she starts to help Aang to his feet to take him towards Appa. Ha! That's from the Water Tribe! I hear Sokka yell as he leans over the side of the ship with Aang's staff in hand. Huh. Must have been one of the soldiers that was knocked overboard, I think, shrugging off his triumphal outburst. As Katara helps Aang onto Appa, I see three guards getting to their feet, recovering from Aang's powerful attack from earlier. Katara notices them as well, and she puts her back against mine warily, getting into her bending stance.
I prepare to attack them, but before I can, Katara takes a step back, slowly trying to bend a stream of water from a puddle beside her. She then swings her arms around in an attempt to whip the water at them, only to freeze the channel of water on the deck behind her, encasing Sokka's legs in ice in the process. "Katara!" Sokka complains before starting to chip at the ice with his boomerang. The soldiers in front of Katara and I resume their approach towards us. Without a moment of hesitation, I look down at the water beside my feet, taking a deep breath as I raise my hand up, making the water rise with it. The soldiers are about to grab Katara and I, but before they can, I whip the water at them, freezing them solid. I turn to Katara. "Go," I urge, gesturing to Appa. She only hesitates for a split second before mounting Appa. Once Katara is on Appa, I turn towards Sokka to see him still stuck in the ice that Katara accidentally got him stuck in. "Hurry up, Sokka!" I yell at him as I watch more soldiers get to their feet. "I'm just a guy with a boomerang. I didn't ask for all this flying and magic," I hear him mutter to himself, which makes me roll my eyes at him. Of course he would say something like that, I think to myself as he runs up Appa's tail and gets in the saddle. I'm about to follow him, but I see more and more soldiers surrounding us. "Kita, come on!" Katara shouts at me from where she sits in the saddle on Appa's back. "You guys go, I'll hold them off," I yell back at her. "What?" both Sokka and Katara exclaim in surprise. "No, Kita, we're not leaving without you," Sokka says as he looks at me in surprise. "Just go, I'll be fine," I tell him as I waterbend at the soldiers to keep them at bay. Aang hesitates for a second before flicking the reins, causing Appa to fly. I let out a breath of relief, knowing that my siblings and Aang got away safely. "Shoot them down!" I hear the familiar voice of the boy with the scar yell from behind me. "No," I think as I continue to fight the soldiers that surround me. If it wasn't for the soldiers surrounding me, I would go over to the boy and distract him before he or anyone else could shoot Aang and my siblings down, but I can't. As I continue to fight his men, I see the boy with the scar and an old man shoot a simultaneous fire blast towards Appa. I freeze in fear, watching as the giant fireball flies towards them. I'm about to lunge forward, but a hand grabs my arm roughly. "No!" I scream in my head as I struggle against the soldier's grip on me. "No, let me go!" I exclaim as I continue to struggle against its grip. That's when I see something in my peripheral vision, making me look up at where Appa is. I see Aang jump off of Appa, swinging his staff toward the fireball, sending a rush of air at it. The powerful blast of air sends the fireball into the ice wall to the right of it. The fireball explodes on impact, releasing a huge amount of ice that falls onto the ship. The soldier holding onto me stumbles to the ground upon impact, landing on top of me, making me groan in pain. As I lay there on the ground, I can hear Aang and my siblings laughing as they get more and more distance between them and the ship. Well, at least they're safe, I think with a sigh of relief as the soldier slowly gets off of me, not letting my arms go in the process. Good news for the Fire Lord. The nation's greatest threat is just a little kid, I hear a voice say as the soldier yanks me to my feet. That kid, Uncle, just did this. The boy with the scar replies, gesturing at how the ship is damaged and half of it is covered in ice and snow. I won't underestimate him again, he says quietly before he turns to the rest of the soldiers on the deck. Dig the ship out and follow them, he orders. I smirk at the sight of the remaining soldiers using their firebending to unfreeze the soldiers that I had frozen earlier. The boy then turns it back around. As soon as you're done with that, he almost growls, frustrated that he won't be able to catch Aang. Prince Zuko, what about the girl? The soldier that has captured me asks as he walks over to the boy. At the word prince, my eyes widen in surprise for a second, only to roll my eyes in irritation and disgust. Of course Fire Lord Ozai would send his son after the Avatar instead of searching him for himself. I think as the soldier stops me in front of Zuko. Zuko then turns to face me with narrowed eyes, pure fury and frustration burning in his golden eyes. Take her down to the prison hold. I'll question her later. Yes, sir. The guard replies back before he tugs on my arm, pulling me away, leading me to the prison hold. Polar opposites. Book 1, Water. Chapter 4, Interrogation. And just a quick little author's note, guys. This one is super short, so I apologize for that. The soldier who had caught me leads me down below deck to a holding cell. He opens the door and shoves me into the cell, roughly, causing me to ungracefully fall onto my knees. After landing on my knees, I turn my head to him, glaring at him as he closes and locks the cell door behind him with a loud metallic clang, before he finally walks out of the room, no doubt to stand guard outside. I don't really know how long it's been since the guard put me in this cell, but all I can say is it's been at least 2 hours. By now, the ship has been dug out and is now sailing to wherever it is Prince Zuko is planning to go next, probably somewhere to get his ship repaired. I smirk at the thought of how mad Zuko must be at the thought of getting the ship repaired instead of going after Aang. Him having to get repairs made to the ship means giving Aang and my siblings more time to get more distance between them and Prince Grumpy Pants. My thoughts are then broken by the door leading into my holding cell slamming open. My head jerks up and I'm met with the sight of a very angry Prince Zuko. He slams the door behind him before stalking up to the metal bars of my cell. "Now that my ship is freed, you are going to tell me where the Avatar is headed," he says to me, his golden eyes still glaring at me. "Why would I tell you where he's headed?" I ask while glaring back at him. "You were with him," Zuko states. "He must have told you where he was headed," he continues as he walks up to the door to the cell. Of course I know where Aang and my siblings are going, the Northern Water Tribe. But I won't be telling Zuko that, not when he can get there before Aang and my siblings do, and capture them so that he could bring Aang to his father where he would definitely meet his end. "How would I know where he's headed?" I ask him. "I got captured before they took off, remember?" "I know that you know where he's going," Zuko growls. "Now I'm going to ask you again. Where is he going?" He growls again. "And I already told you, I don't know where he's going," I state. "And even if I did know where he was going, I wouldn't tell you," I continue, crossing my arms over my chest. My reply seems to anger him. "You will tell me where he's headed," he growls as he bangs his fist against the metal bars, obviously trying to scare me into telling him where Aang is headed, but I don't flinch. "For the last time, I don't know where he's going. I've only known the kid for less than a day," I reply while glaring at him. Zuko growls at my reply before stomping out of the room, slamming the door behind him. I sigh out in slight relief once I know he's gone, surprised that he didn't stay any longer to try and get more answers out of me. My relief doesn't last very long, though, since I know that in the days to come, Zuko's going to do everything in his power to get me to tell him where Aang's going. Little does Zuko know that I am a very stubborn person when it comes to protecting the people that I love and care about, especially when it comes to protecting my siblings. No matter what he does to me, I won't give him any information as to where Aang is going. One thing is for certain, I will protect my siblings and Aang no matter what, even if it costs me my own life. Polar Opposites. Book 1, Water. Chapter 5, Commander Zhao. It's been a week since I was captured and became Prince Zuko's prisoner. Ever since day one, the Scarred Prince of the Fire Nation has been ordering me to tell him where Aang is going, and every time he did, I told him that I didn't know and wouldn't tell him even if I did. And every time I answered with that, he got all riled up before stomping out of the room. I've even met Zuko's uncle, Iroh. He's a kind and very wise old man, and I like it when he comes down with a kettle of tea for the both of us. Currently, I'm sitting in my dark cell, waiting for either Zuko or Iroh to come in, but they don't. For about 10 minutes now, the ship has been stopped, so I assume that we're docked at a harbor where the ship can get repaired. All is silent until I hear multiple pairs of footsteps coming down the hallway outside towards my cell. Normally, it's just Iroh or Zuko who come into the room that my cell is in, so it's surprising for me to hear that many footsteps coming down the hallway. The door opens, and the guard that was stationed outside of my cell enters before stepping aside, revealing a soldier that appears to be his superior. It seems that the crew is right. Prince Zuko does have a waterbender girl as a prisoner, he states. Can I help you with something? I ask him while glaring at him. Oh, I think you can, he says with a sinister smile. I grunt against the hold of one of the 4 guards that the higher-ranked soldier had brought with him as he leads me off of Zuko's ship and in front of a large tent when I hear Zuko talking to someone inside. Come on, Uncle, we're going, I hear him say as the soldier leading me to the tent stops in front of the flaps. There's the sound of metal scraping against metal, and one of the men around me enters the tent. Commander Zhao, we interrogated the crew as you instructed. They confirmed Prince Zuko had the Avatar in custody, but let him escape, I hear him say. Now, remind me, how exactly was your ship damaged? Another man asks. From what it sounds like, he's talking to Zuko. There's something else too, sir. The guard tells Zhao as the guard holding me leads me into the tent. We found this water tribe girl in the prison hold of the ship. We found out that she's a waterbender when the crew told us about her, the guard says, making me glare at the ground angrily. Is that so? I hear Zhao ask, making me look up at him with an intense glare. The last waterbender of the Southern Water Tribe, he states. I had thought the Fire Nation wiped out the waterbenders from the Southern Tribe a long time ago, but it appears we did not, he continues with a sinister smirk on his face. I grit my teeth in utter anger at his statement about how the Fire Nation had literally wiped out all of the waterbenders in the Southern Tribe and glare at him intensely, wanting to give him a piece of my mind, but he turns away from me and towards Zuko again before I can say or do anything. The guard that had brought me into the tent had shoved me into the chair next to the chair that Zuko is currently sitting in. Zuko currently has a hard grip on my arm, silently telling me not to move or else. I wasn't going to move anyway, but I don't think he would believe me if I say that to him. Zuko had just finished telling Zhao the real story of how he had Aang in his custody and how Aang had escaped with my siblings. So, a 12-year-old boy and his waterbender friend bested you and your firebenders, Zhao asks. You're more pathetic than I thought. I underestimated him once, but it will not happen again. Zuko replies, his grip on my arm loosening for a split second before it tightens again. No, it will not, because you won't have a second chance. Zhao says, his back still facing Zuko. In the corner of my eye, I see Zuko look alarmed at Zhao's reply. Commander Zhao, I've been hunting the Avatar for 2 years and He starts, but Zhao turns to him angrily, flames erupting from his hand as he sweeps it in an arc from left to right. And you failed. Capturing the Avatar is too important to leave in a teenager's hands. He's mine now, Zhao continues. At Zhao's words, Zuko launches himself at him in both frustration and anger, but before he can reach him, he's restrained by the guards behind our chairs. Keep them here, Zhao orders his men before turning to leave the tent. Before he leaves the tent, however, I see Zhao turn his head towards me. I glare at him, not wanting him to see that I'm the slightest bit afraid of him. At my death glare, I see him smirk wickedly before he finally leaves the tent. I look down at the ground in anger at Zhao for looking at me like I was a piece of meat. I'm not some helpless little girl who can't handle herself. My thoughts are broken when I hear the sound of something breaking. I look up to see the table that Iroh is sitting by on the ground in pieces, assumingly by Zuko's foot smashing into it in anger and frustration. More tea, please,
Iroh says calmly, as if Zuko didn't just break the table and spill his tea. I let a small smile show on my lips at Iroh's comment before my eyes meet Zuko's, who's currently staring at me intensely, a mixture of anger, frustration, and sincerity in his eyes. I give him a small, silent nod in reply before looking back down at the floor, letting my thoughts consume me. I don't really know how long it's been since Zhao left, but to me it feels like an eternity passes before he enters the tent again. My search party is ready, he says, his voice filled with pride. Once I'm out to sea, my guards will escort you back to your ship and you'll be free to go. Why? Zuko asks him irritably. Are you worried I'm going to try and stop you? Zhao laughs sarcastically at that. You? Stop me? Impossible. Zuko gets to his feet in defiance. Don't underestimate me, Zhao. I will capture the Avatar before you. Iroh then gets to his feet at Zuko's reply. Prince Zuko, that is enough, he tells his nephew, wanting him to not say anything he might regret later. You can't compete with me. I have hundreds of warships under my command. And you're just a banished prince. No home, no allies, he lists off. Your own father doesn't even want you. My eyes widen at Zhao's statement. Banished? Why was he... I think, but I can't even finish asking myself that question because Zuko defends himself. You're wrong. Once I deliver the Avatar to my father, he will welcome me home with honor and restore my rightful place on the throne. What did Zuko do to get banished and be destined to look for the Avatar? I wonder with wide eyes. If your father really wanted you home, he'd have let you return by now, Avatar or no Avatar. But in his eyes, you are a failure and a disgrace to the Fire Nation, Zhao says. Now I feel bad for ever thinking that Zuko was just hunting Aang down just because his father sent him to look for the Avatar and bring him back to the Fire Nation. Now, I know the real reason as to why he's doing what he's doing. He just wants to go home. That's not true, Zuko replies a little lamely. You have the scar to prove it, Zhao replies. Now he's going to get it. With a cry of indignation, Zuko launches to his feet, bringing his face within inches of Zhao's. Maybe you'd like one to match. Is that a challenge? Zhao growls back at him. An Agni Kai, at sunset. Zuko states firmly, glaring up at Zhao. Very well, Zhao agrees. It's a shame your father won't be here to watch me humiliate you. I guess your uncle will do. He continues smugly as he starts to walk out of the tent. Just before Zhao walks out, though, he stops and turns back to face Zuko again, a smug smirk on his face. And whoever is the winner of this Agni Kai gets to keep the waterbender, he smirks before turning and exiting the tent. My breath gets stuck in my throat at Zhao's conditions. In a nutshell, I'm a prize for whoever wins. I should be honored, but in this circumstance, it's either be Zuko's prisoner or Zhao's slave, none of which I would enjoy very much, but being Zuko's prisoner would be a lot easier, considering he hasn't done anything to hurt me. My thoughts are broken by Iroh's voice as he talks to his nephew. Prince Zuko, have you forgotten what happened last time you dueled a master? He asks, his voice laced with concern, making me look at Zuko with soft eyes, since I, in a way, know about how he was banished and got a scar. I just don't know the whole story of what had happened. I will never forget, Zuko replies softly, causing a frown to come to my face. Polar Opposites. Book 1, Water. Chapter 6, Agni Kai. Zuko vs. Zhao. Hello, my beautiful Galorians. I am back with yet another Polar Opposites chapter. This one being a lot shorter than I thought it was going to be, so yeah. This video isn't very long, so I really hope you guys enjoy. This is basically the starting point of Kida and Zuko's relationship, at least in my opinion. But, like I said, I really hope you guys enjoy this short chapter, and let us get started. Hope you guys like it. Enjoy!
It's nearly sunset now, so it is almost time for Zuko's Agni Kai against Commander Zhao. To say that I'm very nervous about the outcome of this Agni Kai is a major understatement. I am utterly terrified, for if Zhao wins and Zuko loses, I don't even want to know what he would do to me once I'm in his custody. But if Zuko wins and Zhao loses, I know that he would just treat me like a prisoner and continue to ask me where Aang and my siblings are headed. I'm currently standing next to Iroh as he gives Zuko advice on how to win against Zhao. Remember your firebending basics, Prince Zuko. They are your greatest weapons, he says to his nephew, who is currently kneeling down on the ground in front of us, preparing for the fight, a shoulder wrap around his shoulders. He then gets to his feet, causing the shoulder wrap to fall to the ground ceremoniously, revealing his bare chest, causing my eyes to linger on his chest for a few seconds before I avert my gaze away from him, not wanting Zuko to see me staring at his bare chest for too long. I refuse to let him win, Zuko says confidently, his eyes meeting mine for a split second before he turns around, getting into a firebending stance. As he does this, I see Zhao at the other end of the arena, with 4 of his men behind him getting into his own firebending stance, just as the gong sounds, signaling the beginning of the Agni Kai. Zuko is the first one to fire the first shot, which passes by Zhao's left. Zuko fires several more shots, the last of which Zhao blocks easily, his satisfaction evident on his smug face. This, of course, frustrates Zuko as he loses control of his breathing. Zuko moves towards Zhao, unleashing more fire from both of his hands and feet. Zhao dodges and blocks all of the flames Zuko fires at him before he crouches forward and shoots a flame at the ground close in front of him. "Basics, Zuko! Break his root!" Iroh shouts out to Zuko from beside me as Zhao fires more volleys of fire, alternating between his fists. Zuko blocks each, but is slowly forced back every time. On the last volley, Zhao uses both hands, knocking Zuko over and sending him skidding backward in the dirt. Zhao takes a flying jump at him, landing as Zuko tries to get up, but he isn't fast enough. Zhao fires right at him, making me want to jump in and intervene. Before Zhao can deliver what would be the final blow, however, Zuko rolls out of the way just in time, sweeping Zhao's feet out from under him. Zuko lands on his feet and a small smile appears on his face as he advances towards Zhao, using his feet to produce small waves of flame that rush towards Zhao. Zhao gets caught off balance and wobbles backwards. In the corner of my eye, I see Iroh clench his fist as an expression of hope appears in his eyes, a smile spreading over his face. Zhao is finally knocked flat on his back with a blast of fire. Zuko then rushes up to him, prepared to deal the final blow. "Do it!" Zhao shouts up at him. After a moment of slight hesitation, Zuko releases a blast down at Zhao, making me flinch. Zuko then stands up straight, dropping his fighting stance. My eyes then widen as I realize that the shot he just fired didn't hit Zhao at all. Instead of hitting Zhao, he had fired the shot at the ground, right next to Zhao's head, leaving a smoking hole in the ground. "That's it?" Zhao asks as he looks up at Zuko, a scowl on his face. "Your father raised a coward," he continues, egging Zuko on. Zuko, however, doesn't take the bait like Zhao clearly wants him to. "Next time you get in my way, I promise I won't hold back," Zuko says to Zhao before he turns around, walking away from him. As he walks away from the defeated commander, his eyes find mine, which makes me give him a small smile, glad that he's the winner and not Zhao. Behind him, I see Zhao get to his feet, standing there with his back to Zuko for a moment before letting out a howl of anger and unleashing a whip of fire at Zuko. As Zhao's foot swings around, the flame is suddenly extinguished as a hand closes over his foot. I grin as I see Iroh standing there holding onto Zhao's foot before he hurls him back into the dirt with little effort. Zuko turns around and rushes to avenge that attack, but Iroh puts an arm out, stopping him in his pursuit. "No, Prince Zuko, do not taint your victory." Iroh then turns to face Zhao again, a look of condescension on his face. "So, this is how the great Commander Zhao acts in defeat. Disgraceful," he says to him, disappointment in his voice as he shakes his head at the commander in front of him. Even in exile, my nephew is more honorable than you, he comments, which gets a look of surprise from Zuko. Thanks again for the tea. It was delicious. Iroh then moves to leave, and Zuko follows close behind him. As the two of them walk over to me, I run straight to Zuko, throwing my arms around his neck, hugging him tightly. I can tell that he is surprised by this by the way his body stiffens at my embrace. I then pull my head back and kiss him on the cheek, making his cheeks turn a delicate pink as his eyes widen in surprise. I hear Iroh chuckle from beside the two of us, which makes me break out of my trance and let go of the prince out of embarrassment, my cheeks burning as I turn away from Zuko, making my way out of the arena toward the ship. I'm a few meters ahead of Zuko and Iroh as the three of us make our way back to the ship. Did you really mean that, Uncle? I hear Zuko ask quietly. Of course. I told you ginseng tea is my favorite. Iroh answers slyly, which makes me smile since I know what he really means by that. Polar Opposites. Book 1, Water. Chapter 7, A Proper Thank You. Hello, my beautiful Glorians. I am back with yet another chapter for Polar Opposites for you. This is yet another short chapter. I sincerely apologize for that, but I knew this one was going to be short anyway, because this one was a short chapter anyway whenever I wrote it. So, in reality, this is a filler chapter. So, I really hope you guys enjoy. And don't worry about this story not having any long chapters, because believe me, I have plenty in the near future. But anyway, let's just focus on this video, and I hope you guys enjoy. Let's get started! Hope you guys like it. It's been a few hours since we left Zhao's harbor, and I can't sleep at all. It's not that I'm uncomfortable, it just feels weird, not being in the cell that I was in before the whole situation with Zhao. It's as if I'm not considered to be a prisoner anymore. I mean, I know that Iroh convinced Zuko to give me a proper room instead of putting me back in my cell, but, come on! I groan out from both tiredness and annoyance as I stare at the ceiling, unable to get any sleep. I decide to leave my room and get some fresh air, since that always seems to help me when I can't sleep anyway. I get up from the bed, walking up to the door of the room that Zuko had given to me, opening the door to go into the long corridor. After walking down multiple long corridors, I finally get to the door that leads out onto the main deck of the ship. I open the door and the cool night air immediately hits my face, causing me to smile at the feeling of it. I look around the deck, expecting no one to be out at this time of night, but I see the familiar figure of the Fire Nation prince standing near the railing. I slowly walk over to him. Can't sleep either? I ask him as I come up beside him, staring out into the distance. You can say that, he replies back softly, not taking his eyes off of whatever he's staring at in the distance. It's strange that only yesterday he was demanding me to tell him where Aang was, and now we're standing here having a regular conversation. We stand there for a few more moments in complete silence before I decide to speak up. I never got to thank you properly for what you did earlier. In the corner of my eye, I see him turn his head toward me. I think you thanked me well enough, he replies softly, turning back to look at the ocean in front of him, his cheeks tinted a slight pink. I feel my cheeks heat up at that comment as well, knowing what he means by that. Well, yes. What I mean to say is, though, I want to thank you while I'm thinking straight, I say, biting my lip. I know that winning that Agni Kai was only for your pride and ego, as well as your hunt for the Avatar, but you saved my life when you could have just given me to Zhao anyway, I say, still not looking at him. So, thank you. I smile as I turn my head to him to see him already looking at me. Our eyes meet for a split second before he turns his head away from me again, his cheeks still pink. It's fine, he states quietly. Don't mention it, he finishes, which makes me smile at him before turning my head back to the sky again. We stand there in complete silence again, for I don't even know how long before I let out a large yawn. Well, I think I'm going to get some sleep, I state tiredly, wanting to curl up in the warm covers of my new bed. Good night, Zuko, I say to him as I turn away, heading back to my room. As I walk toward the door that leads back into the ship, I could have sworn that he had said good night in return, but it could have been just my imagination. Polar Opposites. Book 1, Water. Chapter 8, Kyoshi Island. A couple of days have passed since I thanked Zuko for what he did for me when it came to Commander Zhao. And let me just say, I had thought that he would continue to treat me like he did that night. But no! He's treating me exactly like how he was before. Treating me like a prisoner. Always asking me for information on where Aang is going, in which I reply with the answer that I've been giving him since day one. He is so frustrating. I'm currently on the main deck of the ship practicing my water bending by making random objects with the water that I'm bending. Surprisingly, none of the crew members, or Zuko for that matter, have told me to stop using my bending, but I have been being watched constantly. There's no doubt that many, if not all, of the crew members don't trust me and think that I'll use my bending to escape. Huh. Yeah, right. I won't do that until I see Aang and my siblings again. And I have no idea when that will happen, since I have no idea where they are, and neither does Zuko, apparently, from what I've heard. I spend another hour practicing my bending before I decide to go find Zuko, since I haven't seen him all morning. Which is really odd, since he's always trying to get me to tell him where Aang's going. I walk down the long corridor, stopping by my room to grab a book to read. The book I decide on reading is called The History of the Fire Nation. Of course they would have books on the history of the Fire Nation, but none of the other nations. Well, I might as well take advantage of learning as much about the history of the Fire Nation as I can. And who knows, it might be useful in the future. I exit my room and walk over to Zuko's door, which is the room right across that hall from mine, slowly opening it since I don't want to rush in, just in case he's doing something I don't want to witness. I poke my head inside the room, seeing him sitting in front of an altar, meditating. Is it alright if I come in? I ask him softly, not wanting to be too loud. It's fine, Zuko answers, his voice eerily calm, which is so different from the way he usually talks to me. To be completely honest, I was expecting him to decline my request to come in by shouting at me, so it takes me a second to compose myself before I slowly close the door behind me, before making my way over to his bed. As I sit down on the bed, getting situated, I glance towards Zuko for a moment. It's so weird seeing him so calm, but I guess that's what happens when you meditate for long periods of time. By this point, I've lost track of time, and I have no idea as to how long I've been reading in Zuko's room for. My concentration on the book I'm reading is broken, however, when the door to the room slowly opens and Iroh enters. Zuko doesn't move from his spot on the floor in front of the altar. The only reason you should be interrupting me is if you have news about the Avatar, he says, his voice as calm as it was when I had come into the room earlier. Iroh steps into the room further, carrying what looks like a map in his hand. Maybe they know where Aang and my siblings are. Maybe I can finally reunite with Aang and my siblings. Well, there is news, Prince Zuko, but you might not like it. Don't get too upset, Iroh advises. I roll my eyes at that comment. Of course Zuko would get upset. He always gets upset about something, especially when I tell him that I don't know where Aang is. Uncle, you taught me that keeping a level head is a sign of a great leader. Now whatever you have to say, I'm sure that I can take it, Zuko says, his voice just as calm as it was before. Iroh looks unsure at first, before he finally decides to tell Zuko the news that he has about Aang. Okay then, Iroh states hesitantly. We have no idea where he is. Oh boy. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. I count off in my head. What? Zuko exclaims in pure rage, making the 4 candles on the altar flare up to the ceiling as he gets to his feet and turns to Iroh, his anger very evident on his face. Iroh turns away from the flames and raises his right arm to protect his face from the heat. As the flames subside, Iroh pulls a fan out of his robes to blow the smoke away from his face. You really should open a window in here, Iroh advises as he fans himself, making me nod in agreement as I cough hysterically from the smoke. Agreed. Zuko, of course, ignores Iroh and I's advice. Give me the map, Zuko orders as he snatches the map out of Iroh's hand, opening it up and studying it as Iroh continues to fan himself. There have been multiple sightings of the Avatar, but he is impossible to track down, Iroh tells Zuko as I slowly get up from Zuko's bed, looking over Zuko's shoulder to get a peek of the map. How am I going to find him, Uncle? Zuko asks Iroh as he looks down at the marks with circled X's and dotted lines connecting them all. Geez, Aang is really having fun with this, exploring the world after being encased in ice for 100 years. He is clearly a master of evasive maneuvering, Zuko adds, which makes me roll my eyes as I sit back down on the bed, acting as if I hadn't moved from my spot. If only he knew. Aang is just a kid who wants to have fun after being stuck in an iceberg for 100 years. I sit across from Iroh as the servant places Zuko's fish on the table in front of him, telling him the news that he had heard about the Avatar being on Kyoshi Island. Zuko, of course, reacts to this news by getting to his feet. The Avatar's on Kyoshi Island? He asks. Uncle, ready the rhinos. He's not getting away from me this time. He continues as he storms out of the room, determination on his face. Iroh eyes up Zuko's plate of fish as Zuko walks away. He then turns to Zuko, pointing to his food. Are you going to finish that? Zuko stomps back into the room, snatching the plate of uneaten fish from the table before Iroh could get his hands on it. I was going to save it for later, he growls before walking out of the room again. Iroh crosses his arms in annoyance and pouts at not getting to eat the fish. I look at Iroh sympathetically before looking at my own plate, knowing that I won't eat it now. I've lost my appetite knowing that Aang and my siblings are in danger again. Here, you can have mine, Iroh, I say as I push the plate towards him. Iroh smiles gleefully as he takes the plate from me, starting to eat the fish. I smile at him, amused. At least I can make someone happy. Now I just have to find a way to help Aang, Katara, and Sokka escape when Zuko goes after them on Kyoshi Island. That is, if I can find a way to do that. Surprisingly, I didn't have to think of a way to convince Zuko to bring me along to Kyoshi Island. In fact, I was just about to try and convince him to bring me along when he told me that he was bringing me along anyway, because he figured that bringing me along would lure Aang out in some way, considering he knows me and it seems that I'm some sort of friend to him. The bad thing is that my hands are bound. Not that I won't be able to escape from my bonds by using my bending or anything, but I also don't want to get on Zuko's bad side by getting out of my bonds and attacking him. As of this moment, I'm on the Komodo rhino that Zuko's currently riding, his men close behind him on their own rhinos. If I didn't have bonds around my wrists right now, I would have to put my arms around Zuko's waist to keep myself steady. But, like I said, I have bonds on, and I can't. I have to resort to trying to keep myself as steady as possible. The prow of the ship is let down, and Zuko makes the rhino that the two of us are on walk forward, leading his men down the ramp. I want the Avatar alive, he orders to his men as the rhinos start walking down the road toward the village. About 15 minutes later, we enter the small village. The streets are deserted, but I see a few people peeking out of their windows and doors before disappearing out of sight again. "Come out, Avatar! You can't hide from me forever!" Zuko yells out into the empty village. "Find him," he orders the soldiers that had come with us, not even turning his head to them. At his order, the men begin searching the town for Aang. It's eerily silent. At least until the soldiers start to get knocked off of their rhinos by figures in green clothing. The figures that are taking them down were moving too fast for me to get a good look at them. That is, until one of them starts running straight toward Zuko and I. It's a girl in green robes, golden fans for weapons, and face paint like Avatar Kyoshi's. I take that as my cue to get off the rhino before she can knock me off of it. I somersault away from the rhino as Zuko shoots 3 blasts of fire at her, but she dodges all 3 of them before she jumps up to attack him. Zuko is faster as he makes the rhino turn around and hit the girl with its tail, knocking the girl onto the ground. The girl freezes as Zuko shoots another blast at her. Just before it hits her, though, another girl comes in front of her, deflecting it with her fan. I then realize that the girl has blue eyes and her hair is in a short ponytail. "Sokka?" I question, confused as to why my brother is in a dress and has makeup all over his face. I take Zuko being knocked off of his rhino as the perfect opportunity to go find Katara or Aang and tell them to get out of here while they can. "Nice try, Avatar, but these little girls can't save you," I hear Zuko shout angrily. Well, I guess he's not going to give up that easily, I think as I continue running down the empty streets looking for Aang and or Katara. "Hey! Over here!" I hear the all-too-familiar voice of Aang yell to Zuko, making me stop in my tracks to see Zuko and Aang facing each other. Knowing that Aang can handle himself just fine against Zuko, I continue looking for Katara, knowing that she's around here somewhere. I turn around a corner and see Katara helping people get into a house. "Katara!" I exclaim, a giant grin coming onto my face at the sight of my sister. She whips around and a smile appears on her face as soon as she sees me. "Kita?" she asks, confusion in her voice. "What are you doing here?" she continues hurriedly as I hug her tightly. "How did you escape from Zuko?" she continues as I let her go and she unties my bonds. "Technically, it's not escaping when he decides to bring me along," I say. "Not a very good idea," I continue with a smile. Katara giggles at that before glancing behind me. I turn around to see Aang land not too far away from us. I grin at the sight of him, glad that he's alright. "Kita, you're alright," he says with a grin. I smile at him and nod in reply. He then turns to Katara. "Look what I brought to this place," he says upset. "It's not your fault," Katara reassures, and I put my hand on his shoulder in comfort as well. "Yes, it is. These people got their town destroyed trying to protect me." "Then you guys should get out of here," I say to both of them, making the two of them turn to me and look at me with wide eyes. Zuko will leave the island to follow you. What about you? Katara asks, her eyes wide in worry. If Zuko wanted to hurt me so badly, he would have done so already. I'll be fine, I reply. All right, she answers hesitantly. I know she's worried about me, but I can take care of myself, and she knows that. I'll call Appa, Aang says sadly, his head hanging low before he flies off on his glider. Once Aang is out of sight, Katara turns to face me again. Are you sure you're going to be all right? I'll be fine, Katara. I promise, I answer. Now go find Sokka and get out of here before Zuko destroys the whole village. She nods before running down the street after Aang to go and find Sokka. As I'm helping the villagers put out some of the fires with my bending, I see Appa flying away from the island. Back to the ship! Don't lose sight of them! I hear Zuko yell at his men, his voice near to where I currently stand. I turn to the villagers behind me and tell them to run just as Zuko appears around the corner, anger radiating from his features as he storms up to me. He grabs my wrist roughly, pulling me towards the last remaining rhino. The others must have run off into the forest, and I don't really blame them, to be completely honest. Once he's mounted, Zuko holds a hand out to me to help me up. I glare at his hand before turning my head away. I am not going to get on that rhino, especially with 7 other people on it as well. I'd rather walk. Thank you very much, I say, declining his offer while looking away from him, crossing my arms over my chest. Fine, Zuko answers. But if she runs, attack, he says to his men as they climb onto the rhino one by one. I roll my eyes at him before starting to make my way down the road, the rhino with Zuko and all of his men on its back, close behind me. As we walk down the road, I see a giant sea serpent rise out of the water with a little orange and yellow-clad figure on its back. Aang, I think with wide eyes as I see the serpent open its mouth, making water come out of it, as if it was raining. I hear the soldiers let out groans of complaint from behind me, causing a smirk to come to my face. I glance back at them to see a very wet and unhappy Zuko and soldiers. I grin before using my waterbending to deflect the water so that I don't get any more wet than I already am. I hear Zuko let out an irritated growl, which makes me smirk again while I turn my head to face him for a second before turning my head back forward again. The rain stops a few minutes later and I look toward the sky, looking for any sign of Appa. There's no sign of him, though, so they got away successfully again. At least I can sleep peacefully tonight, knowing that Aang and both of my siblings are safe. Well, at least after Zuko has tried to get answers out of me as to where Aang and my siblings are going.
Polar Opposites. Book 1, Water. Chapter 9, The Search for Iroh. It's been just over a week since I've seen my siblings and Aang, and life on the ship has been normal. Well, as normal as it can be anyway. We made port a few hours ago, and Zuko just went into the woods to look for Iroh, who had gone into the forest for some reason. I think he said something about hot springs being nearby or something. I'm not really sure. I'm currently practicing my waterbending on the main deck, while also keeping an eye out for Zuko and Iroh as I do so. I see movement in the corner of my eye, and I look up to see Zuko making his way up the ramp and onto the ship. Did you find him? I ask as I still fluently move through the movements. He doesn't answer my question. He just keeps walking towards the door that leads into the interior of the ship. It's been like this since we've left Kyoshi. Zuko's been giving me the cold shoulder, just like he did in the beginning, and it's really bugging me. One minute he's treating me as if I'm not a prisoner, and then the next, he's treating me like a prisoner. He needs to make up his mind on what I am to him. I'm either his prisoner or I'm not. I can't be both.
After about another hour of practicing my waterbending, Zuko finally emerges from the bowels of the ship again. "Uncle didn't come back?" he asks. "Nope, I haven't seen him." He growls in frustration before walking up to two of the soldiers that were watching me practice, telling them something. "You stay here. I'll come back with Uncle when I find him," Zuko says as he turns to me as he and the soldiers start walking off the ship. "I'm not going to stay on the ship any longer than I have to, so I'm coming with you and you can't stop me," I say, following close behind him. Zuko turns and glares at me for a moment before turning his head away and continuing his way down the ramp. "Fine, but don't get in my way," he replies. "Not going to be a problem," I think with a roll of my eyes as I follow close behind him with the two soldiers right behind me. We walk through the woods for about a half an hour until we finally come up to the place where Zuko says Iroh was. I push the leaves of the trees out of the way as I enter the clearing, spotting no sign of Iroh. "Uncle! Uncle, where are you?" Zuko asks angrily. "Sir, maybe he thought you left without him," one of the soldiers asks. That can't be right, though. Iroh wouldn't just leave. He would leave a trail of some sort or something to show Zuko where he was, and not just disappear without a trace. I think to myself as I walk closer to the closest hot spring, which has a giant pile of rocks in the middle of it. "Something's not right here," Zuko says quietly as he examines the hot tub as well. "That pile of rocks." "It looks like there's been a landslide, sir," one of the soldiers say, which makes me roll my eyes at his stupidity. "The land doesn't slide uphill. Even I know that, and I'm from the South Pole," I retort. Zuko ignores my comment, of course. Those rocks didn't move naturally. He then looks as if he's come up with the outcome of what had happened to Iroh. "My uncle's been captured by earthbenders." We got back to the ship not too long after that, Zuko getting one of the rhinos ready to go out and look for his uncle. I watch him closely as he prepares to mount the animal, deciding that I should go with him, since he probably doesn't even know how to track like I do. "I'm coming with you," I say from my spot against the ship wall. Zuko whips his head around to look at me. "No. You're staying here with the rest of the crew. I'll travel faster alone," he replies. "And how are you going to find him exactly? Do you even have any experience in tracking?" I ask him, crossing my arms over my chest and raising an eyebrow at him. He growls out in anger, confirming my suspicions that he has no experience in tracking whatsoever. "Fine," he growls before he mounts the rhino. I grin as I walk up to the animal, taking his hand as he helps me mount the animal behind him. Once I situate myself behind him, I wrap my arms around his waist to keep myself steady, since I do not want to fall off. He then guides the animal forward towards where his uncle had been before he was captured. Not too long after we get to the hot springs, I spot the tracks of the Earthbenders' ostrich horses, and we start following them. We've been following the tracks for a few hours now, and there's been no sign of them yet. Ever since we started following the tracks, I've been expecting some sort of Earth Kingdom stronghold, but there haven't been any. And Zuko claimed that he wasn't sure if there were any left in this area.
Most of what we've passed so far were small impoverished Earth Kingdom villages or Fire Nation settlements. The only logical place that Zuko could think that the Earthbenders would take Iroh was Ba Sing Se, which is the Earth Kingdom capital, but that's on the other side of the continent. Zuko, we need to take a break, I urge him as I can tell that the two of us and the rhino are getting tired from traveling for so long without a break. We can't. If the Earthbenders didn't stop, we'd just be falling behind even more, he says. They don't have a reason to think that they're being followed right now. They have to be getting tired too, so they'll stop, I state. I see his body tense up at my statement. He must note that I have a point. He sighs before pulling on the reins, making the rhino stop. All right, we can rest for a couple of hours, he says. But that's it, he continues sternly as he starts to dismount. I quickly dismount from the rhino as well and decide to go get some water from the nearby stream while Zuko sets up a fire. I come back with the water a few minutes later, giving some to the rhino before handing my pouch to Zuko. He takes it gratefully, taking a pretty large drink from it before handing it back to me. We settle down on the ground, the two of us leaning against the rhino. As I sit there, I can feel my eyelids aching to close. But I know that Zuko won't allow us to actually sleep, not for very long anyway. Most likely he'd have us going again in an hour or so. I attempt to keep myself awake by focusing on the red, orange, and yellow fire dancing in front of me. It doesn't help, apparently. It just makes me even more tired. Without even realizing it, my head slowly falls to the side, landing on Zuko's shoulder. I feel his body tense up underneath my head, but he doesn't make a move to shove me away from him or say anything about it. As I continue to struggle in my attempts to stay awake, I feel his eyes on me. It's as if he wants to say something to me, but he just can't bring himself to say it. The feeling I get from being so close to him is so soothing and yet, at the same time, electrifying. I hate it and love it at the same time. With this feeling spreading throughout my body, I begin to drift off to sleep, listening to his steady heartbeat. Zuko's point of view. I can't believe that I had to bring Kida with me. I would have just put her back into the prison hold of the ship or locked her in her room, but who's to say that when I returned to let her out, she would attack me? My thoughts are broken as Kida holds her water pouch out to me as I finish making the fire. I take it, gratefully, and take a large drink from it before handing it back to her. I then walk over to the rhino's side, sitting down on the ground leaning against it. I know we should keep moving, but I can't do that with Kida nagging me to stop. It's best to just rest for a couple of hours so that she won't complain anymore. After she gives the rhino some more water, Kida sits down next to me, also leaning back against the rhino's side. I look at her from the corner of my eye, watching her as she stares at the fire, trying to stay awake. I roll my eyes. She's so stubborn. In a way, she's like me. Neither of us stop until we get what we want. That's basically the only thing that we have in common, though. In any other aspect, we're polar opposites. I want to capture the Avatar while she wants to protect him because he's her friend, and her siblings are traveling with him. I'm from the Fire Nation, and she's from the Southern Water Tribe. I'm a firebender, and she's a waterbender. We couldn't be any more different from each other, but I just can't help but feel as if we have more in common than we realize. My thoughts are once again broken when I feel something land on my shoulder. I tense up when I see that it's Kida's head on my shoulder. I want to shove her away or tell her off, but I don't. I can't. I stare down at her for a few seconds, her face being illuminated by the fire. She looks so beautiful. I shake my head at that, clearing my mind of those thoughts. What am I saying? I can't say that about a waterbender. She's my prisoner. She's friends with the Avatar. I can't have any feelings toward her, especially not when she's keeping the Avatar out of my reach. Besides, once I capture the Avatar and bring him to my father, I'll be bringing her and her siblings to him as well. So even if I do develop feelings for her, we can't be together. Normal point of view, which just means Kita's point of view. Before I know it, I'm being shaken awake by Zuko. We need to get moving, he says to me. I nod tiredly in reply before letting out a giant yawn and stretching out my muscles. How long was I asleep? I ask him as I get up from my spot on the ground. A couple of hours, he replies as he starts to mount the rhino. So he actually let us rest for a couple of hours? I ask myself as he gives me his hand to get on the rhino so that we can get moving again. Well, from the looks of it, he looks really tired. He must not have gotten any sleep in the last couple of hours. He must be very worried about his uncle. I can see why he would be worried. It seems to me like Iroh's the closest thing he has to a father now, especially since he was banished from the Fire Nation to hunt down the Avatar. Not to mention, Iroh probably taught him everything he knows. My thoughts about Zuko and Iroh's relationship are broken when Zuko makes the rhino start moving again, causing me to wrap my arms around his waist to keep myself steady again. It's around midday when Zuko spots something in the middle of the road. He stops the rhino and dismounts, leaving me in the saddle. What is it? I ask him as he walks up to the object, picking it up off the ground, holding it up in front of him. From what it looks like where I am at, it's a sandal. Iroh must have devised some sort of plan to leave it for Zuko to find. Smart. I hear Zuko sniff it before he jerks his head back in disgust. Yep, that's Uncle Iroh, he says as he stands up straight and gets back onto the rhino to continue following the trail of tracks. It's early evening and we're still following the tracks with no sign of Iroh and the earthbenders that took him. It's silent between Zuko and I until I hear a faint groan behind me. Zuko and I both look over our shoulders to see Appa flying in the distance. Aang, I think. The Avatar, Zuko says in alarm as he yanks on the reins, making the rhino turn around ready to go after Appa. I'm about to remind him as to what we've been doing since late last night, but he looks back down the trail that leads to Iroh. He then looks back again in the direction he saw Appa, indecision marking his face. He hesitates for a few more seconds before turning the rhino back down the trail, deciding that going after his uncle is more important than going after Aang at the moment. I smile softly at him for choosing to save Iroh instead of going after Aang. Since Zuko had saw Appa earlier, he's been making the rhino go faster. He clearly wants to get to Iroh and then head in the direction in which Appa was going just so that he can try to capture Aang. These dangerous hands need to be crushed, I hear a deep voice say, not too far away from where we are currently. Zuko stops the rhino and quickly dismounts. Stay here, he shouts as he runs to where the voice came from. I roll my eyes as I quickly dismount the rhino, running to the edge of the cliff to see whatever's going on below. I get to the edge of the cliff just in time to see Zuko kicking a large boulder away before it crushed Iroh's hands. Zuko lands in front of Iroh and breaks the chains holding Iroh's hands bound with a kick. Iroh rises from the ground with a smile. "Excellent form, Prince Zuko," Iroh compliments as he and Zuko press their backs against each other as the 5 earthbenders surround the 2 of them. "You taught me well," Zuko replies. "Surrender yourselves. It's 5 against 2. You're clearly outnumbered," says the earthbender. "That must be the captain." That's true, but you are clearly outmatched," Iroh replies. All 5 earthbenders launch stones at the pair. Iroh swings his chains and breaks them into pieces mid-flight, while Zuko blasts the 2 nearest him with fire. The 2 soldiers behind him have just shot 2 large rocks at him. Zuko is about to be hit by them when the stones are wrapped in Iroh's chains, that are still around his wrists. He swings them around his body and releases them back at their captors. The 2 soldiers are both hit in the stomach by the boulders and are both knocked out instantly. The captain then launches several rocks at Zuko, who dodges them and returns fire. The fire blast is blocked when the captain lowers his head and the fire breaks harmlessly over his onion-shaped helmet. The captain then raises 2 huge sheets of rock, and Zuko looks afraid. But Iroh makes the chains wrap around the captain's feet, pulling him to the ground, the rocks landing on him. I hear the earthbenders groan as they are all buried in dirt and rock. Iroh and Zuko stand over them, smiling at each other. Zuko then puts his hand on Iroh's shoulder. "Now would you please put on some clothes?" Zuko yells at him. It's now nighttime, and we had just entered a small village that appears to be where Aang and my siblings were. After we had saved Iroh, we took one of the ostrich horses that the earthbenders had so that Iroh could ride the rhino with Zuko and I could ride the ostrich horse by myself. Ostrich horses are a lot less bumpy than rhinos anyway. Zuko quickly dismounts from the rhino, walking up to one of the houses of the village, a stern expression on his face. Just as Zuko was going to reach the door, a man comes out, rubbing his temple tiredly and nearly running into Zuko's chest as he does so. "Having trouble sleeping?" Zuko asks as he pushes the man back into the doorway. "Seen the Avatar lately?" He continues sternly as he enters the home, slamming the door closed behind him. I know I should stop him, but there's nothing I can do about it now. Polar Opposites, Book 1, Water. Chapter 10, The Fire Temple. After Zuko got answers from that man in the village, we headed back to the ship, heading to the Crescent Island in the Fire Nation, where Aang is supposed to be going to the temple that is on that island, for whatever reason he needs to, or decided to go there for. All I know is that it's got something to do with the winter solstice. I just don't know all the details since Zuko never told me and probably won't tell me anything about what the man had told him anyway. Sailing into Fire Nation waters. Of all the foolish things you have done in your 16 years, Prince Zuko, this is the most foolish. Iroh says from beside me as he looks at his nephew in concern, breaking me out of my thoughts. I have no choice, Uncle, Zuko replies. I roll my eyes at his stubbornness. Doesn't he know that he was banished from the Fire Nation? Who knows what would happen if he got captured? Have you completely forgotten that the Fire Lord banished you? Iroh asks him angrily. What if you're caught? He asks softly, with a look of anguish and worry on his face. I never thought about that before.
If Zuko was caught in Fire Nation territory, who knows what would happen to him? And since I'm on the ship with him, I don't know what would happen to me either. Zuko would most likely tell them that I'm a waterbender from the Southern Water Tribe, and I'd be executed or left to rot in prison for the rest of my life like the rest of the waterbenders from my tribe were, all those years ago. If I'm sent to a prison in the Fire Nation, I hope I get to share the same cell with Zuko, so that I could give him a piece of my mind. Zuko then turns to Iroh and away from the spyglass that he's been using to spot Appa with. I'm chasing the Avatar. My father will understand why I'm returning home. You give him too much credit. My brother is not the understanding type, Iroh explains with a shake of his head. At Iroh's reply, Zuko turns back to the spyglass, searching the sky for a few seconds. Seconds later, it seems that he spotted Appa. There they are, he shouts. Helmsman, full steam ahead, he orders. I freeze as I spot Appa in front of us. I don't know what Aang is thinking by going to the Fire Nation, but it must be something important. Because if it isn't important, and he just wants to go to the Fire Nation to do something fun and my siblings get hurt while he's doing so, I will kill him the next time I see him, and I wouldn't care if he's the Avatar. My thoughts about killing Aang the next time I see him are interrupted by a catapult being raised from the bowels of the ship. The catapult is loaded with a steaming and smoldering projectile. Really, Prince Zuko? Couldn't you shoot them down with something more fragrant? Iroh asks as he fans himself, his nose wrinkling in disgust at the smell. He does have a point. Whatever Zuko is going to try shooting them down with does not smell pleasant. Zuko then shoots a blast of fire at the projectile, and it ignites instantly. He then raises his arm in the air. On my mark. Fire! Zuko yells, and a Fire Nation soldier cuts the catapult's rope, and the fiery projectile is hurled into the air towards Appa. My eyes then follow the fireball as it makes its descent to the ocean. My eyes then widen at what I see in the distance. It seems that Zuko sees the same thing as I do at that moment. A blockade, Zuko says, his voice filled with shock and worry. In front of us is a double line of Fire Nation warships stretched to the horizon. Technically, you are still in Earth Kingdom waters. Turn back now and they cannot arrest you, Iroh says, pulling on his beard thoughtfully. Zuko glares at his uncle before looking back into the spyglass to where Appa is. He's not turning around, Zuko states, and my eyes widen. Are they crazy? I think to myself, my eyes wide in shock. Please, Prince Zuko, if the Fire Nation captures you, there is nothing I can do. Do not follow the Avatar, Iroh says, trying to reason with him again. Zuko bows his head at Iroh's words. I'm sorry, Uncle. He then turns to the helmsman. Run the blockade, he orders. As the ship gets closer to the blockade, fireballs begin flying towards us. Most of the fireballs miss the ship, but the ship gets rocked by the waves created by them. I stumble, trying to keep my balance. That's when a fireball lands extremely close to the ship, generating a wave that breaks across the deck. I almost fall to the ground, but a hand grabs my arm, and I'm suddenly pressed up against the catapult on the deck. I quickly turn my head back to see the person who grabbed me, and my eyes widen as I realize that it was Zuko who grabbed me. We stare into each other's eyes for a few seconds before I quickly look away, hoping that I didn't stare into his eyes for too long. You all right? He asks me as the ship stops rocking and he slowly lets me go. Prince Zuko, a voice calls before I can reply to his question. Zuko turns around to see the engine master pointing back at the billowing fire and smoke behind him. The engines are damaged! We need to stop and make repairs! Do not stop this ship, Zuko orders as he turns back towards the front of the ship, toward the blockade. I turn back to the blockade as well, only to see Appa disappear into the clouds above, but the fireballs that the ships forming the blockade continue firing at them relentlessly. As far as I could tell, none of them hit Appa, so I could breathe out a sigh of relief, knowing that Aang is relentlessly trying to not get hit by any of them. My relief in knowing Aang is trying his best and not getting hit by any of the fireballs is broken when I see a figure falling from the sky. I instantly recognize the figure as Sokka. No! I scream as I run over to the railing, trying to think of a way I can save him somehow. I come up with something, but before I can react, I see Appa dive-bombing towards Sokka. Come on, I mutter helplessly as I see Sokka getting closer and closer to the water. Just before he hits the water, I see Katara grab his arm, pulling him into the saddle next to her. Appa hits the water, each of his legs using the ocean's surface like a trampoline. He begins his ascent as the ships in the blockade let loose another barrage of fireballs. Appa, still close to the surface of the water, swerves back and forth as fireballs land in the ocean near him. Appa continues to head straight for the blockade as a single fireball comes straight toward him. I see Aang jump off of Appa's head, kicking a burst of air directly into the center of the approaching fireball. The fireball explodes from the inside out as a result of Aang's blast. The fragments form a halo of smoke and debris around Appa. Appa flies through the center of the halo before flying through the blockade. I bow my head in relief that they passed the blockade unharmed. My relief for my siblings' safety is short-lived as I realize that we're heading straight toward the blockade. I straighten, turning toward Zuko and Iroh to see what he's going to do. "We're on a collision course!" Iroh shouts. "We can make it," Zuko says, the determination in his voice very evident. I turn back toward the oncoming ships that we're about to come into contact with, bracing for impact. But, for some reason, the two ships in front of us stop moving, letting us pass through the blockade easily. As we sail past the two ships, I look up to see Zhao glaring at Zuko. My eyes widen, realizing that he must have given the order to stop the ships. That's not good. Zhao then turns his gaze over to me, smirking slightly at the sight of me. I glare up at him, not showing any weakness whatsoever. As I glare up at Zhao, Zuko steps in front of me, causing Zhao to turn his glare back to him. When the ship passes through the blockade safely, Iroh, Zuko, and I all look back at the blockade suspiciously, having an idea as to why Zhao had let us through. It's nearly sunset now, and I'm still convinced that Zhao was up to something when he let us pass through the blockade without any problems. "What's he up to, Uncle? Why didn't Commander Zhao arrest me?" Zuko asks as he stands at the railing of the ship. "'Cause he wants to follow you. He knows you'll lead him to the prize you're both after. The Avatar," Iroh replies. "If Zhao wants to follow our trail of smoke, then that's exactly what I'll let him do," Zuko says, which makes me look at him in confusion. What does he mean by that, I wonder? I think, knowing that Zuko must have a plan to hopefully get Zhao off of Aang's trail. "Uncle, keep heading north. Zhao will follow the smoke trail while I use it as a cover," Zuko tells Iroh as the small boat he will be using to go in the direction that Aang and my siblings were going gets lowered into the water. Iroh strokes his beard, shaking his head disapprovingly. "What about me?" I ask him as I step forward. "You stay here with Uncle," Zuko replies as he gets ready to leave by stepping into the boat. I roll my eyes before jumping into the boat after him. "Nope, I'm coming with you and there's nothing you can do about it," I say. "No, you have to stay here," Zuko growls. "Look, it's either you take me with you, or I'll knock you out and steer the boat myself," I say with a shrug as if it's no big deal. I hear Iroh chuckle softly from behind me, and I smirk at the scarred prince in front of me, crossing my arms over my chest in victory. Zuko growls in annoyance, but doesn't say anything else as the small boat is deployed, landing safely into the water. As we depart from the main ship, I know that Zuko's going to be wallowing in his anger about being forced to take me along, completely aware that I'd fight him to protect Aang from him. We soon get to a crescent-shaped island with an active volcano and some sort of temple-like building next to it. Is that supposed to be some sort of temple or something? I ask him as I look at the temple. It's a fire temple. It's sort of a shrine built for the Avatar, Zuko explains. Is anyone else here besides us? I ask. Fire sages, Zuko answers simply. Is that good or bad? I ask him. He pauses for a second and then looks at me. Depends what side you're on. Oh. So, all of the above, I ask quietly. Great. That's always good, I huff. He nods and seems to not really get my sarcasm, probably too absorbed by what we're doing. A loud blast then catches the two of us off guard. It came from the temple, causing the both of us to take off in a sprint toward the temple. We got to the temple and Zuko disappeared, clearly knowing where to go better than I do. Groaning in annoyance, I try to catch up with him so that I don't get lost inside of the large temple. After about 10 minutes of running around the temple, I finally find the main staircase and start running up. But before I get too far up it, I feel a hand grab my collar. Before I can scream out for help, a hand covers my mouth. I'm yanked around to face the one and only Commander Zhao. Well, 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 what do we have here? Zhao asks with a giant smirk on his face. Zhao, I growl while I glare at him. Now, I think you will be an excellent bargaining chip for both the Avatar and the Banished Prince. He smirks as he grabs my chin so that I look him straight in the eyes. I don't say anything, I just continue to glare at him intensely before yanking my chin away, not giving him the satisfaction of me trying to say something to prove him wrong. Zhao nods towards his men, and they resume the climb to the top of the tower, dragging me along behind him. When we reach the top of the stairs, I hear Zuko's voice. Why did you help the Avatar? Because it was once the sage's duty. It is still our duty. Another voice answers. I'm brought into a beautiful large room with several pillars with dragons spiraling up them, all looking towards a magnificent door. 4 men in red robes stand behind a fifth, the fifth being on his knees as Zuko interrogates him. My eyes widen as I see both Sokka and Katara chained up to one of the pillars, sending a bout of anger through me. Zhao begins to clap as I thrash against the soldier who's holding me. What a moving and heartfelt performance, Zhao says mockingly. I'm certain the Fire Lord will understand when you explain why you betrayed him. Commander Zhao, the only sage without a headdress, speaks as he bows to him. And Prince Zuko, it was a noble effort, but your little smoke screen didn't work. Zuko scowls at him sharply as the firebender steps behind him, seizing his arms. 2 traitors and the last waterbender of the Southern Water Tribe in one day. The Fire Lord will be pleased. He smirks as he gestures to me. Zuko struggles against his captor. You're too late, Zhao. The Avatar's inside and the doors are sealed, he snaps. No matter, Zhao says confidently with a grin. Sooner or later, he has to come out. No. Aang. I think worriedly as I glance at Sokka and Katara, who exchange worried glances with each other. Zhao then orders his men to tie Zuko and I to the other pillar, opposite of my siblings and the fire sage that helped Aang. I grunt as the chains are tightened around my body. Stop struggling, Zuko says to me, sounding annoyed. I glare at him as I finally stop struggling against the chains. When those doors open, unleash all your firebending power, Zhao orders his men. I sigh as I sag against the column, closing my eyes. I can't watch Aang be killed. Watch him burn. It would be too much. It would remind me of the day my mother died. As I think this, I feel a hand slip into my own. My eyes widen for a second before I realize that it's Zuko. A second later, I squeeze his hand back, letting him know that I'll be okay. How's Aang going to get out of this? I hear Katara's voice ask from the other side of the room. How are we going to get out of this? Sokka rebukes back. He'll find a way, I think. I then look at Zuko in the corner of my eye, who's keeping a close eye on Zhao and his men. And so will we. As Zhao said earlier, the doors to the temple begin to open, smoke oozing through the cracks in the door. The doors open wider, a blinding white light forces all of us to look away. Ready? Zhao yells once the light eases, soon fading altogether. Only a pair of glowing white eyes is left in the darkness of the room. No! Aang! Katara screams out in terror. Fire! Zhao commands, and all 6 of Zhao's men, the 4 fire sages, and Zhao himself fire at the open door. The flames being blasted inside the temple consume Aang, but there were no screams or yelps for help. The fire swirls around for a moment before revealing a figure who is not Aang. Avatar Roku. The fire sage that's tied down to the column with Sokka and Katara says, in astonishment, as Roku draws the fireball back towards himself and shoots it out into the room, blasting the wall of the temple out. Zhao and his soldiers are knocked to the floor by the blast. The heat of the blast melts the chains holding Sokka, Katara, the fire sage, Zuko, and I. Zuko runs off without any hesitation, while I stay put, wanting to stay with my siblings and make sure that they're safe. I run over to my siblings just as the 4 other fire sages run out of the room for their lives. Avatar Roku is going to destroy the temple. We have to get out of here, the fire sage says to my siblings just as I get to them. Not without Aang, Katara replies. I look over to where Avatar Roku is standing in the doorway of the sanctuary. He raises his arm and brings it down to the floor of the temple. The force of his strike rends the floor. Molten lava rises to the surface. He lifts it up, causing a wall of magma to shoot up through the entire temple structure. The lava explodes out of the very top of the temple. Sokka, Katara, and I stay behind the column that they and Shayu, the fire sage, were tied to for protection, not wanting to get hit with lava. I look around the column from my position holding onto Katara to see Avatar Roku lower his hands and take a deep breath. The smoke created by Roku's pyrotechnics is sucked back toward him, causing him to be completely shrouded in the smoke. As the smoke swirls and dissipates, Aang is standing in the entryway of the sanctuary. His eyes are glowing. He then closes his eyes, groans, and sinks to the floor. Katara, Sokka, and I run to his side. We got your back, Sokka says to him as he and Katara help him to his feet. Thanks, Aang says. Where's Shayu? I don't know, Katara replies. Come on, we need to get out of here, I say to them as I run over to the stairs. I stop at the top of the stairs, my eyes widening in shock at the sight of the lava close to the top of the stairs. We're trapped, I think, taking a step back from the stairs, telling the others that we can't go down them. One of the columns then crashes to the floor behind us, causing us to gasp and run towards the hole in the temple wall created by Avatar Roku's blast. We all gasp in horror as we see that the temple is being devoured by the volcano. I then hear Aang and my siblings gasp from beside me, and I turn to look at what they're looking at. I smile at the sight of Appa and some sort of lemur flying straight toward us. Come on, I say to them. We all slide down one of the peaks of the temple, landing on Appa's back. As Appa flies away, the 4 of us watch as the temple slowly falls as it's devoured by the lava from the volcano. I glance down toward the sea below, seeing Zuko's small boat sailing away from the island. At least he got out safely and didn't get captured by Zhao, I think. I stop staring at the small boat when the lemur hops up onto my lap with one of the fire sage's hats on his head, causing me to let out a small giggle. We've been flying for a couple of hours now, and I've been listening to my siblings tell me about what has happened to them during our time apart. I then notice that Aang hasn't said anything at all. He looks sad and confused as he sits in the saddle next to Sokka and Katara. I stand up and carefully step towards him, kneeling down, hugging him. Sokka and Katara follow in my guidance, joining in the hug. Even Momo joins us while Appa lets out a low, affectionate growl to show that he was there for Aang too. What happened? I ask him softly, wanting to know as to why he looks so lost and confused. Polar Opposites. Book 1, Water. Chapter 11, The Water-Bending Scroll. I sit in Appa's saddle with Aang and Katara as Sokka drives Appa. It hasn't even been a full day since I reunited with Aang and my siblings, and to be completely honest, it's going to take me a few more days to get used to being on Appa instead of Zuko's ship. It's really weird not having Aang being the one at the reins, but since he's been freaking out about what Avatar Roku told him at the Fire Temple, I can see why he's been pacing up and down Appa's back with a worried expression on his face for the last 20 minutes. Would you sit down? If we hit a bump, you'll go flying off, Sokka says to him as he turns his head to him while still driving Appa. What's bugging you anyway? He asks, before turning back to where he's paying attention to where we're going. It's what Avatar Roku said. I'm supposed to master all 4 elements before that comet arrives, Aang answers as he continues pacing up and down Appa's back. Well, let's see. You've pretty much mastered airbending, and that only took you 112 years. I'm sure you can master 3 more elements by next summer, Sokka says, which makes me lean over the side of the saddle and hit him on the head. Ow! He whines while he rubs his head while glaring back at me. Sokka, you're not helping, I growl at him before turning back to Aang, to see him even more scared than he already was before Sokka said that. I haven't even started waterbending, and we're still weeks away from the North Pole, Aang says with an extremely frightened expression on his face. What am I going to do? He continues, putting his head in his hands in frustration. My eyes meet with Katara's, and she nods before she grabs Aang's hand, pulling him down to kneel in front of her. Calm down. It's going to be okay. If you want, Kita and I can try and teach you some of the stuff we know, Katara says with a smile. Yuchi would do that? Aang asks as he looks from Katara to me for confirmation. Katara and I nod, smiling at him. Katara and Aang then crawl over to the edge of the saddle to look down at the ground. We'll need to find a good source of water first, Katara says. Sokka turns his head back to face us with a smirk on his face. Maybe we can find a puddle for you to splash in. I roll my eyes at him before leaning over the other side of the saddle to look for a good source of water that the 3 of us can use. Not too long after that, we find a waterfall and a river to use. Nice puddle, Sokka says sarcastically while Aang, Katara, and I look at the waterfall in amazement. That's when Appa swoops in from overhead, growling loudly as he drops into the water, splashing Momo in the process. Appa then turns over on his back, floating around, ready to be lazy for a few hours. Yeah! Don't start without me, boy! Aang yells to him as he suddenly is standing in his swimming trunks, ready to join Appa in the water. Remember the reason we're here, Katara says, stopping Aang from jumping into the water after Appa. Aang stops in his tracks and looks back at Katara and I. Oh, right. Time to practice some waterbending, he says as he starts to pull on the rest of his clothes again. Great. So what am I supposed to do? Sokka asks us. You could clean the gunk out of Appa's toes, Aang suggests as he picks up a leafy branch and holds it out to my twin brother. Sokka folds his arms across his chest. So, while you guys are playing in the water, I'm supposed to be hard at work picking the mud out of a giant bison's feet? He asks skeptically, raising an eyebrow at Aang's suggestion. Mud and bugs, Aang says with a smile. Sokka pauses for a second. Okay, he says as he takes the branch from Aang and walks away. Aang, Katara, and I move to the other side of the waterfall to begin the lesson. I decide to let Katara show him what she knows, since Aang seems very eager to have her teach him. Not to mention, the moves that she'll be teaching him are fairly basic moves, whereas the moves that I'll be teaching him are a little bit more advanced. The only reason is because I've had 2 more years of practice than Katara has. This is a pretty basic move, but it still took me months to perfect. So don't be frustrated if you don't get it right away. Just push and pull the water like this. Katara says to Aang as she begins to bob back and forth gracefully, the water on the river's edge moving back and forth with her. The key is getting the wrist movement right, she says. Aang gets up from his spot next to me and begins imitating Katara's movements. Like this? He asks. That's almost right. If you keep practicing, I'm sure eventually... Katara begins, but is cut off by Aang. Hey, I'm bending it already, he says excitedly as he begins to bend a respectable size wave of water. Wow, I can't believe you got that so quickly, Katara says, looking a little unhappy. It took me 2 months to learn that move. Well, you had to figure it out on your own. I'm lucky enough to have a great teacher, Aang says to her with a small smile. Thanks, Katara says, smiling back at him. So, what's next? Aang asks her, clearly eager to learn more waterbending moves. This is a more difficult move. I call it streaming the water, Katara says, as she moves her hands pulling out a stream of water from the river and begins to loop it around. It's harder than it looks, so don't be disappointed if... She continues only to turn her head to see Aang already bending a stream of water like a pro. I glance over to Katara, who looks very sour at how easily Aang is mastering the moves she practiced for months on end. She drops her own water stream while Aang plays with his for a few more seconds before he dumps his back into the river. Nice work, though the over-the-head flare was unnecessary, Katara says to him. Sorry, Aang apologizes, looking a little sheepish. Well, don't stop now, keep 'em coming, he encourages. Katara looks a bit discouraged for a moment before she speaks. Well, I kind of know this one other move, but it's pretty hard. I haven't even totally figured it out yet, she says. The idea is to create a big, powerful wave, she continues before she turns towards the water. She then moves her hands up, her arms trembling as a large mass of water begins to rise out of the river. Before she can make a proper wave, however, the mass of water pops like a bubble. Aang then sets up to try it out too. So, like this? He asks her as he raises his hands and a huge wall of water shoots up into the air. Aang! I hear Sokka yell from the other side of the massive wave. The water falls and Sokka falls off of Appa and into the river. Once the wave passes, Sokka comes up out of the water, soaking wet. Aang then turns to Katara. Looks like I got the hang of that move, he says. What else you got? That's enough practice for today, Katara says crossly. Yeah, I'll say, Sokka exclaims from the river, making the other 2 and I to turn to him, seeing him soaking wet, his head peeking out of the water. You just practiced our supplies down the river, he continues, and I spot all of our supplies floating down the river. Sorry, Aang apologizes. I'm sure we can find somewhere to replace all this stuff. Ugh, it was hard enough when you were just an airbender, Sokka says, aggravated, before he sinks back under the water. We've got exactly 3 copper pieces left from the money that King Bumi gave us. Let's spend it wisely, Sokka says to us as he exits one of the shops in the village not too far from the waterfall where Katara was teaching Aang waterbending. My siblings and Aang told me about King Bumi. The guy sounded pretty crazy from what Sokka and Katara had told me about him, but I guess if he was Aang's friend, he has to be alright. If we ever decide to go to Amashu again, I would like to meet him since I haven't met him yet. Make that 2 copper pieces, Sokka, Aang replies. I couldn't say no to this whistle. He continues as he pulls out a white bison-shaped whistle before taking a huge breath to blow into it. I was expecting the whistle to be loud, but it only made a soft hissing sound that I can barely hear. It doesn't even work, Sokka says. Momo then begins to chitter into Aang's ear as he stops blowing into it. See, even Momo thinks it's a piece of junk, Sokka says to him. No offense, Aang, but I'll hold the money from now on, Katara says to him, holding her hand out to take the money from him. Aang looks down guiltily and hands the money over to Katara. Earth Nation, Fire Nation, Water Nation. So long as bargains are your inclination, you're welcome here. Don't be shy, come on by. A man announces as the 4 of us walk down the harbor looking for more supplies that we can get with 2 copper pieces. The man then pauses when he sees us walking past him and quickly runs up to us. Oh, you there, he exclaims. I can see by your clothing you're world-traveling types, he comments while gesturing to our clothing. Perhaps I can interest you in some exotic curios? He asks us. Sure, Aang says with a smile. What are curios? He asks, confused. The man pauses for a moment. I'm not entirely sure, but we got 'em. The man takes Aang by the shoulders and bustles us onto the ship, my siblings and I following close behind them. Once on the ship, the 4 of us separate, looking at different things. I walk over to the jewelry area to see what kind of necklaces they may have, but before I can get a proper look at any of them, I hear Katara say, Look at this, Aang, it's a waterbending scroll. I perk up at that and walk over to where she and Aang stand, looking down at the waterbending scroll. Check out these crazy moves, she says, smiling. Where did you get a waterbending scroll? Aang asks a man who must be the captain of the ship. The captain slams his hand onto the scroll before taking it in his hand, rolling it up again. Let's just say I got it out north at a reasonable price. Free, he grins before putting the scroll back into the rack. My eyes widen slightly at the captain's answer as to how he had gotten the waterbending scroll. Wait a second, I think. Wait a minute! Sea-loving traders with suspiciously acquired merchandise and pet reptile birds? Sokka lists off. Seems like I'm not the only one who realized that these guys are pirates. You guys are pirates! Sokka exclaims. The pirate who brought us onto the ship puts his arm around Sokka's shoulders. We prefer to think of ourselves as high-risk traders. He smiles. So, how much for the, traded scroll? Katara asks the pirate captain as she holds the 2 copper pieces that we have in her hand. I've already got a buyer, a nobleman in the Earth Kingdom, the captain replies. Unless, of course, you kids have 200 gold pieces on you right now. Katara and Aang withdraw slightly to speak in private. Aang puts his hand out to Katara. I know how to deal with these guys, Katara. Pirates love to haggle, he says to her. Katara and I glance at each other for a second before she gives him the 2 copper pieces. Watch and learn, Aang says as he walks over to the pirate captain again. What say to the price of 1 copper piece? Aang says as he holds one of the 2 copper pieces up to Captain, a wide grin on his face. Ha ha ha! The captain laughs. The price is 200 gold pieces. I don't haggle on items this rare, he states. Okay. 2 copper pieces, Aang says, holding the 2 copper pieces in between his fingers. The captain then glares at Aang menacingly. It's not as amusing the second time, boy. Katara then walks up to him nervously. Aang, can we get out of here? I feel like we're getting weird looks. Aye, we be casting off now, Aang says like a pirate as he grabs his staff and follows Katara out. The four of us walk down the ramp from the ship and onto the dock. "What was that all about, Katara?" Aang asks from behind me as we get onto the dock, walking away from the pirate ship. "Yeah, I was just starting to browse through their boomerang collection," Sokka says. "I'll just feel a lot better once we get away from here," Katara says as she hugs herself protectively. "Hey, you! Get back here!" We hear the pirate that had brought us onto the ship yell from the deck of the ship. The four of us turn to look back at him. "Well, well, look who's come to their senses. Told you the haggling would pay off," Aang says to us. Like angry bees from a beehive, the whole crew of pirates exit their ship to come after us. Oh boy, we're in trouble, I think. I don't think these pirates are here to trade with us," Katara says nervously before the four of us start running away, the pirates in hot pursuit of us. The four of us run down an alley, hoping to lose the pirates, but it doesn't work. I glance behind me and see that not all of the pirates are following us. They must have split off to cut us off, I think, as we turn another corner around a building. As I pass the corner, I waterbend some water from a nearby stall onto the ground and freeze it. I smirk as I hear one of the pirates slip on the ice, crashing into multiple barrels. We continue running down the alley, almost running into a cabbage merchant and his cart full of cabbages. Sokka, Katara, and I run by the cart, bumping it, knocking a few of the cabbages off the cart as we go. The merchant saves the cabbages from hitting the ground, but then Aang launches himself between the cart's canopy and the cabbages and emerges out the other side. As he does, he turns and airbends the cart up the street to strike the pursuing pirates. The cart disappears in a cloud of dust, as do the pirates. "My cabbages!" I hear the merchant scream. "This place is worse than Omashu!" he groans. "Sorry!" I yell back at him as I follow the others around a corner, leading into another alleyway. As soon as I think we're going to escape from the pirates, the rest of the pirates jump out in front of us, their weapons at the ready. We quickly run back the way we came, the pirates in pursuit. "I hope that lemur of yours has 9 lives," I hear one of the pirates say as we run into another alleyway, which ends up being a dead end. The four of us turn to face the pirates who have cornered us. "Now, who gets to take the steel of my blade first?" the pirate Barker asks, wielding his 2 long knives around. "No thanks," Aang says before he airbends a huge gust of wind at the pirates, who become blinded and disoriented by the dust. Aang begins to rush forward while opening his glider. Katara, Sokka, and I run along close behind him. "Hold on tight!" Aang yells to us as he begins to fly into the air. "Aang, I thought we were running away from the pirates!" Katara exclaims. "Just hang on!" Aang replies as I latch onto Sokka's waist, hoping this'll work. We have trouble gaining altitude at first. In fact, we bounce off of the heads of the pirates before we glide high up into the air, leaving the pirates and the port behind us. We land by the waterfall where Katara was teaching Aang waterbending earlier. "I used to kinda look up to pirates, but those guys are terrible," Aang says as he closes his glider. "I know," Katara smiles. "That's why I took this," she says as she pulls out the waterbending scroll, holding it out in her outstretched hand. "No way," Aang and I say at the same time, unhappy looks on our faces. "Isn't it great?" Katara asks us excitedly. "No wonder they were trying to hack us up. You stole their waterbending scroll," Sokka says to her. "I prefer to think of it as high-risk trading," Katara says, clearly self-satisfied. "Haha, good one, Katara," says Aang, a wide smile on his face. "Sokka, where do you think they got it?" Katara asks our brother. "They stole it from a waterbender." "It doesn't matter," Sokka defends. "You put all of our lives in danger just so you could learn some stupid fancy splashes." "These are real waterbending forms," Katara says. "You know how crucial it is for Aang to learn waterbending?" "You know, Sokka, she does have a point," I say to my brother. "Whatever," Sokka replies as he turns around and starts walking away from us. Well, what's done is done, Aang says to Katara. We have it, we might as well learn from it. He continues, and Katara and I nod in agreement. I just want to try this one move first, and then it's all yours, Katara says to Aang as she looks down at the scroll. Here, hold it open for me, she says to him, handing him the scroll so that he can hold it open for her. She takes a few steps backwards over to the river, assuming a waterbending stance. The Cinco water whip. Looks doable. She then raises a stream of water from the river and whips it around, but it hits her in the forehead, leaving a bruise, making Sokka let out a laugh from beside me. What's so funny? Katara asks, turning to him, irritation in her voice. I'm sorry, but you deserve that, Sokka says to her. He then turns to Aang. You've been duped. She's only interested in teaching herself, he says. Aang will get his turn once I figure out the water whip, Katara exclaims guiltily. She tries again, but the whip behaves erratically and unintentionally zaps Momo, who screams at her in protest. Why can't I get this stupid move? Katara exclaims angrily. You'll get it, Aang says as he walks over to the river. Katara looks displeased at this pronouncement, undoubtedly expecting Aang to show her up once again. You just gotta shift your weight through the stances, he says to her as he gracefully manipulates the whip for a few seconds, and then drops it back into the river. There, see, the key to bending is, will you please shut your air hole? Believe it or not, your infinite wisdom gets a little old sometimes. Why don't we just throw the scroll away since you're so naturally gifted? She growls at him. She then turns to Sokka and I, both of us giving her unimpressed looks. What? She asks us angrily before she looks at Aang, who is frightened and looks on the verge of tears. Oh my gosh, Aang, I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me, she apologizes. But you know what? It won't happen again, she says as she rolls up the scroll and hands it to Aang. Here, this is yours. I don't want to have anything to do with it anymore. It's okay, Katara, Aang says softly. What about Momo? Sokka asks as he looks down at Momo, who's rubbing his sore behind where the whip had struck him. He's the real victim here. Katara walks over to Momo, kneeling down behind him. I'm sorry, Momo, she says to him as she strokes his ears in comfort. And what about me? Sokka asks her, clearly milking the situation. There was that time you... Katara cuts him off. No more apologies, she says angrily, making Momo jump away from her. Usually, I fall asleep right away, but tonight, I just can't sleep. I stare at the campfire, my thoughts wandering over to Zuko. I wonder what he's doing right now. He's probably in his room on his ship, thinking of a way to capture Aang again. Then again, it is in the middle of the night, so he's probably asleep by now. I've been thinking about Zuko a lot more since we were at the Fire Temple, and I really don't know why. I mean, we weren't really friends or anything. I sigh softly, closing my eyes again, wanting to get some sleep since we're going to be flying again tomorrow, and you never know what will happen or who we'll run into. Shh! Momo, go back to sleep! The very familiar voice of Katara whispers, causing my eyes to shoot open. I don't hear Katara's footsteps anymore when I slowly sit up in my sleeping bag, not wanting to wake Aang or Sokka. I then turn my head toward Aang's bag that he had put the waterbending scroll into earlier, not seeing it inside. I sigh softly out of irritation, knowing that Katara is going to try and learn the water whip again. I quietly get out of my sleeping bag, getting to my feet. I walk toward Momo, who perks up at me as I walk towards him. He chirps at me, and I quickly put my index finger to my lips, shushing him. Shh! Stay here and go back to sleep, I tell him while petting his head, causing him to purr softly. I'm going to find Katara. I'll be back in a little while. I finish as I remove my hand from his head, walking towards the forest to look for Katara. Katara, where are you? I call out for what seems to be the millionth time. It seems like I've been trying to find Katara for what seems like last hour, but in reality, it's only been 20 minutes. I groan out in frustration, ready to just give up in my search when I hear Katara's voice in the distance say, "Come on, Water, work with me here." Finally, I mutter to myself as I walk in the direction her voice is coming from. I finally find Katara near the river trying to do the water whip. "Okay, Katara, shift your weight through the stances," she says to herself before the stream collapses. "Ugh!" she growls. I'm about to come out from the bushes to confront her when I hear the sound of grinding metal. Katara seems to hear it too, as she runs over to a row of bushes on her left. I'm about to yell out to her as I realize it's Zuko's cuttercraft, but a hand covers my mouth, cutting me off. "Well, well, well, what do we have here?" a gruff voice asks from behind me. I struggle against the pirate holding me as another pirate sneaks up behind Katara, grabbing her. "No, let go of me!" she yells before she bends a water whip around and smacks the pirate in the face. He lets go of her, but she runs right into Zuko's arms, who holds her by the wrists. "I'll save you from the pirates," he says to her. "Ugh! Let go of me, you creep!" I growl as the pirate, who has me in his grip, drags me forward, revealing me to both Katara and Zuko. "Kida?" Katara asks in surprise, her eyes wide, as Zuko hands her to one of the other pirates. My eyes then meet Zuko's for a moment, and I can tell he's surprised to see me here. To be completely honest, I'm surprised to see him too, but I would never admit that. Zuko then turns his gaze away from me and faces the pirates holding Katara and I. "Tie them to those trees over there," he orders, making the pirates holding Katara and I walk over to two trees that are 10 feet apart from each other. Katara and I are bound to the trunks of small trees, our hands behind the trunk. The two of us are surrounded by both pirates and Zuko's soldiers. I grunt against the restraints as Zuko begins interrogating Katara. "Tell me where he is and I won't hurt the two of you or your brother," Zuko says to her. "Go jump in the river!" Katara exclaims, glaring at him. Zuko then glances toward me for a moment before turning back to Katara. "Try to understand. I need to capture him to restore something I've lost," he says, walking around the tree that she's bound to. "My honor," he clarifies, as he leans closer to Katara, her head turning away from him as he does. "Perhaps in exchange I can restore something you've lost," he continues. He then pulls something out from his pocket, holding it in front of Katara's neck. My eyes widen in shock at the sight of Katara and I's mother's necklace. Seeing Katara and I's shocked expression, Zuko walks away with the necklace, a smug smirk on his face. "Our mother's necklace!" Katara exclaims. "How did you get that?" I ask him, struggling against my bounds, glaring at Zuko intensely. Tara had told me the story about how she lost the necklace at an earthbender prison. That's when I remember that before we went to the fire temple, Zuko's ship stopped at a rig that was used as a prison for earthbenders. "Why, you son of a—" Zuko cuts me off as he turns to face me again. "I didn't steal it, if that's what you're wondering," he replies, which makes me roll my eyes with a scoff, not believing him whatsoever. "Tell me where he is," he growls at the both of us. "No!" Katara and I exclaim at the same time while glaring at him. "Enough of this necklace garbage," the pirate captain says, taking a step forward. "You promised the scroll." Zuko pulls the scroll out from behind him. "I wonder how much money this is worth," he asks, making fire in his hand beneath it. The pirates gasp and some cry out in protest. "A lot, apparently," Zuko smirks. "Now you help me find what I want. You'll get this back, and everyone goes home happy," he says. "Search the woods for the boy and meet back here," he commands. "Fine," the pirate captain replies sullenly before leading his men into the forest to search for Aang and Sokka. It doesn't take very long for the pirates to come back to the riverbank with both Aang and Sokka. I sigh in defeat since I was really hoping that they wouldn't capture them. If only I was there with them and not where I am now. Nice work, Zuko says to the pirate captain. Aang, this is all my fault, Katara says, which makes me look at her. No, Katara, it isn't, Aang assures her. Yeah, it kind of is, Iroh argues from his spot next to Katara, making Katara look at him rudely. Give me the boy, Zuko says to the captain. You give us the scroll, the captain says back to him. You're really gonna hand over the Avatar for a stupid piece of parchment? Sokka asks incredulously. Don't listen to him. He's trying to turn us against each other, Zuko says, pointing at Sokka. Pirate Captain turns to Aang in confusion. Your friend is the Avatar? He asks. Sure is, Sokka says with a smile. And I'll bet he'll fetch a lot more on the black market than that fancy scroll, he continues. Shut your mouth, you water-tribe peasant, Zuko shouts, which makes me glare daggers at his back for calling my little brother a peasant. Just because he's the crown prince of the Fire Nation gives him no right to call my brother a peasant. Yeah, Sokka, you really should shut your mouth, Aang says quietly, clearly concerned about the situation. I'm just saying, it's bad business sense. Just imagine how much the Fire Lord would pay for the Avatar. You guys would be set for life, Sokka says sweetly to the obviously very interested pirates. Keep the scroll, the pirate captain says as he points at Zuko. We can buy 100 with the reward we'll get for the kid. He continues as he and his men begin to walk away with both Sokka and Aang. As the pirates walk towards their ship, I turn to look over at Zuko and see how angry he is. Oh boy. They're in for it now, I think, knowing that the pirates are in big trouble now. You'll regret breaking a deal with me, Zuko says before he and the guards on either side of him unleash a torrent of flames, which bathes the ground underneath the pirates who jump out of the way. The pirate salesman in green jumps through the smoke, running towards Zuko and his men. He then starts throwing what seem to be smoke bombs at Zuko and his men, while Zuko fires 2 fire blasts toward him. The pirate dodges both blasts, and the smoke bombs he threw explode around Zuko and his men, blinding them, while the pirate jumps into the smoke. While Zuko and the 2 soldiers that were beside him are distracted, the rest of Zuko's men charge toward Aang and Sokka, who are still bound by the rope the pirates put around them to restrain them. As the soldiers get near, 4 pirates jump in front of Aang and Sokka to defend their captives. They drop smoke bombs, and the battlefield instantly becomes a foggy mess. The soldiers cautiously approach the edge of the smoke and are instantly pulled in by the arms of pirates emerging from the smoke. I then see something white in the corner of my eye, and I look over to where Katara is to see Momo chewing through her bonds. Thanks, Momo. I owe you a bushel of apples, Katara says to the lemur with a smile before she runs over to me to untie my own bonds. What now? I ask her as I throw the rope down onto the ground. Help me get the pirate ship back into the water, Katara says, pointing towards the breached pirate ship. I nod in agreement, knowing that using the ship to escape would be better than running on foot, since both Zuko and pirates are after us. As Katara and I run toward the pirate ship, I see Zuko fighting the captain of the pirates, and the captain is clearly winning. I groan out in irritation as I whirl round, waterbending a stream of water from the river toward the pirate captain, making him stumble. While the captain is distracted, Zuko's eyes meet mine and I give him a 2-fingered salute before continuing to run toward the pirate ship with Katara. Luckily, Katara didn't see me help Zuko, because if either she or Sokka did, I would have a lot of explaining to do. Katara and I reach the pirate ship and start trying to get it back into the water by pushing against it. It doesn't budge. Katara, Gita, you're okay, I hear Aang call to us. I turn to see him and Sokka running towards us. Help us get this boat back in the water so we can get out of here, Katara says to them. The 4 of us then begin to push on the boat together, but nothing happens. We stop and look up at the prow. We need a team of rhinos to budge this ship, Sokka says. A team of rhinos, Aang begins, or 3 waterbenders. He continues, smiling at Katara and I, making Katara and I to smile back at him. Katara, Aang, and I start pulling the river back and forth at the beach, slowly raising the water level around the prow of the ship, making the ship float. Everybody in, I say to the others. As soon as I think we're home free from the pirates and Zuko, I turn around to look behind us to see the pirates using Zuko's cutter ship. Sokka, can you make it go any faster? Aang asks my brother after he notices the pirates gaining on us. I don't know how. This thing wasn't made by the water tribe, Sokka says from the wheel. I watch as the cutter ship comes up beside the pirate ship, ready for the upcoming fight. Once the cutter ship is parallel with the pirate ship, the pirates begin jumping onto the ship. 2 of the pirates begin to advance on Katara, but before they can get to her, Aang waterbends a huge wave onto the deck that washes one of the pirates overboard. Katara looks afraid for a moment, but a second later she gains the confidence and determination in her countenance and creates a water whip that smacks the other one overboard. Hey, you did the water whip! Aang cheers. I couldn't have done it without your help, Katara says back, with a smile. I grin to myself as I continue fighting the pirate in front of me, using the water from Aang's wave. I quickly twirl around before waterbending the water at the pirate, knocking him overboard. Once I know he's taken care of, I turn to my siblings to see Sokka being thrown off of the bridge of the ship. I quickly run over to him as Aang takes care of the 2 pirates that Sokka was fighting before he was thrown into the sail. Sokka? I ask him. He groans softly in reply, letting me know that he's alright. Aang jumps down from the bridge, landing next to me, checking if Sokka's okay. Aang, look! I hear Katara yell from behind us. My eyes widen as I notice that there's a giant waterfall right in front of us. Oh no! Aang says, not noticing the pirate sneaking up behind him. I'm about to let Aang know that the pirate is behind him, but the pirate draws his blade, making a distinctive sound. Aang turns to face him and draws the bison whistle in response. He blows the whistle furiously to no seeming effect, making the pirate look at him with an unimpressed look on his face. Sokka, who had recovered, runs up to the pirate, round-kicking him overboard before turning to Aang. Have you lost your mind? This is no time for flute practice, he exclaims at him while I run over to the starboard railing, staring at the rapidly approaching waterfall with wide eyes. We can stop the boat, Katara exclaims. Aang, Kida, together! Push and pull the water, she continues to both Aang and I. Aang, Katara, and I get into position, making pushing and pulling motions in unison. It's working! It's slowing down, Katara says as the boat slowly turns to a 90-degree angle to the edge of the waterfall. We're doing it! I smile, glad that the boat stopped and we didn't go over the waterfall. But we have another problem, Sokka says from beside me, pointing to the cutter ship which is coming straight towards us. A few moments later, Zuko's cutter ship rams into the starboard side of the ship, making the 4 of us yell at the impact. The ship leans over the edge of the waterfall, making the 4 of us slide down to the railing that is closest to the edge. Jump! Aang yells, and the 4 of us jump off the ship, falling down to the river below, the pirate ship falling behind us. As we fall down the waterfall, Appa swoops in below us, and the 4 of us land on his back, avoiding the falling pirate ship just in time. We fly away from the waterfall, the 4 of us staying in the saddle on Appa's back. I knew a bison whistle would come in handy, Aang says as he holds up the bison whistle that he had bought. Thanks, Appa. Yeah, we owe you one, Sokka says to the bison. Appa grunts back in reply. A little while later, I am sitting across from Katara, with Momo sitting in my lap, watching the clouds roll by. Aang, I still owe you an apology, Katara says, causing me to turn my head to her. You were just so good at waterbending without really trying. I got so competitive that I put us all in danger. I'm sorry. That's okay, Katara, Aang says with a smile. Besides, who needs that stupid scroll anyway? Katara says softly. In the corner of my eye, I see Sokka pull something out from behind him. Is that really how you feel? Sokka asks as he holds out the scroll to Katara. The scroll! Katara says with a smile, reaching out for it. Before she can grab it, however, he pulls it away and gives her the Heisman with his other hand. First, what did you learn? He asks her. Stealing is wrong, Katara answers simply, causing Sokka to turn to her, giving her a small smile. Katara then takes the scroll from him. Unless it's from pirates, she continues with a smirk. Haha, good one, Katara, Aang says while Sokka and I just shake our heads in amusement. Polar Opposites, Book 1, Water, Chapter 12, Jet. It's been 4 days since we ran into the pirates and Zuko. Currently, Aang, Sokka, Katara, and I are in a forest, taking a break from traveling. Where's Momo? Aang asks my siblings and I as he looks around for the little lemur that was laying beside me just moments ago. I shrug my shoulders at him in response before I get up from my spot on the ground, ready to look for Momo. That's when we hear what sounds like Momo yowling, echoing through the forest. Katara and Sokka get up from the ground, and we all head in the direction that the sound is coming from. About 10 minutes later, we finally locate Momo, who is in a trap in a tree, as well as two what look like hog monkeys. Hang on, Momo! Aang yells as he airbends to leap into the air, climbing to Momo's height. Aang gets to where the rope holding up the trap is, sitting on the branch before leaning back to release the latch that holds the trap in place, lowering the trap holding Momo. Once the trap is low enough, Sokka and Katara ease the trap down to the ground between them before they pull the squeaky slats apart enough for Momo to get out. Momo immediately hops out and runs over to my side to finish a handful of lychee nuts that were in the trap as bait, his peril clearly forgotten. Sokka and Katara release the snare, and Sokka groans, slapping his forehead at the lack of gratitude from the lemur. Aang jumps down from above and looks up. Sokka, Katara, and I look up too to see the hog monkeys moaning pleadingly down at the four of us, clearly wanting to be rescued too. All right, you two, Aang says as he crouches down, then springs up in a spiraling column of wind that carries him up to the branch that the two traps are on. In the corner of my eye, I see Sokka reach behind him, pulling out his boomerang. This is gonna take forever, he huffs as he throws his boomerang in one fluid move. With a whizzing sound, it zips up to where the ropes are, cutting through both of them, just before Aang gets to them. That works, I hear Aang say as the hog monkeys jump out of the cages, which were destroyed when they hit the ground. Sokka then approaches one of the busted snares and kneels down next to it as Aang skids down the trunk and root of a tree. These are Fire Nation traps. You can tell from the metalwork, he says to us. He turns his head toward Aang, Katara, and I. We'd better pack up camp and get moving, he continues, making the others and I nod in agreement. I'm about to get onto Appa's back when Sokka stops me by putting his hand on my shoulder. No flying this time, he says. What? Katara and I ask him in confusion at the same time as Aang hands Katara's sleeping bag back to Sokka, who puts it on the ground. Why wouldn't we fly? Aang asks him. Think about it, Sokka says to us. Somehow Prince Zuko and the Fire Nation keep finding us. It's because they spot Appa. He's just too noticeable. What? Katara asks him. Appa's not too noticeable, she argues. He's a gigantic fluffy monster with an arrow on his head. It's kind of hard to miss him, Sokka says, which makes Appa let out a loud groan in protest. Sokka's just jealous because he doesn't have an arrow. Aang reassures Appa from his spot on his head. I know you all want to fly, but my instincts tell me we should play it safe this time and walk, Sokka tells us. Who made you the boss? Katara asks him. Sokka turns to her. I'm not the boss. I'm the leader, he replies. You're the leader? I ask him incredulously, making him turn to face me with a very irritated look on his face. But your voice still cracks. I'm the oldest male in the group, and I'm a warrior, he says. So, I'm the leader, he continues as he makes his voice deeper, causing me to roll my eyes at him. If anyone's the leader, it's Aang, Katara states. I mean, he is the Avatar. Are you kidding? He's just a goofy kid, Sokka says to her, which makes me look over at Aang to see him dangling from Appa's horn, upside down by his hands with his legs sticking out into space. He's right, Aang agrees. I cross my arms across my chest. Why do boys always think someone has to be the leader? I ask. I bet you wouldn't be so bossy if you kissed a girl, I continue sassily, making Katara nod her head in agreement. I've kissed a girl, Sokka says defensively. You just haven't met her, he continues, turning his gaze away from me and Katara. Who? Gran? I ask him with a smirk on my face. We've met Gran, Katara continues, clearly wanting to annoy Sokka more than I already have. No, besides Gran, Sokka replies defensively again. Look, my instincts tell me we have a better chance of slipping through on foot, and a leader has to trust his instincts. Okay, we'll try it your way, oh wise leader, Katara says sarcastically. Who knows? Walking might be fun, Aang says, as optimistic as ever. Walking stinks, Aang exclaims after we've been walking for a couple of hours. How do people go anywhere without a flying bison? He asks. I don't know, Aang. Why don't you ask Sokka's instincts? They seem to know everything, Katara replies. Ha ha, very funny, Sokka replies sarcastically. I'm tired of carrying this pack, Aang groans. I smirk mischievously at this opportunity to annoy Sokka even more. You know who you should ask to carry it for a while? I ask Aang incredulously. Sokka's instincts, I exclaim. That's a great idea, Kida, Aang exclaims back with a smile. Hey, Sokka's instincts, would you mind? He starts asking, but Sokka cuts him off. Okay, I get it. Look, guys, I'm tired too, he says while looking back at us as he pushes the branches of two bushes apart and walking through them. But the important thing is, we're safe from the... He continues as he finally turns around to see what's beyond the bushes. Fire Nation. He drifts off as he sees that the four of us have just walked into a Fire Nation encampment, all of the Fire Nation soldiers occupying it, staring at us in disbelief and surprise. Run! Sokka exclaims, and the four of us drop our packs, not willing for them to slow us down. The soldiers leap up from their spots on the logs around their fire, their swords drawn. One soldier with an eye patch takes a bender's stance and launches a fistful of fire at us. The fire misses us, but sets the bushes that we had come through alight. We're cut off, Sokka says, clearly not noticing that the left sleeve of his tunic is on fire. Sokka, your shirt, Aang says, pointing at Sokka's arm. Sokka looks down at his arm and yells out in panic. I quickly uncork the water skin on my hip that I've been using to hold my bending water in, water bending the water inside, splashing it against Sokka's tunic, putting the fire out. Once the fire's out, I redirect the stream of water back into the water skin, placing the cork back in. Sokka then turns to the soldiers, trying to look as confident as possible, but his shaking isn't helping. "If you let us pass, we promise not to hurt you," Sokka says to them. "What are you doing?" I ask him quietly, as I stand between him and Katara, standing in a waterbending stance. "Bluffing?" he replies back quizzically, making me give him an quizzical look. The soldier with the eye patch smiles at Sokka's bluff. "You promised not to hurt us?" Then there's a quiet zip and a thud. The soldier with the eye patch looks surprised for a moment, then groans and collapses face first on the ground. The men around him lower their weapons, a little in shock. "Nice work, Sokka. How'd you do that?" Aang asks. Instinct?" Sokka questions, clearly unsure as to what just happened. "Look!" Katara yells as she points up into the trees on the other side of the clearing. I look up to see a figure on a massive branch of one of the trees. The person drops something and draws 2 blades from the middle of his back. He then steps off the back of the branch, his weapons held high. Instead of falling straight down, the weapons seem to catch onto the branch, allowing him to swing himself in the direction of the camp. The stranger kicks over 2 of the soldiers farthest from us. He lands with a foot on each of their backs. From what I can tell by looking at him, he's about Sokka and I's age. Except for a red vest, he's dressed from neck to toe in dark green clothing. What little armor he has on, shoulder caps, and hip and upper thigh covers are mismatched. He has a shaggy mane of brown hair with a twig held in his teeth. He rushes forward, his Shangao, twin hook swords, in each hand. He hooks a leg each on another pair of soldiers and sends them head over heels. With a polished body flip, he launches them through the air. They end up in a heap on top of the soldier with the eye patch. The boy lands on his feet, ready for more. "Down you go," he smirks smugly. I can't help but be mildly impressed by what he just did and said. That was a new one. I'll have to remember that one. The boy looks up, his eyes meeting mine for a split second. His smirk widens before another soldier rushes up behind him, sword raised. The boy hooks the soldier's sword hand as he spins around, ready to face a new opponent, while his opponent is sent flying, landing at the feet of 4 other soldiers. "They're in the trees!" One of the 4 soldiers yells, before a small boy drops from above, landing on his shoulders, spinning his helmet around, blinding him, making him stagger off, his small attacker still on his shoulders, and laughing all the while. Chaos swiftly breaks loose as everyone begins to fight the Fire Nation soldiers. One soldier with a long spear comes charging at me. I smirk as I push the spearhead away from me with my forearm, wrapping my hand around the pole to pull it towards me. The momentum of the fast action causes the soldier to come flying forward past me as I sidestep out of the way, the soldier's spear still in hand. After that soldier is taken down, I only have a moment of stillness to watch the fight going on around me. More and more people are dropping down from the trees to attack the Fire Nation soldiers. My attention is taken away from the fight around me when I see another soldier coming at me from the corner of my eye. I duck down under his spear before using my waterbending to push him back and away from me. I stand up straight again, only to see the boy from earlier disarm another soldier before he stumbles over to me, stopping a couple of feet in front of me. "Very impressive," he says to me with a smirk. I smirk back at him as I put my water back into the water skin on my hip. "Not so bad yourself, pretty boy." After staring into each other's eyes for another moment, we turn our heads to see an empty encampment, all of its previous inhabitants defeated. "You just took out a whole army all single-handedly," Aang declares with pure joy and amazement in his eyes. "Army?" Sokka asks disdainfully. "There were only, 20 guys," he exclaims. "My name is Jet, and these are my freedom fighters." Jet introduces as he turns around to face the 4 of us. Sneers, he gestures to a boy who's eating from one of the soldiers' abandoned bowls. Longshot, a boy with a paddy hat on his head and a bow and arrow. Smellerbee, A girl who looks like a boy with some face paint on her face and a knife in her mouth, a Fire Nation sword slung across her back, and 2 other swords in each hand, brandishing them as Jet says her name. The Duke and Pipsqueak. Jet finishes, gesturing to the small boy that rode the soldier's shoulders earlier, and a giant who puts the log in his hands behind his back as Jet says his name. Aang walks up to the Duke and Pipsqueak. Pipsqueak, that's a funny name, he chuckles, looking down at the Duke, thinking that he's Pipsqueak. You think my name is funny? Pipsqueak asks, sounding and looking very menacing, not at all like his name. It's hilarious, Aang declares with an upbeat tone, a giant smile on his face. The frown on Pipsqueak's face abruptly turns into one of laughter, Aang and the Duke following suit before Pipsqueak slaps Aang on the back, which unintentionally knocks him flat on the ground. The Duke stops laughing but smiles again when Aang lifts his head, letting out a weak chuckle. Soon after the fight ended, the freedom fighters started to raid the empty camp, while Katara was clearly fawning over Jet. I mean, he's good looking and he's a good fighter and leader from the looks of it, but we just met him not even an hour ago. So it's not a really good idea for her to fall for a complete stranger, especially this quickly. Thanks for saving us, Jet, Katara says as she walks over to where Jet currently is, leaning up against the trunk of a tree watching the rest of the freedom fighters raid the camp. We were lucky you were there, she continues. I should be thanking you, Jet replies. We were waiting to ambush those soldiers all morning. We just needed the right distraction, and then you guys stumbled in. We were relying on instincts, Katara says, looking at Sokka with a blameful look, making him glare at her. You'll get yourself killed doing that, Jet replies, which makes Sokka walk away, a scowl on his face. Hey, Jet, the Duke calls, making Jet look over at him. These barrels are filled with blasting jelly. That's a great score, Jet says to him. And these boxes are filled with jelly candy, Pipsqueak informs Jet with just as excitement as the Duke. Also good, Jet says. Let's not get those mixed up, he continues after he pauses for a half beat. We'll take this stuff back to the hideout, the Duke says. You guys have a hideout? Aang asks excitedly. You want to see it? Jet asks. Yes, we want to see it, Katara exclaims, which makes Jet smile at her excitement. I give Katara an odd look. One halfway skilled guy and she's making a fool out of herself. Then again, I really can't say much at all. While I was on Zuko's ship, I had watched Zuko practice his firebending multiple times, and maybe I enjoyed it a little more than I should have. I even knew it then. After finally convincing Sokka to go and check the hideout out, we tag along with Jet and the rest of the freedom fighters that are leading us to their hideout. It wasn't a very long walk from where the Fire Nation camp was. We're here, Jet says to us as he stops walking. Where? Sokka asks him. There's nothing here. Sokka continues, sounding skeptical at Jet's claim. Hold this, Jet tells him, handing him a rope that was against the tree trunk of the tree next to us. Why? What's this do? Sokka asks him skeptically as he takes the rope from him, giving the little tug. In the blink of an eye, he goes flying up towards the tree's canopy. Once he reaches the canopy, he gets stuck in between some of the branches for a couple of seconds before disappearing from sight. Aang? Jet asks as he offers another rope to the airbender. I'll get up on my own, Aang answers as Momo launches himself from Aang's shoulder and Aang follows him, leaping up into the trees with a boost from his airbending. Kita? Jet calls while holding out his hand for me to take. Thanks, but I think I can handle myself, I state with a roll of my eyes, holding out my hand for the rope. I can tell, Jet says with a smirk as he gives me the rope. I slip my hand through the hole and grab a hold of the rope. With a light tug, I feel it begin to pull me up towards the tree's canopy. A few seconds later, I break through the canopy and see a wooden platform that I can land on. I release the rope, landing on the platform with ease. Once I'm steady on my feet, my eyes widen at the magnificent sight in front of me. I can see about 20 little huts that I assume the freedom fighters use as their individual bedrooms, and wires going every which way to connect them. "Nice place you got," I hear Aang yell, and I turn my head to see him zipping down one of the wires.
That's when I noticed that Jet and Katara had reached the platform and are now looking out at the several tent-like huts in front of the three of us. Jet must have helped Katara up here. It's not that I care if he did or anything, since he was going to do the same thing with me anyway. "It's beautiful up here," Katara compliments with a smile. "It's beautiful," Jet agrees. "And more importantly, the Fire Nation can't find us." "They would love to find you," Smellerby's voice sounds off as she lands behind them. "Wouldn't they, Jet?" she continues with a smirk. "It's not going to happen, Smellerby," Jet replies back to her. "Why does the Fire Nation want to find you?" I question as we all start walking over to a rope bridge connecting two different platforms. "I guess you could say I've been causing them a little trouble," Jet admits with a shrug and a smug smirk on his face. "See, they took over a nearby Earth Kingdom town a few years back," he continues. "We've been ambushing their troops, cutting off their supply lines, and doing anything we can to mess with them," Pipsqueak says from behind Jet, Katara, and I, pride gushing in his deep voice. "One day, we'll drive the Fire Nation out of here for good and free that town," Jet declares. "That's so brave," Katara gushes. "Yeah," Sokka scoffs as he leans over Jet's shoulder. "Nothing's braver than a guy in a treehouse," he continues sarcastically. "Don't pay any attention to our brother," I say while rolling my eyes at Sokka. "No problem," Jet replies, not even turning to look at me or my twin brother. "He probably had a rough day." He continues and I smirk, since I know that Sokka is just upset that Jet kept on taking down the Fire Nation soldiers that were trying to attack him. "So, you all live here?" Katara asks Jet as Sokka sinks back behind us again. "That's right," Jet answers. "Longshot over there, his town got burned down by the Fire Nation, and we found the Duke trying to steal our food. I don't think he ever really had a home," he continues as the three of us look over at Longshot and the Duke, who are walking next to me silently. "What about you?" Katara asks him, curiosity in her voice. Jet stops walking, and Katara and I do too, while the rest of the group moves on down the bridge. "The Fire Nation killed my parents. I was only 8 years old. That day changed me forever," Jet replies softly, looking down at the ground sadly at the memory. Katara looks at the ground too. "Sokka, Kida, and I lost our mother to the Fire Nation," she says softly, and my heart squeezes at the memory of that day, the day that my life had changed forever. "I'm so sorry," I hear Jet say from beside me as Katara and I look down at our feet in sadness. It's now nighttime, and Sokka, Aang, Katara, and I are eating dinner with Jet and the other freedom fighters. Aang, Katara, Sokka, and I sit at the banquet table made out of wooden planks, stuffing our faces. At least until Jet gets up from his seat, probably to give a speech to his followers. "Today, we struck another blow against the Fire Nation swine," he says proudly as he steps up to stand on the table. The freedom fighters at the table and the ones sitting up in the trees and platforms above cheer at that, while my sister, Aang, and I smile. Sokka, on the other hand, is still grumpy about what had happened earlier during the fight against the Fire Nation soldiers. I got a special joy from the look on one soldier's face when the Duke dropped down on his helmet and rode him like a wild hog monkey. Jet continues while looking down at the helmetless Duke, who is sitting across the table from Aang, my siblings, and I, between Longshot and Smellerby. Without hesitation, the Duke climbs up onto the table as well, marching around with his arms in the air, making many of the others cheer, including myself, Aang, and Katara. Now, the Fire Nation thinks they don't have to worry about a couple of kids hiding in the trees. Jet continues before pausing, prepared to take a sip from his wooden cup. Maybe they're right, he says, in which makes his followers boo. Or maybe they're dead wrong, Jet growls, his face bathed in an angry red from the lanterns above the platform. His followers cheer wildly at that, and Jet leaves the table, walking over to the four of us. Hey, Jet, nice speech, Katara says as he takes a seat between the two of us. Thanks, Jet replies. By the way, I was really impressed with you, Kida, and Aang. That was some great bending I saw out there today. Well, Aang's great. He's the Avatar, Katara answers, looking over at Aang. Kida and I could use some more training. She continues bashfully, a blush appearing on her cheeks. Avatar, huh? Jet asks while looking at Aang. Very nice, he continues with a smirk. Thanks, Jet, Aang says with a smile. So, I might know a way that you, Kida, and Aang can help in our struggle, Jet says to the three of us. Unfortunately, Sokka says as he stands from his spot next to me. We have to leave tonight, he continues as he starts walking away. Sokka, you're kidding me, Jet exclaims, sounding disappointed. I needed you on an important mission tomorrow, he continues. Sokka stops in his tracks and turns around to look at Jet. What mission? Sokka had left with Jet and his posse early in the morning for whatever mission Jet had planned. I had a very strong urge to tag along with them, but I could tell that Sokka wanted to do it on his own, so I let them go. It's been about 2 or 3 hours since they left, and I've been watching out for them for about an hour now. Katara had disappeared a while ago. She said something about making a hat for Jet or something. We've only known Jet for a little more than 24 hours, and she's already head over heels for him. I'm glad that my sister wants to be happy and everything, but to be head over heels for a guy that we just met? My thoughts about Katara liking Jet are broken when I see Jet and his posse walking towards the hideout, Sokka following not too far behind them. My eyebrows furrow in confusion at the sight of my brother. He looks upset for some reason. It's really strange to see my brother that way since he's always happy and optimistic about everything. I get to my feet and grab one of the ropes that'll take me down to the ground, ready to meet up with Sokka and the others to see how the mission went. I jump off the platform, landing on the ground just as Jet, his posse, and my brother reach the tree that I came down from. Hey, Kida, Jet greets as he and the rest of the posse walk past me. Hey, I greet back while giving him and the others a small wave as they pass. Once Jet and the others are out of earshot, I turn to Sokka. How'd the mission go, Sokka? I ask him. Fine, he says as he continues walking away, clearly not wanting to talk about what had happened during the mission. Before he can get too far, I put my hand on his shoulder, stopping him from walking away from me. Come on, Sokka, I plead. I can tell something's wrong. What happened? I ask. He sighs softly before nodding, signaling that he'll tell me what had happened during the mission. After hearing what had happened during the mission from Sokka, I can't help but not trust Jet. I mean, from what Sokka had told me, Jet attacked a harmless old man just because he was Fire Nation. It seems to me that Jet has let his anger about the Fire Nation killing his parents when he was little get out of hand over the years. I know firsthand that anger can consume you, because that's what happened to me when my mother was killed by the Fire Nation, when they raided my tribe looking for the last waterbender. I just didn't let the anger consume me to where I would attack innocent people like Jet did. Sokka and I are currently sitting next to each other, leaning back against the trunk of a tree when Aang and Momo come zipping down the zip line closest to us. Sokka, Kida, look what the Duke gave me, Aang says to the two of us as he lands on the platform. He's wearing some sort of satchel around his shoulder, from which he pulls some sort of small pellet from inside of it. With a sly grin, he tosses it at the platform next to Momo, where it explodes with a pop. Momo puffs up like a startled cat, growling. He then lunges for the satchel. Momo then sits on Aang's shoulder and tosses pellets at his feet. Aang dances around wildly, avoiding the small pellets as they pop. "Ow! Quit it!" he exclaims as he hops away. Sokka is oblivious of Aang sitting next to me with a deep frown on his face. I know that what Jet did to that old man had really bothered him. "Hey, Sokka," Katara says as she walks up to Sokka and I, her hands behind her back. "Is Jet back?" she asks. "Yeah, he's back," Sokka says. "But we're leaving," he continues, sternly, turning to face her. "What?" Aang says, confused. "But I made him this hat," Katara says as she pulls a cap made out of stitched leaves and a flower on top from behind her. I love that Katara made that for Jet, but I have to admit, the workmanship is unimpressive. "Your boyfriend Jet's a thug," Sokka growls at her. "What? No, he's not," Katara argues. "He's messed up, Katara," Sokka says to her. I'm about to agree with him, but Aang interrupts me from doing so. "He's not messed up. He's just got a different way of life," he states. "A really fun way of life," he continues, optimistic as ever. "He beat and robbed a harmless old man," Sokka says sternly. Katara looks at me and I nod in confirmation, letting her know that I believe him. I know that Sokka wouldn't exaggerate or lie about what had happened. I'm his twin, after all, and as his twin, I know when he lies and exaggerates. "I want to hear Jet's side of the story," Katara says with her arms crossed over her chest as she glares at Sokka and I, not believing what Sokka's saying about Jet. "Sokka, you told them what happened, but you didn't mention that the guy was Fire Nation?" Jet asks as he sits on his hammock bed, while the others and I stand. Sokka and I are standing near each other by the door of the treehouse. Sokka looking away from Jet, Aang and Katara grumpily, while I keep Jet in my peripheral vision. "No, he conveniently left that part out," Katara says, turning to look at Sokka accusingly. "Fine," Sokka exclaims angrily as he turns his head to her. "But even if he was Fire Nation, he was a harmless civilian," he continues as he walks closer to her while I stay near the door. "He was an assassin, Sokka," Jet says as he pulls out a knife, thrusting it into a nearby block of wood. My eyes widen in surprise at the sight of the sinister-looking knife with its curved blade. The handle has 4 spikes evenly spaced along it, with enough space for fingers to go between them. On the butt of the knife, there's a gold ring for putting rope or string through to attach the knife to a belt or something. "See?" Jet asks as he twists the ring on the butt of the knife. "There's a compartment for poison in the knife," he continues as he pulls the ring up, revealing a small glass tube filled with red liquid. "He was sent to eliminate me. You helped save my life, Sokka," Jet says, looking up at Sokka for the last part of the sentence. "I knew there was an explanation," Katara sighs out in relief. "I didn't see any knife," Sokka says, giving Jet an accusatory look. "That's because he was concealing it," Jet says, as if it was obvious. "See, Sokka?" Katara asks, gesturing to Jet and the knife. "I'm sure you just didn't notice the knife." "There was no knife," Sokka says to her, frustrated that she still believes Jet and not him. "I'm going back to the hut and packing my things," he continues as he leaves the hut. I'm about to follow him, but Jet's voice coming from behind me stops me in my tracks. "Tell me you guys aren't leaving yet. I really need your help." "What can we do?" Aang asks him, causing me to look at 3 of them from the corner of my eye. "The Fire Nation is planning on burning down our forest," Jet says, making me turn to face him fully. "If the 3 of you use waterbending to fill the reservoir, we could fight the fires," he says, looking at all 3 of us, his eyes meeting mine the longest out of all 3 of us. "But if you leave now, they'll destroy the whole valley," he continues, staring at me. I really don't want to help Jet with whatever he's planning, but I also want to keep a close eye on him, since I know that he's up to something big and very bad. Not to mention, I want to protect my siblings and Aang from him because I know that he's just using them for whatever he's planning. We'll do it, Katara says, determination in her voice. Jet smiles at her before his eyes meet mine again. I hesitate for a moment before giving him a slight nod, making his smile widen even more. Great, he says. We'll go in the morning, he continues, which makes the other two nod before leaving the hut, leaving Jet and I alone. I would have followed them out of the tent, but I want to make sure Jet knows something. Something very important. It's a beautiful knife, I state, looking down at the dagger that's still lodged into the stump in front of Jet. Jet leans forward, unlodging it from the stump, twisting the ring back onto the dagger, handing it over to me. It's yours. You look like you'd find a good use for it, he says. I take it from him, examining the craftsmanship of it. I would, I agree, still looking at the knife. It's definitely Fire Nation, but it's not a standard military-issue knife. It wasn't to say a hired assassin wouldn't have one. But how had an old man planned to get close enough to Jet to poison him in such a way? The Fire Nation is full of clever people, and I know firsthand that they can think of much better tactics than that. My eyes flicker back up to Jet as I twirl the knife around my index finger. There's a spark in his eyes, and I think that he finally realizes that something's wrong. I don't give it a chance to settle, though. I push him back, grabbing the collar of his shirt before his head can hit the wall behind him, the knife's blade planted at the curve between his jaw and neck. Listen to me right now, because I will not be repeating myself to you, I growl, glaring at him, my eyes not leaving his. Understood? I ask him icily. His brown eyes widen, and I can tell he's frightened by the threat I just made. He quickly nods in reply, and I know that he'll listen to every word I'm going to say to him. If I ever find out that you are using my brother, my sister, or Aang in any way, I will use this knife on you without any hesitation whatsoever, I growl. I expect him to be shocked or feign innocence to my threat. Instead, though, a crooked smile curved his mouth. You know, Kida, he starts, I think you'd really make a perfect freedom fighter. A growl rises from the back of my throat at his statement, and I feel the heat in my blood turn up a notch, and I'm certain that if I was a firebender instead of a waterbender right now, I definitely would have set him on fire by now. I let go of him roughly before turning on my heel, leaving the hut, not wanting my siblings, anyone from Jet's posse, or Aang to walk in to see me holding the dagger against Jet's throat.
The next morning, Aang, Katara, and I meet Jet by the river. What was strange to me was that Sokka was nowhere to be seen whenever I woke up this morning. It's not like Sokka to just disappear without telling anyone where he's going. He usually would tell me or Katara where he'd be going and when he would be back. Jet, I'm sorry about how Sokka's been acting, Katara says, breaking myself out of my thoughts about my worry about Sokka. No worries. He already apologized, Jet assures her, which makes all three of us look up at him in surprise. Really? Aang asks as the three of us stop and look at each other. Sokka apologized? He continues, looking at Katara and I in surprise. Yeah, I was surprised too, Jet says, making the three of us turn back to him. I got the sense you maybe talked to him or something, Jet continues, referring to Katara. Yeah, I did, Katara replies. I guess something you said got through to him, Jet says. Anyhow, he went out on a scouting mission with Pipsqueak and Smellerbee, he continues as we start walking again. I'm glad he cooled off. He's so stubborn sometimes, Katara says. Yeah, I agree, eyeing Jet, suspicious of what he had just said about my brother apologizing to him. Sokka never apologizes about anything to anyone unless he's truly sorry about it, or it's something very serious. I'm really shocked Sokka would apologize, not to mention actually listen to what we'd say to him. Jet shrugs in reply to that. Well, maybe your sister just has a better touch about that stuff. I look over at Katara, who is now openly grinning at him, a gentle blush on her cheeks. Thanks, Jet. Our conversation is abruptly ended by Aang flying up into the air by a blast of air coming out from a vent in the ground. "Alright, we're here," Chet says to us as he walks over to Katara and I as we watch Aang float back down to the ground. "Underground water's trying to escape through these vents. I need you guys to help it along," he explains to us. "I've never used bending on water I can't see." "I don't know," Katara sighs. Jet walks up behind her, placing his hands on her shoulders. "Katara, you can do this," he assures, making my sister blush shyly, while I roll my eyes in annoyance. "What about me?" Aang asks. "I know the Avatar can do this," Jet replies, not even acknowledging that I can probably do the same thing as both Aang and Katara. Aang, Katara, and I stand around one of the many geysers in the gully, while Jet watches us as we try to bend the water up and out of the ground. After a few minutes, a stream of water emerges from the vent. We pull it to our height before sending it towards the river, where it continues to flow like a spring, the water thickening the strand in the river. "Yes, good job," Chet says to us. "This river empties into the reservoir. A few more geysers and it'll be full. Look, there's another steam vent," Aang says, pointing over to another vent, causing Katara and I to follow him as he starts walking over to the next vent. "Okay, you three keep it up. I'll go check on things at the reservoir," Chet says as he turns and starts to walk away. "How about when we're done, we'll meet you over there?" I ask him, waiting for his answer. "Actually," he answers hesitantly, "probably better if you meet me back at the hideout when you're done," he continues as he resumes walking away. As he walks away, I continue to watch him, getting a very bad feeling as he disappears into the forest. I bet that's enough. And I'm not just saying that to be lazy, Aang says to Katara and I, as well over a dozen geysers are now flowing into the river, quickly filling it. "Why don't we catch up with Jet at the reservoir?" I suggest, wanting to go and see what Jet is really up to at the reservoir. "I thought we agreed to meet Jet back at the hideout," Aang states. "Well, we finished early. I think it's a good idea," Katara agrees with me. "I'm sure he'll be happy to see us," she continues with a small smile on her face as she looks off into the direction where Jet disappeared not too long ago. The three of us walk down towards the reservoir, but we stop short at a cliff's edge when we see 4 members of Jet's posse unloading barrels from a cart at the base of the dam. "What are they doing?" Katara asks, squinting her eyes to get a clearer look. "Hey, those are the red barrels he got from the Fire Nation," Aang notes. "What?" I exclaim in shock as I run closer to the edge of the cliff to make sure that he's right. Sadly, he wasn't lying. It's the blasting jelly that they took from the Fire Nation camp that they raided the other day. "Why would they need blasting jelly?" Katara asks in confusion. "Because Jet's gonna blow up the dam." I hiss angrily, the realization of what Jet's plan is hitting me. "What?" Aang and Katara exclaim out in unison. "No, that would destroy the town. Jet wouldn't do that," Katara argues. Aang snaps his glider open. "I've got to stop him," he says as he starts running to the edge of the cliff. "Jet wouldn't do that," Katara mumbles softly, sounding less convinced. Just before Aang reaches the edge of the cliff, a blur impedes him. My eyes widen at the sight of Jet snatching Aang's glider with the hook of his swords. Aang is left to wobble on the edge, and I jump forward to grab his hand. He uses his airbending to push himself forward as I help pull him back onto the stable ground. "Yes, I would," Jet declares as he gets back to his feet. "Jet, why?" Katara asks him. "Katara, you would too if you just stopped to think," Jet says to her. "Think about what the Fire Nation did to your mother. We can't let them do that to anyone else ever again." "This isn't the answer," Katara exclaims to him. "I want you to understand me, Katara," Jet says, turning to face Aang, Katara, and I. I thought your brother would understand, but... Like an instant match, my whole body sets alight with rage. Where's Sokka? I growl. He doesn't answer. Where is he? Katara urges desperately, tears falling down her cheeks. Jet reaches out and touches her face. Katara. Katara lowers her head, the tears falling freely from her eyes. Then, with a shout, she sends Jet flying with the water from her water skin. She draws it back into the water skin when she's done. I need to get to the dam, Aang says as he runs over to his glider. As he reaches for it, the crescent end of one of Jet's Shengao pins it down to the ground, like an axe. He has the two weapons hook to hook. With a yank, he pulls the sword and Aang's glider to him. You're not going anywhere without your glider. Jet hisses at him as he swings his swords at him. Aang somersaults backwards to avoid the extra reach, landing in a nearby tree. I'm not gonna fight you, Jet, Aang says to him. You'll have to if you want your glider back, Jet growls as he follows Aang into the forest. I quickly turn to Katara. Stay here, I command before I chase after the boys. She doesn't listen, of course, but I don't say anything about it since I know that she won't listen to me anyway. Both Jet and Aang fly through the trees as if both of them belonged up there. Jet attacks Aang head-on, but Aang blocks with his arms and sends Jet flying into a tree trunk with an air kick. Jet then combines his swords again and advances. Aang avoids the flail-like move and sends another air blast. Jet stoops down and lets the air flow over and past him, then lunges at Aang again. They continue the chase through the many levels of the forest. Jet catches up to Aang and sends them both free-falling, attacking as they go. They both end up on a branch where Jet continues his attack, but, luckily, Aang avoids it all. Jet charges at him again, but Aang hits him with a jet stream of air. Jet falls, but he quickly recovers by digging his swords into a tree branch, which in result makes him lose Aang's glider in the process. I see Aang start to make his way down to the ground, but before Aang can get to the ground, Jet kicks him into a trunk, causing him to fall to the ground. Aang! I exclaim worriedly as he slowly gets up, looking very unstable on his feet as Jet lands behind him. Before Jet can take another step towards Aang, though, I pull the water from the small creek beside me, using the water, striking him down. I use my bending to throw Jet against the trunk of a tree that's right behind him. I repeat the action over and over like I'm throwing punches at him. He's unable to cut the water, and its force plasters him against the trunk of the tree. Finally, I take a deep breath before letting it out, freezing the water around him from the neck down, causing him to be completely immobile. Why, Jet? Katara asks from behind me. I can't believe I trusted you. You lied to me. You're sick and I trusted you, she exclaims angrily. I knew something was up, I state, making Jet glare at me. But this? I ask him, giving him an intense glare of my own. You're sick and twisted, Jet, I growl angrily. A bird call suddenly sounds, startling the three of us. I look down to the valley where the call is coming from. Jet then gives an answer to the call. What are you doing? I demand. You're too late, Jet replies. No, Katara says, horrified, as we all turn to face the dam. Aang opens his glider before running to the edge of the cliff again, to try and get to the village before the dam breaks. His glider's wing is too shredded, however, that he has no lift and slams into the ground near the edge. Katara runs over to him to help him up. Sokka's still out there. He's our only chance. Come on, Sokka. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. Please. I hear Katara plead softly. Come on, Sokka. I whisper, hoping that Sokka can convince the villagers to leave in time. Suddenly, a small orange and red light soars through the sky, arcing down to the base of the dam. No! Katara and I whisper at the same time, just as the dam explodes in a cloud of smoke and fire. The water floods down in a massive wave, heading straight towards the town, swallowing it whole in mere seconds. Sokka didn't make it in time, Aang says softly. All those people, Katara says softly. She then turns back to Jet in rage. Jet, you monster, she growls. No! I scream out in pure fury as I pull out the dagger that had the poison in it from my boot, running over to Jet, who is still encased in the ice against the tree trunk. I hover the blade over his cheek, using all of my inner strength to keep it from slipping. His eyes grow wide as he realizes that I really wasn't kidding about using the knife on him if he used my siblings or Aang in any way, shape, or form. "Kita, no!" Aang calls out in alarm. "Kita, please, don't do this," Katara urges desperately. "If you kill him, you'll be just as bad as him," she continues. Her words strike me hard. I slowly take the knife away from Jet's cheek, not wanting to become a monster like him. "This was a victory, Kita. Remember that," Jet says to me, his brown eyes staring into my bright blue ones. "The Fire Nation is gone and this valley will be safe." I grit my teeth again, about to retort back to him. "It will be safe, without you," the familiar voice of my twin brother says, making all of us turn around to see Sokka and Appa rising from below, Momo sitting on the edge of the saddle behind him. "Sokka!" Katara and I exclaim, glad to see that he's all right. "I warned the villagers of your plan, just in time," Sokka informs Jet. "What?" Jet yells at him in surprise. "At first they didn't believe me," Sokka explains. "The Fire Nation soldiers assumed that I was a spy, but one man vouched for me. The old man you attacked. He urged them to trust me, and we got everyone out in time," he continues, making a bout of pride surge through me. "Sokka, you fool! We could have freed this valley." "Who would be free? Everyone would be dead," Sokka replies. "You traitor!" Jet accuses, glaring intensely at my brother. "No, Jet," I reply, my voice eerily calm, a major difference from just moments ago when I was about to kill him with the knife that he had given me last night, making him look at me with a stone-cold glare. "You became the traitor when you stopped protecting innocent people," I continue as I take the knife that I had almost used on him, dropping it to the ground before I climb up onto Appa with Aang. "Katara," I hear Jet call to my sister, making me turn my head to glare at him. "Please, help me," he continues pleadingly. Katara's eyes fill with hurt for a moment, and for a second, I consider giving Jet a proper piece of my mind by using the dagger on him for real. "Goodbye, Jet," Katara replies, not sparing Jet a single look as she gets onto Appa with Aang and I's help. Once Sokka is seated in the saddle, Sokka gives Appa's reins a flick. "Yip yip," and without a second glance at Jet, who is still frozen to the tree, we take off into the sky. Once we're level, Aang, Katara, and I lean up against the front of the saddle, looking down at Sokka as he drives Appa. "We thought you were going to the dam. How come you went to the town instead?" Aang asks him. "Let me guess. Your instincts told you," Katara says. "Hey, sometimes they're right," Sokka replies back, which makes me roll my eyes. Sokka?" Aang asks as he looks over at Katara and I with a raised eyebrow. "You know you're going the wrong way, right?" "And sometimes they're wrong," Sokka says as he pulls Appa's reins, making him turn around so that we're going in the right direction.
Polar Opposites. Book 1. Water. Chapter 13. The Great Divide. It's been about a week since the whole situation with Jet, and ever since then, Katara and Sokka have been getting on each other's nerves when it comes to doing the chores. My duty is gathering water and making dinner for the four of us. While Sokka sets up the tent, Katara gathers the firewood, and Aang gathers the food. I just got back from the river, my water skin and the pot that I'll be using to make dinner full of water. I place the pot down onto the ground, ready to start the fire so that the water can boil when Katara's voice comes from behind me. Aren't you forgetting the tarp?" "Right. Got it," Sokka replies as he picks up the rolled up tarp and throws it into the tent. "Sokka, you're supposed to put the tarp on top of the tent?" Katara says to him crossly. "You know, so we don't get rained on?" "Ordinarily, you'd be right, but seeing how it's the dry season, you're not," Sokka replies. "Besides, the tarp makes a pretty warm blanket," he continues as he kneels down on the ground, tying a knot. "But what if it does rain?" Katara asks him. "But what if it doesn't?" Sokka responds as he spreads his arms wide in exasperation. "Then I would have put the tarp up for nothing," he continues. "Arr! You're infuriating!"
Katara growls through gritted teeth as she stomps the ground with her foot. Katara, why don't you worry about gathering the firewood, because that kindling's looking pretty sorry, Katara says to her, eyeing Katara's small pile of firewood that she's carrying in her arms. Well, if you don't like my firewood, Katara growls as she throws the wood at Sokka. Oh boy, I think, while shaking my head in annoyance at my siblings acting so childish. Sokka stands in anger after the hail of sticks subsides. Fine by me, he exclaims. If you're not going to do your job, erg! He grunts as he yanks the rope securing the tent to one of its supports, making it fall down into a heap on the ground. Okay, I've got the grub, if you guys got the... Aang says as he walks up to the two of them, only to stop when he sees the mess that Katara and Sokka had just made. Hey, where's the campfire? And what happened to the tent? He asks the two of them as they have their backs to one another, angry expressions on their faces. Why don't you ask Miss Know-It-All, Queen of the Twigs? Sokka says. Oh yeah? Katara asks him as she whips around to yell at his back, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Well, you're Mr. Lazy Bum, King of the... She then bends down, quickly, picking up a twig and throwing it at Sokka. Tense! She exclaims as the twig hits Sokka in the back of the head, making him whip around to face her, glaring at her intensely. Aang laughs softly at that, spreading his arms wide in a gesture of consolation. Okay, listen guys. Harsh words won't solve problems. Action will. Why don't you just switch jobs? He asks. Sounds good, says Katara. Whatever, says Sokka. The two of them begin their new tasks, both of them still fuming. You see that? Aang asks, smiling in a self-satisfied manner. Setting feuds and making peace. All in a day's work for the Avatar, he continues. Aang's smile breaks as he looks over towards Momo at the sound of him chittering. I look over to see Momo desperately trying to remove a melon that Appa is holding upright with one of his digits of his left forepaw. Momo struggles and even tries to fly away with it, but can't move the melon. He gives up and begins to walk away depressed. Appa groans, opening his mouth, his tongue scooping up the melon. As Appa is about to close his mouth, Momo grabs the melon and runs away. He runs over to Aang, who takes the melon, throws it into the air, and slices it into two separate pieces with a jet of air. The larger of the two pieces lands in front of Appa, who eats it immediately, and the smaller piece lands in front of Momo, who turns to Aang and lets out a chirp of protest. Come on, Momo, that's fair, Aang says to the lemur in front of him. Appa's got 5 stomachs, he continues, motioning to Appa. The next morning, after we had packed up everything, we walk a little distance from our campsite to where Aang says the Great Divide, the largest canyon in the world, is located. We reach the edge of the canyon, and I'm taken away by the breathtaking view in front of me. Here it is, guys, the Great Divide, Aang says as Momo lands on his shoulder. Wow, I could just stare at it forever, Katara says as she looks out into the canyon. Me too, I agree while staring out at the vast canyon in front of me. Okay, I've seen enough, Sokka says from between Katara and I, sounding very unimpressed. How can you not be fascinated, Sokka? Katara asks him. This is the largest canyon in the entire world. Then I'm sure we'll be able to see it very clearly from the air while we fly away, Sokka replies, standing next to Appa, holding onto the reins, obviously ready to leave and get some more flying done. Suddenly, a man in ornate white robes rushes past Sokka, pushing him out of the way. Hey, if you're looking for the canyon guide, I was here first, he says to us, aggressively. Ooh, canyon guide, Katara says, clasping her hands in front of her. Sounds informative. Oh, believe me, he's more than a tour guide. He's an earthbender, Ann says. And the only way in and out of the canyon is with his help. And he's taken my tribe across next, he continues. As he hammers on, Sokka emerges from behind him and silently starts to mock him by opening and closing his hand in the "this guy talks too much" gesture, causing me to put my hand over my mouth, stopping myself from bursting out with laughter. At the conclusion of the man's talk, he looks at Sokka, who feigns innocence and starts walking over to Katara, Aang, and I. Calm down, we know you're next. You wouldn't be so calm if the Fire Nation destroyed your home and forced you to flee, the man says to Sokka. He then gestures to the vast canyon system in front of us. My whole tribe has to walk thousands of miles to the capital city of Ba Sing Se, he continues. You're a refugee, says Katara. Humph, tell me something I don't know, the man says sarcastically, crossing his arms over his chest. That's when I see a mass of people coming down the path that cuts through the surrounding forest. Is that your tribe? Katara asks the man. It most certainly is not, the man replies icily. That's the Zhang tribe, a bunch of low-life thieves. They've been the enemies of my tribe for 100 years, he explains while glaring at the upcoming Zhang tribe. He then whistles rudely at the Zhangs. Hey Zhangs! I'm saving a spot for my tribe, so don't even think about stealing it, he yells. A huge Zhang woman, who I assume is the leader of the tribe, walks up to the scout menacingly, making him lean back, looking somewhat intimidated by her. I have to admit, if I was in his position right now, I'd be intimidated by her too. Where are the rest of the Ganjin? Still tidying up their campsite? She asks him. Yes, the Ganjin man answers as he leans forward to push the Zhang woman back. But they sent me ahead of them to hold a spot, he continues. I didn't know the canyon guide took reservations, the Zhang woman replies, crossing her arms across her chest, a smug smirk coming across her mouth. Heh, of course he didn't. That's the ignorance I'd expect from a messy Zhang. So unorganized and ill-prepared for a journey, the man says, which makes the whole crowd of Zhangs behind the woman grumble loudly. Aang, Katara, and I look at each other, disconcerted for a moment before a rumbling sound coming from behind us makes us turn around to see the rocks behind us start moving. Momo, who was sitting on the rocks, quickly jumps off of them as they are picked up and thrown out of the way by an old man in a straw hat and green clothing, who I assume is the canyon guide. Sorry about the wait, youngsters, he says to us with a smile. Who's ready to cross this here canyon? He continues, gesturing to the majestic canyon below. Katara says, sounding very unsure as to how she's going to answer his question. One of them, I think, I answer while pointing at the Zhangs and the Ganjin scout. The Ganjin man runs forward. I was here first. My party's on their way, he exclaims. I can't guide people who aren't here, the canyon guide says with furrowed eyebrows. The Zhangs start filing past us and the fuming Ganjin man. Guess you guys will have to make the trip tomorrow, says the Zhang leader with mock sadness in her voice. Wait, here they come, the man yells as he points behind him in triumph. We all turn to see the rest of the Ganjin tribe walking towards us. The Zhang leader turns to the guide, pointing a finger at his chest. You're not seriously going to cave into these spoiled Ganjins. I mean, we're refugees too, and we've got sick people that need shelter, she says. Well... The guide stutters out nervously, holding out the palms of his hands in a gesture of placation. We've got old people who are weary from traveling, the man from before exclaims as he now stands with the rest of his tribe. Sick people get priority over old people, the Zhang leader replies back. Maybe you Zhangs wouldn't have so many sick people if you weren't such slobs. A man with a long white beard, who I assume to be the Ganjin leader, says to her. If you Ganjin weren't so clean, maybe you wouldn't live to be so old, the Zhang leader retorts back. My siblings, Aang and I, look back and forth as they continue to argue. Well, Aang, ready to put your peacemaking skills to the test? Katara asks Aang as the two leaders continue to argue with each other. I don't know, Aang says, looking to the ground in doubt. A fight over chores is one thing. These people have been feuding for 100 years. He does have a point, I think. It would take a lot for these people to stop their feuds with each other, especially when the feud between their tribes has been going on for 100 years. Everyone listen up, Katara says as she walks forward, raising her voice to be heard by all. This is the Avatar, she says as she points back at Aang, a fierce look on her face.
And if you give him a chance, I'm sure he can come up with a compromise that will make everyone happy, she continues, making the two tribes look at Aang for a moment in silence. You could share the Earthbender and travel together? Aang suggests, sounding very unsure about his answer, as well as the whole situation at hand in general. Absolutely not. We'd rather be taken by the Fire Nation than travel with those stinking thieves, says the Ganjin leader as he points accusingly at the Zhangs. We wouldn't travel with you pompous fools anyway, the Zhang leader says back, also pointing an accusing finger at the Ganjin leader. I am not pompous, the Ganjin leader says back as the two tribes begin to yell at each other again. The two tribes continue fighting for another moment or two before Aang intervenes. All right, here's the deal, Aang exclaims angrily, making the two tribes look at him. We're all going down together, and Kida will take Appa here to fly your sick and elderly across. Does that seem fair? He negotiates. The leaders of the two tribes nod their grudging approval, which makes my siblings and I smile at each other, glad that we finally came to a solution to the problem at hand. "10 minutes later, Appa's saddle is now full of elderly Ganjin and sick Zhangs. The two groups eye each other suspiciously in the saddle, sitting as far away from each other as possible. Sorry, Appa. You and Kida will have to do this on your own, Aang says as he pets Appa's head while I get ready to climb onto the bison's head to fly the sick and elderly to the other side of the canyon. This feuding tribe stuff is serious business, Sokka says, making Aang, Katara, and I to turn to him. Are you sure it's a good idea getting involved in this? To tell you the truth, I'm not sure. Aang answers honestly. But when have I ever been? He asks with his wide smile. Katara then walks over to Aang, putting a hand on his shoulder. He's the Avatar, Sokka. Making peace between people is his job. His job's gonna make us cross this whole thing on foot, isn't it? Sokka asks, slumping his shoulders in despair, which makes me chuckle softly. It won't be that bad. Easy for you to say. You get to fly across the canyon on Appa, he says, crossing his arms over his chest. Well, someone has to look after these people, I reply with a shrug of my shoulders. Besides, you'll get to the other side tomorrow morning, so it's not going to be that bad, I continue as I ruffle his hair with a smirk on my face. He just rolls his eyes in reply as I give him a hug before hugging Aang and Katara too. I get onto the top of Appa's head, just as the canyon guide comes out of the small outpost building near the entrance of the canyon. Okay, now comes the bad news, he says to the members of the two tribes. No food allowed in the canyon. It attracts dangerous predators, he states as he makes motions with his hands to illustrate the skittery monsters that might lurk in the canyon below. The tribes' dissatisfied cacophony rises again at the interdiction against food. No food? This is ridiculous, the Ganjin leader retorts. Aw, you babies can go a day without food, the canyon guide states. Would you rather be hungry or dead? He asks. He does have a good point. If I was going down in the canyon, I would rather be hungry than dead, I think to myself as the guide raises a pillar of stone underneath him. He now towers 10 feet or more over the rest. Now we're heading down in 10 minutes, he says, cupping his hands over his mouth to amplify his voice. All food better be in your gut or in the garbage, he continues, making the two tribes begin to eat the food that they have left, the Zhangs eating more profusely than the Ganjin, who eat little bits at a time. Appa and Kida are going to take good care of you until we get there, Aang says as he holds onto Appa's horn, addressing the people in the saddle. He drops down onto the ground and addresses Appa. See you on the other side, buddy, he says to him, making Appa grunt in reply. I'll see you guys on the other side, I tell them, to which the three of them nod back in reply. All right, Appa. Yip yip, I say to the bison, flicking the reins. Appa grunts as he takes off, making a beeline for the other side of the canyon. To say that flying Appa across the large canyon didn't take long at all is a major understatement. In fact, it only took a couple of hours to get to the other side of the canyon. "All right, everyone," I say, not turning to face the Zhang and Ganjin members in the saddle behind me. We made it to the other side. I hear a few quiet cheers behind me, making me smile, knowing that all of them are very happy to be flying on Appa instead of walking through the large canyon like the rest of their tribes are. I make Appa land near the edge of the canyon so that it's going to be easier for the others to find us. Once Appa is settled on the ground, I dismount and help everyone out of the saddle. As I do this, many of the members of the Ganjin thank me for my kindness when it came to making sure that they are taken care of. Once everyone from both tribes are settled, I start making a fire since it's going to be dark in a few hours anyway, and I really don't want to wait to make a fire since I would assume that these people need to keep warm during the night. After about 10 minutes, the fire is going strong. At that point, I decide to go hunting for some food since I really don't have enough rations to go around to everyone. I grab my bow and quiver of arrows from my bag that I had packed when my siblings and I first left the South Pole. I haven't had the chance to use it until now, so I'm very glad that I brought it with me when my siblings and I first left the South Pole to save Aang from Zuko. If I didn't, then let's just say that I would have a lot of grumpy and hungry people on my hands. "I'm going to go hunting for some dinner," I say to the elderly Ganjins and sick Zhangs. "Stay here and I'll be back in a little while," I continue before I walk away into the forest, not too far away from the edge of the canyon. Now, a little author's note here, guys. I do know that all of the animals in the Avatar universe are hybridized, but I just couldn't think of any animal that would be good to use for this part, so I apologize. After about an hour of searching the woods, I shot and killed 8 rabbits and 5 fish from the river before I head back to the campsite. As I make my way back to the campsite, my thoughts wander to Zuko. I have no idea why I would be thinking about him now. I just am. He's been filling my thoughts a lot lately, and I don't really know why. If my siblings found out that I've been thinking about the banished prince from the Fire Nation, let's just say, it wouldn't be good for me, especially when it comes to Sokka. Sokka's always been very protective of me, even though I'm the oldest out of the 2 of us. It's just in his nature to be protective of both me and Katara, especially since our dad left with the rest of the men to fight in the war. He was left to be the man of the tribe, so he's bound to be protective of both Katara and I, since my dad had told him to protect us, no matter what. Katara being Katara, though, would be very upset with me for thinking about Zuko in a non-threatening way. But she would eventually get over it, since that's just who she is. My thoughts about my siblings are broken when I get back to the campsite. It's now a couple of hours after sunset, and all of the people from the Ganjin and Zhang tribe are either huddled up in groups around the fire or laying down, sleeping on the ground. Some of the people in the groups around the fire perk up at the sight of the rabbits and fish in my hands, glad that I had found something for them to eat. I skin and gut the fish and rabbits before cooking them over the fire and handing them out to whoever wants some. After everyone gets something to eat, I hand out blankets for them and tell all of them to get some rest since they'll have a long journey ahead of them tomorrow once the rest of their tribes meet up with us after they get out of the canyon. I sit next to the fire, leaning my back against Appa's side, just staring up at the starry night sky. My thoughts wander over to my siblings and Aang, hoping that nothing happens to them while they're in the canyon.
I look at the members of the Ganjin and Jing tribes, seeing that everyone's asleep. I slowly get up from my spot, walking past them, towards the edge of the canyon. Once I get to the edge of the cliff, I look out into the distance looking for any sign of a campfire, or any other sign of the two tribes that are currently in the canyon, along with my siblings and Aang. I, of course, see nothing. They'll be fine, I reassure myself, taking a deep breath. They've dealt with more difficult things in the last couple of months, I think, still looking out into the distance. I sigh softly before walking back over to Appa, ready to get some sleep. I climb up his tail, climbing into the saddle to lay down. Good night, Appa, I sigh out tiredly. I hear Appa grunt softly in reply, which makes me smile as my eyes drift closed and sleep overtakes me. The next morning, I wake up at sunrise, the sun waking me up. I groan tiredly, not wanting to get up yet. I lay there in the saddle for another few minutes before I slowly sit up, looking down at the members of the Jing and Ganjin tribes. Almost all of them are still sleeping, just a few of the Ganjin are awake. I stretch out my limbs, groaning as I do so. I then slowly get up from the saddle before climbing down Appa's tail and walking over to the few members of the Ganjin that are awake to see if they need anything such as food or water. Once they're taken care of, I head into the woods to hunt again, as well as get some more water for the others to drink whenever they wake up. About an hour later, I come back to the campsite to see all members of both tribes awake. I take care of the ones who were still sleeping before I left by giving them food and water. Once all of them are fed and have had some water, I sit near Appa, anxiously waiting for Aang and my siblings to meet up with us. I don't know how long it takes before I start hearing a ruckus coming from down below in the canyon. The others also seem to hear it as they all turn to face the canyon, waiting to see the rest of their tribes coming up from the canyon. I get to my feet, telling them to stay where they are before walking over to the canyon's edge. What I see below makes my heart stop. I see both tribes, my siblings, and Aang getting attacked by what I can describe as giant spider-like creatures. I would try and find a way down to help them, but there's no way down that I can use. Not to mention, my siblings wouldn't want me to get hurt. I watch as everyone runs around frantically, trying not to get killed by the giant spider things. Everybody, watch me! I hear Aang shout, making my eyes land on him as he raises a food bag to show everybody else. Do what I do, he continues before he leaps towards the nearest bunch of spider creatures and throws a piece of food at them. One of the creatures catches the food in its mouth and eats it before starting to run towards Aang, but he puts the bag over its snout. He then catapults himself onto its back and uses the bag straps as reins. Even though Aang acts like a child most of the time, I have to admit, he is pretty smart when it comes down to where he needs to be. The two tribes are now working together, repeating the process to turn the monsters into riding mounts. Soon, all the tribes people have a spider creature mount. Now, follow me! We're riding out of this hole! Aang yells out to everyone before he swings a rod with a bag of food on the end in front of his mount, which turns around and starts climbing up the cliff. He is soon joined by the rest. Soon, Aang and his ride mount get to the top of the cliff and he dismounts. Everyone, get off! Aang commands, making everyone jump off of their mounts as they get over the cliff. Once everyone is safely off their mounts, Aang throws the bag of food over the cliff and the spider creatures run after it. I walk over to Aang and my siblings with a smile on my face, glad that they made it out of the canyon alive. I never thought a Ganjin could get his hands dirty like that, the Zhang leader says to the Ganjin leader. And I never knew you Zhangs were so reliable in a pinch, the Ganjin leader says back to her. Perhaps we're not so different after all, the Zhang leader says. At that, Aang sighs happily. Seems like something happened down in the canyon that was very intense. I'll have to have the three of them tell me what had happened later. Too bad we can't rewrite history, the Ganjin leader says, an intense look appearing on his face as he draws his sword and points it at the Zhang leader. You thieves stole our sacred orb from Jin Wei. The Zhang leader then draws her own sword. You tyrants unjustly imprisoned Wei Jin for 20 long years. Aang grabs the side of his face in frustration as he cries out. Wait a second, he says, his face lighting up a second later. Jin Wei? Wei Jin? He asks. I know those guys, he continues, with a giant smile on his face. I turn to Katara with a confused look on my face, and she just shrugs back, not really getting what Aang's getting at either, apparently. Yes, we're all aware of the story, the Ganjin leader says to him. No, Aang says, making the leaders lower their weapons and turn to him. I mean, I really knew them. I may not look it, but I'm 112 years old. I was there 100 years ago on the day you're talking about, he says, causing everyone from the two tribes to look at him. There seems to be a lot of confusion about what had happened. First of all, Jin Wei and Wei Jin weren't enemies. They were brothers. Twins, in fact. And they were 8. And most importantly, they were just playing a game, he continues. The sacred orb from the legend, that was the ball. And the eastern and western gates were the goalposts. Jin Wei had the ball and was running towards the goal when he fell and fumbled it. Wei Jin didn't steal the ball. He picked it up and started running it back towards the other goal. But he stepped out of bounds, so the official put him in the penalty box. Not for 20 long years, but for 2 short minutes. He finishes explaining the story on how the story of the two tribes' rivalry really happened. There's no stealing and no putting anyone in prison. Just a game, Aang states. You're saying the sacred orb was actually a sacred ball? The Zhang leader asks him, clearly confused by the story. Nope, just a regular ball, Aang answers. What about our tribe's redemption ritual? The guy who had, quote-unquote, reserved a spot for his tribe to go through the canyon asks. That's what the game was called, redemption. As soon as someone got the ball from one goal to the other, everyone would yell, Redemption! Aang exclaims. The leaders look at each other in confusion for a second. Don't get me wrong, Wei Jin was kind of a slob and Jin Wei was a little stuffy. That much is true, but they respected each other's differences enough to share the same playing field, Aang says. I suppose it's time we forget the past, the Zhang leader says to the Ganjin leader as they look at each other again. The Ganjin leader then bows to her. And look to the future, he replies, making the Zhang leader bow to him in return. I lead everyone over to Appa and the sick and elderly of the two tribes. Good to see you, boy. Did you miss me? Aang asks Appa as he hugs him. Appa licks Aang as the Ganjin leader approaches him. I cannot thank you enough, Avatar. Aang turns to him, drenched in Appa's saliva. Well, you know, I try, he says sheepishly. The Ganjin leader shrinks back in horror from the horror of Aang's slimed body, before walking away to where he stands next to the leader of the Zhangs. Let us travel to the Earth Kingdom capital as one tribe, the Zhang leader says to the crowd. The crowd cheers and follows the leaders down the path. I'm going too, the canyon guide yells as he runs between the 4 of us to follow them down the path. I'm sick of this place, he continues. That's some luck you knew Jin Wei and Wei Jin, Sokka says, turning to Aang. You could call it luck, Aang says with a smile. Or you could call it lying, he continues, grinning evilly. My siblings and I look at him in shock at his pronouncement. What? Sokka and I ask him at the same time. I made the whole thing up, Aang shrugs sheepishly. You did not, Katara says in disbelief as she holds Momo in her arms. That is so wrong, she continues in devilish admiration. Now where's that custard tart? Aang asks as he looks around. I'm starving, he exclaims as the four of us move to get back on Appa so that we can get some more flying done.
Polar Opposites. Book 1, Water. Chapter 14, The Storm. I wake up suddenly to the feeling of Momo scampering across my stomach before he wakes up my siblings also. Huh? Sokka asks tiredly with his machete and boomerang at the ready. What's going on? Did we get captured again? He continues, looking around. It's nothing. I just had a bad dream, Aang replies. Go back to sleep, he continues as he lays back down. Don't have to tell me twice, Sokka replies as he rolls over to go back to sleep, obviously not concerned about Aang's well-being like Katara is. Are you all right, Aang? She asks him, while I just look at the young airbender in genuine concern, since he's been having a lot of nightmares lately. I'm okay, he replies softly. You seem to be having a lot of nightmares lately. You want to tell us about it? Katara asks him. I think I just need some rest, Aang replies, avoiding the question. You guys want to hear about my dream? Sokka asks as he sits up excitedly. Katara and I give him annoyed looks. That's okay. I didn't want to talk about it anyway, Sokka replies as he lays back down. Katara and I look at each other for a moment before laying back down in our sleeping bags too, wanting to get some more sleep. The next morning, my siblings, Aang, and I pack up our stuff to get some more flying done. Look at those clear skies, buddy, Aang says to Appa as he looks up at the sky. Should be some smooth flying. Katara, who stands next to me, shakes the bag that we had used to store food in, only a few crumbs coming out of it, which Momo eats. Well, we better smoothly fly ourselves to a market, 'cause we're out of food, she says as she starts walking up Appa's tail. Guys, wait, Sokka says, alarmed, as I climb up Appa's tail also. This was in my dream. We shouldn't go to the market. What happened in your dream? Katara asks him. Food eats people, Sokka exclaims, his eyes bugged out in fright. Katara and I look at him with very unimpressed looks on our faces. Also, Momo could talk, he says. He turns to the lemur that is sitting on the back of Appa's saddle to his right. You said some very unkind things, he continues, glaring at the lemur who lowers his ears. Once all of our stuff is packed up, we decide on looking for a village to get some more food before we get some more flying done. Ah, it's good, I'm telling you, the shopkeeper woman shouts at Katara as she holds one of the melons from the woman's produce cart. Katara shakes the melon, looking uncertain as the melon makes a loud swishing sound. I don't know if I like the sound of that swishing, Katara says to the woman, making her make an angry and frustrated face. The shopkeeper comes around the stand to face Katara. Swishing means it's ripe, she exclaims. It's the ripe juices swishing around, huh? She asks, clearly wanting our money. I think it's true, Katara. Swishing means it's ripe, Aang says. Katara and I look at each other in uncertainty before she puts the melon back on the cart. I just realized we're out of money anyway, she says to the woman innocently. Ah! The shopkeeper exclaims as she grabs the basket of fruit from Sokka. The shopkeeper then kicks Sokka as he walks away.
We now stand on the dock, Sokka currently rubbing the spot where he was kicked. Out of food and out of money. Now what are we supposed to do? Sokka says, depressed. You could get a job, smart guy, I say to him sarcastically, crossing my arms over my chest. We shouldn't go out there, an old woman says from behind us. Please, the fish can wait. There's going to be a terrible storm, she continues. Ah, you're crazy, the old man that she was talking to says. It's a nice day. No clouds, no wind, no nothing, so quit your nagging, woman, he continues. Maybe we should find some shelter? Aang asks, uncertain. Are you kidding? Shelter from what? Sokka asks him. My joints say there's going to be a storm. A bad one, the old woman says. Well, it's your joints against my brain, the old man replies. Then I hope your brain can find someone else to haul that fish, 'cause I ain't coming, the old woman exclaims to him. Then I'll find a new fish hauler and pay him double what you get, the old man exclaims. How do you like that? He asks her smugly. I'll go, Sokka exclaims, running up to them. You're hired, the old man exclaims, pointing at my twin brother. What? Sokka asks Aang, Katara, and I. You said get a job, and he's paying double, he continues with a smile. Double? Who told you that nonsense? The old man asks Sokka, looking at him as if he were an alien or something.
A little while later, Sokka is loading the fishing boat that he and the old man will be taking out while Aang and I look at the sky worriedly as black storm clouds come closer and closer. Sokka, maybe this isn't such a good idea. Look at the sky,
Aang says to my brother.
I said I was going to do this job. I can't back out just because of some bad weather, Sokka says to him as he goes below deck with the supplies in his arms. The boy with the tattoos has some sense. You should listen to him, the old woman exclaims to the old man before she walks off. Boy with tattoos, the old man asks as he puts down some boxes before he turns to look at Aang. Airbender tattoos, he states. Well, I'll be a hog monkey's uncle, he says as he walks up to Aang. You're the Avatar, ain't ya? That's right, Katara smiles, hands on her hips. Well, don't be so smiley about it, the old man scolds, making our smiles disappear. The Avatar disappeared for 100 years, he states. You turned your back on the world, he yells as he jabs Aang's chest with his forefinger. Don't yell at him, Katara says angrily, coming to Aang's side. Aang would never turn his back on anyone. Oh, he wouldn't, huh? The man asks her. Then I guess I must have imagined the last 100 years of war and suffering. Aang is the bravest person I know, Katara exclaims as she steps in front of Aang so that she's between him and the old man. He has done nothing but help people and save lives since I met him, she states, to which I nod in agreement to. I may not have been traveling with Aang and my siblings for very long, but I know that Aang would never turn his back on people of the world, at least not on purpose. It wasn't his fault that he got frozen into the iceberg that my siblings found him in, right? It's not his fault he disappeared, right, Aang? Katara asks as she turns around to face Aang. My eyes widen as I see Aang backing away from us, a guilty look on his face. Aang? I ask, my voice full of concern for my friend. What's wrong? Katara and I ask him at the same time. Without hesitation, Aang opens his glider and flees, taking off towards the mountains. That's right, keep flying, the old man exclaims after him from beside Katara. You're a horrible old man, Katara exclaims as she whips her head towards him. Ah, the old man grunts in reply. Come on, Katara, I say to her as I run over to Appa, jumping up onto his head and taking the reins. Katara jumps onto Appa a moment later, and once she's settled into the saddle behind me, I flick the reins. Appa, yip yip, I tell him, which makes him take off, making a wave go up and over the dock, drenching the old man. Serves him right.
We've been flying for a while now, and the storm has drenched us severely as Katara and I look for Aang on Appa. Where are you, Aang? I ask myself as I search for any sign of him. Kita, look! Over there! Katara shouts to me over the rain, pointing at the cliffside. My eyes land on a cave in the rock face with an exposed parapet and a stone staircase leading up to it from the shoreline below. I turn Appa around and we land on the parapet. Without hesitation, the two of us slide off of Appa, making our way into the cave. As soon as we enter the cave, we see Aang sitting there, his back facing us, and from his posture, I can tell that he's very downcast about something. Probably about what that fisherman had said to him earlier. I'm sorry for running away, he says to us quietly. It's okay. That fisherman was way out of line, Katara replies reassuringly. Actually, he wasn't, Aang replies. What do you mean? I ask him, my eyebrows furrowing in confusion. There is no way that fisherman was right about Aang turning his back on the world before the war started. Aang would never do that. Not intentionally, anyway. I don't want to talk about it, Aang answers, his voice cracking as the two of us walk over to him. It has to do with your dream, doesn't it? Katara asks him, kneeling in front of him, putting a hand on each of his shoulders. Talk to us, she says softly. Well, it's kind of a long story, Aang answers as he glances at Katara and then at me. Suddenly, Momo runs in, chittering with Appa right behind him. Appa walks up to Aang, nudging him with his nose, making Aang smile at him as he turns to pet him, silently thanking him for the comfort. I'm going to try to get a little fire going, Katara says as she gets up and walks away. "10 minutes later, the three of us are sitting around a small fire. I sit leaning up against Appa while Aang and Katara sit across from each other, Momo in Aang's lap by the fire that Katara had started. I'll never forget the day the monks told me that I was the Avatar, Aang says softly as he begins telling Katara and I the story of how he disappeared. I was just playing with some other kids just outside the south wall. I was trying to teach them how to do the air scooter. Aang lowers his head at the memory, and all I can do is give him a concerned and sympathetic look as he continues telling the story. So you were upset that you were the Avatar? Katara asks him. Why wouldn't you be excited about it? Well, I didn't know how to feel about it, Aang answers. All I knew is that after I found out, everything began changing. He continues sadly as he tells us how the other kids started to treat him differently. Then, just when I was starting to feel better, something worse happened, Aang says, before he tells us how the monks were going to separate him from Monk Gyatso. That's awful, Aang. I don't know what to say, Katara says softly as she tries to put her hand on his shoulder, but he gets up to his feet angrily. How could they do that to me? They wanted to take away everything I knew and everyone I loved, Aang exclaims as his avatar spirit begins to activate. The arrow tattoos on his body begin to glow, and the energy shell that my siblings had seen at the Southern Air Temple when Aang had found Gyatso's skeleton begins to form around him. He shuts it down, however, as Katara cries out as cinders from the fire swirl around her. Whoa! Hot cinders! I'm sorry I got so mad, Aang apologizes as the glow fades. You have a right to be angry after the monks sent you away like that, I say to him reassuringly as he walks back over to the fire to sit across from Katara again. Well, that's not exactly what happened, he says softly, looking downcast and guilty. I was afraid and confused. I didn't know what to do, he continues, and he explains how he ran away. I never saw Gyatso again, Aang says sadly. Next thing I knew, I was waking up in your arms after you found me in the iceberg. You ran away, Tara says softly, as Aang looks vacantly across the fire, a slight guilty expression on his face. And then the Fire Nation attacked our temple, Aang says, looking up at Katara. My people needed me and I wasn't there to help, he continues as he looks downcast again. You don't know what would have, Katara says, but Aang cuts her off. The world needed me and I wasn't there to help. Aang, I say softly as I get up from my spot beside Appa. The fisherman was right, he exclaims in frustration. I did turn my back on the world, he continues as he turns away from Katara and I. Even if you did run away, I think it was meant to be. If you had stayed, you would have been killed along with all the other airbenders. I continue, to which Katara nods in agreement to. You don't know that, Aang replies softly, looking down at the ground. But we know that it's meant to be this way, Katara says. The world needs you now. You give people hope, she continues with a small smile. Aang slowly smiles back at her, raising his head to look at her, an expression of hope spreading across his face. Momo then hops over to Aang and chitters at him, making Aang pet his back with a smile. Help! A voice exclaims from the entrance of the cave, making the three of us look over to the entrance to see someone entering the cave, the storm still raging outside. Oh, please help! The person continues. That's when I realize that it's the old woman who had told the old fisherman about the storm before Sokka volunteered to go with him in her place. Katara rushes over to her side. It's okay. You're safe, she says to her as she leads the woman to the fire. But my husband isn't, the woman replies. What do you mean? Where's Sokka? I ask her as I get up to my feet, obviously worried about my twin brother. They haven't returned, she says. They should have been back by now, and this storm is becoming a typhoon. They're caught out at sea. I'm going to find them, Aang says as he stands up. I'm going with you, Katara says to him. Me too, I answer. I'm staying here, the woman exclaims as she sits down next to the fire, her arms crossed over her chest. A couple minutes later, we have Appa ready to take off. Aang turns to the old woman as I mount Appa. We'll be back soon, I promise, he says to her before he and Katara mount Appa also, and we fly out of the cave. We've been searching for the boat for about 20 minutes now, and so far we haven't seen any sign of it. Where are they? Katara asks over the wind and rain as we all look for the fishing boat. Come on, Appa, Aang says as Appa tries to go over a wave. We can't pull up in time, but we bust through its crest with a combination of Appa's strength and Aang twirling his staff around rapidly to part the water. Once we get past the wave, we see a small boat in the distance, silhouetted by multiple lightning strikes. The boat! It's there! Aang shouts, pointing at the small boat in the distance. As we fly towards the small fishing boat, I see a familiar ship silhouette in the distance. I stare at the ship for a few moments, not surprised at all that Zuko would be going into the storm in his pursuit for Aang. What does surprise me, though, is that he's not attacking us, because if Zuko is on the main deck of the ship, he can clearly see us, and he would probably take the chance in attacking us, even though we're in a bad storm. Once we get close enough to the fishing boat, Aang jumps off of Appa and lands onto the boat. Lightning strikes the main mast, which breaks. It's about to hit Aang, but he splits it in two, using waterbending, the halves falling harmlessly on either side of him. "Hang on to the rope!" I hear Aang yell at Sokka and the old man before he airbends himself back onto Appa, pulling Sokka and the old man with him. Both of them land in the saddle, the old man spitting out some water from his mouth before he smiles sheepishly at Sokka. The smile that I have on my face from seeing that Sokka is safe disappears when a shadow appears behind them and I hear the sound of rushing water. "Aang, look!" I exclaim, pointing at the large wave that had just swept up the fishing boat. Appa tries to escape from the wave, but the wave is too big and too fast and we go under the water. As we float in the water, I keep a tight grasp on the saddle, not wanting to get separated from Appa and drown. My lungs start to burn from the lack of oxygen before I see a bright flash of white light behind my closed eyelids. Next thing I know is that there's a sphere of energy surrounding Appa as we swim through the water, able to breathe. A few moments later, Appa breaks through the surface of the water, passing Zuko's ship as he rises higher and higher into the sky. As we pass the ship, Zuko's golden eyes meet my blue ones for a couple of seconds, and I don't know why, but my heart skips a beat at the sight of him. I quickly turn back around as Appa goes through the eye of the storm, not wanting either of my siblings to notice that I was staring at Zuko. We get back to the cave where Katara and I had found Aang earlier, and the old woman looks relieved as she sees her husband safe and sound. "Oh, you're alive!" she exclaims as she hugs him. "You owe this boy an apology," she says, her voice turning sour as she points at Aang. "He doesn't have to apologize," Aang argues. What if instead of an apology I give him a free fish and we call it even?" the old man asks her, which makes me roll my eyes at him. Aang just saved his life, even after all he had said to him? Ungrateful much. "Actually, I don't eat meat," Aang says to him. "Fish ain't meat," the old man says as he turns to him, looking at him as if he's crazy. "Seriously," Sokka says as he walks over to them. "You're still gonna pay me, right?" he continues, holding out his hand. The old man drops a fish into his outstretched hand with a wet smacking sound, which makes Sokka let out a frightened sound at the sight of it. "Katara, I think you and Kida were right before," Aang says, walking up to me and Katara. "I'm done dwelling on the past." "Really?" Katara asks him. "I can't make guesses about how things would have turned out if I hadn't run away," Aang says, looking down at the ground for a moment. "I'm here now and I'm going to make the most of it," he continues as he turns to Katara and I with a smile. "I don't think you're going to have those nightmares anymore," I smile, which makes him smile back at me. If you weren't here now, well, I guess I wouldn't be either," the old man says as he walks up to Aang, putting a hand on his shoulder. "Thank you for saving my life, Avatar." "Do you hear that?" Sokka asks us, making all of us turn to him. "It stopped raining," he continues with a smile. We all walk out of the cave, staring out into the distance, watching as the storm clouds move away. That's when Appa shakes himself off, drenching all of us, making us jump away from him. "Appa!" we all exclaim, annoyed that he had gotten us even wetter than we already are. Polar Opposites. Book 1, Water. Chapter 15, The Blue Spirit. I sigh as I watch Katara take care of a very sick Sokka. He's been sick for the last 2 days, and I suspect that it's from being in the large storm that he was on that fishing boat in. Katara wipes Sokka's forehead with a wet cloth as he coughs yet again. This should bring your fever down. You know what I love about Appa the most? Sokka asks her feverishly. His sense of humor, he continues with a smile. That's nice. I'll tell him, Katara replies. Appa grunts at Sokka in response, which makes Sokka laugh. Ha ha! Classic Appa. How's Sokka doing? Aang asks Katara as he walks over to her and Sokka. Not so good. Katara replies to him softly, her voice full of worry for our brother. Being out in that storm really did a number on him. I couldn't find any ginger root for the tea, Aang says to her. But I found a map, he continues as he pulls out a scroll and spreads it out on the ground. There's an herbalist institute on the top of that mountain, Aang says as he looks out into the distance, towards the mountains. We could probably find a cure for Sokka there, he continues, turning to Katara. Aang, he is no condition to travel, Katara says. Sokka just needs more rest. I'm sure he'll be better by tomorrow, she continues before she begins to cough herself. Oh no. Now Katara's getting sick from taking care of Sokka. Not you too, Aang says to her worriedly. Relax, it was just a little cough, Katara says reassuringly. I'm fine. She's cut off by more coughing, making Aang shield himself from her violent coughing. That's how Sokka started yesterday, Aang says to her. Now look at him. He thinks he's an earthbender, he continues, turning to look at Sokka again. Take that, you rock! Sokka exclaims as he swings his arms at something that isn't there. A few more hours and you'll be talking nonsense too, Aang says to Katara, getting up and grabbing his staff. I'm going to find some medicine. I'll go with you, I say to him as I get up from my spot on the floor, not wanting to get sick too. Aang nods as he opens his glider and walks to the edge of the temple. I'm about to jump on top of the glider when a huge flash of lightning illuminates the valley in front of us. Aang says nervously as he twirls his glider shut and leans it against the wall of the temple. Maybe it's safer if we go on foot, he continues, to which I nod in reply, since I do not want to get hit by lightning today. Aang and I then turn to where my siblings sit on Appa. Keep an eye on him, guys, Aang says to Appa and Momo. Appa grunts and Momo chitters in reply. Ha ha! Sokka laughs deliriously. You guys are killing me. We should hurry, I say to Aang. He nods in reply before telling me to climb onto his back. I hesitate for a second before climbing onto his back, wrapping my arms around his neck so that I don't fall. Aang wraps his arms around my legs to keep them in place around his waist, before taking off at high speed, using his airbending to accelerate his running speed toward the mountain where the Herbalist Institute is. Aang and I have been traveling at an immense speed towards the Herbalist Institute on top of a mountain, which was across the valley where we had made camp since Sokka was sick and needed to be taken care of. We just got to the bottom of a large staircase that leads up to the Herbalist Institute at the top of the mountain. Aang stops at the bottom of the staircase, catching his breath for a moment. All right, Kida, hang on tight, he tells me. At his command, I tighten my arms around his neck, knowing that he's going to be going fast again. Ready? Aang asks me. Ready, I nod. With that, not even a second later, Aang takes off, climbing the staircase at high speed. We finally reach the top of the staircase and Aang stops to set me down. I look around the many desolate buildings when I spot what looks like a greenhouse. There, I tell Aang, pointing at the greenhouse. We run to the greenhouse and we see an elderly woman standing at a table. Hello, Aang says to the woman. I'm sorry to barge in like this, but I need some medicine for my friends. They have fevers and they've been coughing and... Aang speaks very fast, but the woman cuts him off. Settle down, young man, the woman says to him as she mixes something in a bowl on the table in front of her. Your friends are going to be fine. She walks over to another table where a fluffy white cat is sitting. I've been up here for over 40 years, you know. Used to be others, but they all left years ago, she explains. She pets the cat, who begins to purr at her touch. Now it's just me and Miyuki. That's nice, Aang says, his shoulders slouching. Wounded Earth Kingdom troops still come by now and again. Brave boys. And thanks to my remedies, they always leave in better shape than when they arrived. That's nice, Aang repeats again, trying to be nice and not get irritated with the old woman. Are you almost done? I ask her, getting impatient since I'm really worried about my siblings now that both of them are sick. Hold on, I just need to add one last ingredient, says the old woman as she starts to walk deeper into the greenhouse that's filled with many different plants. Oh, sandalwood, that won't do. Banana leaf, nope. Ginger roots, Oh, where is that pesky little plant? I hear her mutter to herself as she walks away, which makes Aang and I groan in exasperation, knowing that this is going to take a while. I have no idea how long Aang and I have been waiting for the herbalist woman to find whatever plant she's been looking for. But to me, it's felt like an eternity. Aang and I currently lean against the table, petting Miyuki, the herbalist's cat, out of boredom. Oh! I hear the herbalist exclaim. Here's what I was looking for. Plum blossom. She continues, which makes me sigh in relief that she finally found the plant that she's been looking for. Finally! Aang and I exclaim as we stand up straight from leaning over the table. The woman walks over to us and Aang eagerly grabs the bowl from the woman's hands. Thanks for all your help! Hands off! The woman exclaims, hitting Aang on the wrist with the wooden spoon in her hand. What do you think you're doing? She asks him angrily. Taking the cure to my friends. Aang answers, frightened and abashed from the woman hitting him on the wrist. The herbalist laughs. This isn't a cure. It's Miyuki's dinner. She clarifies as she places the bowl on the table in front of Miyuki. Plum blossom is her favorite, she continues as she pets Miyuki, who begins to eat and purr. What about my friends? What about my siblings? Aang and I ask her at the same time, frowns coming to our faces. Well, all they need is some frozen wood frogs. There's plenty of them down in the valley swamp, the herbalist tells us. What are we supposed to do with frozen frogs? I ask her as both Aang and I give her confused looks. Why, suck on them, of course, the herbalist says, as if it were obvious or something. Suck on them? Aang and I ask, shocked. I mentally gag at the thought of sucking on a frozen frog. I am really glad that I volunteered to go with Aang, because if I got sick and I had to suck on a frozen frog, blech, I don't even want to think about it. The frog skin excretes a substance that'll cure your friends, but make sure you get plenty. Once those little critters thaw out, they're useless, the herbalist explains. Aang and I stay quiet as we look at each other and then back to the herbalist. Aang breaking the silence. You're insane, aren't you? The old woman grins. That's right. She turns back to her work for a few seconds before she turns to face Aang and I again. Well, don't just stand there all day. Go! She commands as she whips her spoon at Aang, who ends up with a bunch of dark green, almost black gunk on his face. Aang thanks the woman as he grabs my hand so that we can go get the frogs for Sokka and Katara. We run outside, covering our eyes with our arms, protecting them from the strong wind. Suddenly, Aang flails around in surprise before falling on his knees. I gasp at the sight of the 2 arrows that go through the fabric of his shoes. I kneel down, ready to pull them out, when 2 arrows go through both of my sleeves of my shirt, just missing my skin. I glare at the arrows for a second before I start looking around for the person who had shot them at us, ready to give them a piece of my mind. I look up towards the forest to see a large number of arrows arching towards us. I would have used my waterbending to make a shield of ice, but I can't. The reasons as to why are, number 1, I can't use my arms, and number 2, the water that I use for bending is in my water skin and I can't get to it since my arms are pinned down. Before any of the arrows can get to us, Aang airbends a shell of wind around the 2 of us, knocking all of the arrows aside. He then pulls out one of the arrows from his shoe. I think you dropped this, he shouts over the strong wind. Aang, they didn't drop anything, I exclaim. We need to get out of here, now. I continue as I try and get free from the arrows that are keeping me pinned down. Aang nods in reply before pulling out both of the arrows from my sleeves and helping me onto his back again. Aang starts running off in one direction, but arrows keep coming towards us. Luckily, Aang has quick reflexes and misses all of the incoming arrows. Eventually, Aang has to jump off a cliff, but it doesn't teeter the archers from following us at all. We land in the trees, the branches hitting our faces and bodies on our way down. We finally get out of the trees and Aang manages to jump from branch to branch until we reach the valley swamp. Aang and I emerge from the murky water, gasping for air desperately. "A frog!" I hear Aang exclaim, and I see that he has a frozen frog in his hand. That's when an arrow knocks the frog out of his hand, making the both of us look back to see the archers coming straight for us. "Go, Aang, go!" I tell him as the two of us go through the water, grabbing frogs, putting them in our shirt, and dodging the arrows as we go. We get to a log that rises out of the water when multiple arrows pin one of our arms each to the trunk. We both reach to take the arrows out, but before we can, more arrows come flying towards us. Aang uses his free hand and water from the swamp freezes in front of us, making a shield. I hear multiple arrows hit the ice before it shatters into a million pieces. I'm about to make another ice shield with my own water bending, but more arrows go through our other sleeve, pinning our other arm to the trunk behind us. I glower angrily at the archers in front of us as they shoot a net at us, pinning our bodies to the tree behind us. I grunt in pain as an arrow slices into my thigh. "Kita!" Aang shouts in shock and worry. "I'm all right," I reassure him, wincing in pain as I speak. "Don't worry about me." Aang's point of view. I struggle against the chains that are around my wrists, wanting to get out of here and find Kita as soon as possible. I'm so worried about her because before we got separated, I noticed that she looked to be in so much pain since the arrow was still embedded in her thigh. She looked like she was going to pass out from the pain that she was in. That's when the door to the room that I'm being held in opens and Zhao enters the room, his hands behind his back. "So, this is the great Avatar, master of all the elements," he states as he walks up to me, looking very unimpressed. I watch him closely as he starts to walk around one of the columns that I'm chained to. "I don't know how you managed to elude the Fire Nation for 100 years, he says. "But your little game of hide and seek is over," he continues as he walks behind me, leaning over my shoulder, causing me to glare back at him as he smirks down at me smugly. "I've never hidden from you," I shout at him as he walks away. "Untie me and I'll fight you right now." He says, his back facing me. "No," he continues, turning his head to the side to look back at me. "Tell me," he says, turning his body around to face me. "How does it feel to be the only airbender left?" he asks me, as I continue to glare up at him intensely. "Do you miss your people?" he asks, leaning forward closer to me. I continue to glare up at him for a few more seconds, but then my heart aches at the thought of Gyatso, my friends, and the rest of my people, causing me to close my eyes as I drop my head in sadness. "Oh, don't worry," Zhao says mockingly. "You won't be killed like they were," he continues, making me lift my head again to glare up at him, gritting my teeth angrily. "See, if you die, you'll just be reborn, and the Fire Nation will have to start its search for the Avatar all over again," he says, turning around to look away from me again. "So, I'll keep you alive, but just barely," he finishes, turning back to me, a smirk appearing on his face before he starts walking toward the door to leave. As he walks away, I take in a giant breath of air before blowing it out at him, knocking him down and hitting the wall on the other side of the room. "Where's Kita?" I exclaim angrily. "What did you do to her?" I continue as he rolls around to where he's with his back to me. I see him shake his head before he brushes his hand over his hair. "Blow all the wind you want," he says as he gets to his feet. "You and your little waterbender friends situation is futile," he states. "There is no escaping this fortress." He continues, making my face soften at the thought of Kita being kept here for the rest of her days, along with me. "And no one is coming to rescue either of you," he growls, glaring at me before walking out of the room, slamming the door behind him. "Kita, I'm so sorry," I think solemnly. normal point of view, aka Kita's point of view. I grit my teeth as I look at my chained wrists and ankles. The archers who had attacked Aang and I took us to a large military fortress of some sort in the middle of nowhere. The arrow that had gone into my thigh is still in my leg, and the pain I feel right now is indescribable. I don't know where Aang is, but all I know is that he must be in a room nearby or in a completely different area in the compound. I lift my head up when the door to the room I'm currently in creaks open. I glower at the person who comes in, recognizing him immediately. "Oh, so you're still alive. I'm impressed," he smirks. "I'm a lot stronger than you think I am, Zhao," I growl, baring my teeth at him. "I was surprised to hear that you're with the Avatar," Zhao says. "Last time I saw you, you were with Prince Zuko and General Iroh," he continues. "It was only temporary," I reply through gritted teeth. "I see." He nods as he walks over to me. "Rumor has it is that you are the last waterbender from the Southern Water Tribe," he continues, his face inches from mine. "Is that true, or are there more waterbenders that we don't know about?" he asks. I don't respond. Instead, I just glare at him intensely, not giving him the satisfaction of scaring me in any way like he did at the Fire Nation Harbor that day not so long ago. "Where is Aang?" I growl at him through gritted teeth. Zhao chuckles at my question. "Oh, don't worry. Your friend the Avatar is still alive," he answers. "For now." He smirks, which makes me struggle against the chains around my wrists and ankles, wanting to attack him, not caring about the pain that I feel from my leg. "I swear, Zhao, if you hurt him in any way, I will—" He cuts my threat off. "You'll what?" he challenges, smirking smugly, staring into my eyes intensely. "You can't do anything to me, especially—" He pauses for a moment, his eyes lingering on the arrow that's still lodged in my thigh. "Looks like you could use some help with that," he smirks. I let out a pain-filled scream as the arrow was yanked out of my leg. I breathe heavily through my nose as Zhao drops the bloody arrow onto the floor in front of me. Looks like you're going to need stitches," Zhao says to me before pulling out a roll of white bandages from his armor, starting to wrap it around my thigh. He tightens it, and the bandages are immediately soaked with blood from the open wound. "I will see what our doctor can do." He smiles before walking over to the door and walking out of the room, closing it shut behind him. I groggily open my eyes when I hear the metal door creak open again. I see a body's shadow and I figure that it's Zhao again. "Kita!" I hear a familiar voice yell. "Aang?" I ask softly as my vision begins to clear. I smile at the sight of him as he runs up to me. "Aang, you're all right," I say to him, relief coming over me at the sight of him. "Of course," Aang smiles back. "Now, let's get you out of here," he continues, to which I nod weakly in reply. That's when I notice a person in all black and a blue dragon mask behind him. "Aang? Who's that?" I ask warily. "Oh yeah," Aang says as he turns his head to face the figure. "He's here to rescue us," he continues. The masked person then takes out dual swords from the sheath on his back as he walks over to me, breaking the chains off of my wrists and ankles, making me fall to the ground. I can't walk," I say slowly, looking up at Aang with sad eyes. You have to go without me, Aang." "No, I'm not leaving without you, Kita," Aang says as he places a hand on my shoulder. He then takes the bloody bandages that Zhao had put around my thigh off before ripping a piece of fabric from his already torn up shirt, tying it around my thigh. He then moves to where I can climb onto his back before he and the masked figure starts running out of the room. After escaping from the main part of the fortress, the masked person leads Aang and I into the sewer system below the fortress, where he and Aang carefully walk with their backs to the wall to avoid being seen by any of the guards above us. Once we get to an area where there are no guards, the masked person peeks his head out through the large openings of the vents, and when the coast is clear, he jumps back down, pointing his finger up, signaling that we're going to go up. The masked man lifts himself out using the bars before turning around and grabbing a hold of me by my armpits, pulling me through the grate while Aang gets himself out. Once Aang is out of the grate, he takes me into his arms again before following the masked man towards the wall. We get over to the wall and see that there's already a rope hanging down from it. It must be the rope that the masked person used to get in. How do we carry her up there? Aang asks. That is a good question, considering that I can't climb the wall myself. Either Aang or the masked person will have to carry me up the wall somehow. At Aang's question, the masked man turns to him before pointing behind him, gesturing that he'll carry me on his back. Aang nods in reply, and the masked man turns around, leaning down slightly, letting Aang help me get onto his back. I quickly wrap my arms around his neck and do my best to wrap my legs around his waist so that I have a good grip on him. Aang starts to climb up the rope first, with the masked man following close behind him. We're about halfway up the wall when loud alarm bells start to ring and a horn is blown. There, on the wall! I hear a soldier yell from below. A guard at the top of the wall comes up to the edge of the wall, cutting the rope with his sword, making us fall. Before we land on the ground, Aang uses his airbending to slow our fall and prevent a harsh landing. I lean back slightly off of the masked person's back so that he can take out his dual swords from the sheath. He then points one of his swords towards the gate that is still open. He and Aang start running towards the gate. The Avatar has escaped! Close all the gates immediately! I hear Zhao's voice shout out to his men. As we run towards the closing gates, Aang runs in front of the masked person. Stay close to me, he shouts before running faster as the gates start to close, a bunch of guards standing in front of the gates, spears in hand. Aang airbends a blast of air that blows all the guards out of the way. Aang then makes it to the gate, but the masked man has to stop and fight all of the guards that come at him. As he fights, he makes sure that he dodges or cuts any and all spears that come at either me or at him. I then see Aang running back to us, airbending all of the guards out of his way, before using a spear staff to throw up the masked man and I into the air and onto the wall. We land on top of the wall where guards come at either side of us, making the masked man hold up his swords ready to defend himself. Before he can fight the guards, though, we're lifted up into the air by Aang, his legs wrapped under the masked man's chest and my back. He struggles twirling around the staff and carrying us at the same time. The masked man is also cutting and kicking away any of the spears that would fly to us from below. My eyes start to droop closed and it gets harder and harder for me to keep them open. My vision starts to dim and blur just as we fall on top of the other wall. I groan softly in pain as Aang and the masked man fight the guards that are coming right for us. I glance down at my leg to see the cloth from Aang's shirt already red from the blood soaking it. I have to stay awake, I think, forcing myself to stay awake so that I can make sure that Aang is safe. Next thing I know, I'm placed on the masked man's back again before Aang hands him a ladder. Here, take this, he tells him before jumping off the wall, landing on a ladder of his own. Jump on my back, I hear Aang shout at him. The masked man complies as Aang begins to use the ladders as massive stilts, shedding one each time he takes a step. The second ladder that Aang uses starts its descent. Give me the next one, Aang shouts, and the masked man gives him the third and final ladder. The ladder is vertical to the ground when I see an orange glow in the corner of my eye. I glance down to see flames eating away at the wooden ladder. Before the flames reach us, Aang makes a jump for the wall and just manages to grab the edge of the final wall before we fall to the ground. I'm still hanging onto the masked man's back as he gets up from the ground, drawing his swords, ready to attack the 4 guards that come out in front of us. The 4 guards unleash flames at us, but Aang puts myself and the masked man behind him and Aaron bends the flames away. Hold your fire! I hear Zhao's voice shout, making me look up at him to see him walking over. The Avatar and the waterbender must be captured alive, he continues to his men. Before I know it, the masked man jumps up behind Aang, crossing his swords in front of Aang's throat, the edge of the blade of his left sword almost cutting my cheek as he does this. My eyes are wide in fear for Aang's safety, but I know that the masked man wouldn't actually hurt Aang since he's been trying to help the both of us escape and hasn't made a move to hurt him in any way. I look at Zhao to see him glaring intensely at the masked man. Open the gate, he commands through gritted teeth. Admiral, what are you doing? The officer to Zhao's right asks him. Let them out, now, Zhao commands again. I hear the gate open behind me, which makes the masked man start to back away, sword still at Aang's throat. The masked man continues backing away from the fortress, and as he does, my eyes stay focused on the compound, keeping an eye out for any Fire Nation soldiers that might come after us. All of a sudden, my back is against the ground and the masked man is on top of me. I let out a hiss of pain as his body is on top of my injured thigh. I glance down at the masked man to see if he's alright or not. As I look down at him, I realize that he's been knocked out from an arrow that's currently laying on the ground a couple of feet away from where we currently lay. I then realize that I can now see some of the skin of his face under the mask. I look up at Aang and see him airbend up a huge cloud of dust around the three of us. Quick! Recover the Avatar and the Waterbender! I hear Zhao command to his men. Aang kneels down next to the masked man, untying the mask from his head, revealing his face. My eyes widen in surprise at the sight of who's behind the mask. Zuko? I think in surprise at seeing him after all this time. Aang backs off in horror, falling backwards onto the ground at the sight of him. Aang then gets to his feet, picking me up in the process, before he starts running away. Aang, we can't leave him, I tell him. Aang stops at my words and turns towards Zuko, his eyes huge and full of compassion. After another moment of hesitation, Aang tells me to get on his back before he picks up Zuko, running into the forest just as the dust clears and the Fire Nation soldiers get to where we had been moments ago. I currently lean back against the tree next to Aang, my leg's still hurting, but it isn't as bad now, which must be a good thing. While we were running through the forest, Aang had decided to take me back to the herbalist that we had met before we were captured, so that she could take care of my leg. She gladly gave me some herbal medicine that seems to be healing it. It's probably going to leave a scar though, but I actually wouldn't mind that. Scars are a way for people to see where you've been and what you've been through. You do know that when he wakes up, he's going to attack you, right? I ask Aang, my eyes still on my leg. Yeah, I know, Aang replies. Well, in that case, when and if he does attack you, you have to get out of here, I tell him. And before you say anything about carrying me again, I cut him off. I'll just slow you down, so you have to go on your own, I finish. What are you saying? Aang asked me, concern in his gray eyes. I'm saying that you should go without me, Aang, I answer. No, Aang says, shaking his head desperately. I won't leave you, Kita. You have to, Aang, I tell him. The only reason he saved us was so that he could have you for himself, I say as I gesture to Zuko. Sokka and Katara are still sick. They need those frogs, so you have to leave without me, Aang. We'll see each other again, Aang, I promise, I continue as I take his hand in mine, giving him a smile. Aang hesitantly nods in reply before pulling his knees up to his chest, staring at the ground in front of him. About an hour passes before I see Zuko slowly open his eyes, looking at Aang tiredly. I guess he hasn't seen me yet. You know what the worst part about being born over 100 years ago is? Aang asks, as if he knows that Zuko is staring at him. I miss all the friends I used to hang out with, he answers his own question, still looking down at the ground in front of him. Before the war started, I used to always visit my friend Kuzan. The two of us, we'd get in out of so much trouble together. He smiles at the memory. He was one of the best friends I ever had, he continues before he turns to look down at Zuko. And he was from the Fire Nation, just like you. If we knew each other back then, do you think we could have been friends too? He asks Zuko with a small smile. I frown slightly at that. Poor kid, he shouldn't be going through this. A second later, Zuko gets up, kneeling on one knee, bending a stream of fire at Aang. Luckily, Aang jumps up and dodges it just in time, jumping from branch to branch, escaping from Zuko, which makes me sigh out in relief. Zuko turns to me in slight surprise. He left you. I told him to, I reply. Why? He asks, raising his one eyebrow at me. I just slow him down, I say softly. Zuko nods in reply before leaning down and grabbing both his swords and mask. He puts his dual swords back into the sheath on his back before handing me the mask. I take it from him, examining it closely, trailing my fingers along the details. Where did you get it? I ask him. Zuko doesn't answer my question. He just gestures to his back as he turns around, silently telling me to get on his back. I silently oblige his silent command, wrapping my arms around his neck as he straightens up, grabbing my legs so that they wrap around his waist before he starts walking down the path that leads back to the road. We have a doctor on the ship, Zuko states after a few moments of silence. I'll have him make sure your leg is okay, he continues. I nod against his shoulder. Thanks, I say quietly before I close my eyes, suddenly really tired from staying up all night. I jolt awake when I feel Zuko jump down and land on something that wobbles slightly at the movement. I then see that we're on his cutter boat that he must have taken to go after Aang and I after Zhao captured us. Sorry, Zuko apologizes softly. I didn't mean to wake you. It's okay, I reply before I loosen my grip on his neck as he slowly lets go of my legs so that I can sit down. Before leaving the old abandoned dock that Zuko had tied his boat to, Zuko changes into his armor and hides his mask and clothes that he had been in. I'm guessing you'd like to keep this a secret from Iroh, I ask him as he walks over to the rope that keeps the boat attached to the dock, untying it so that we can head back to the ship. Zuko nods in reply before walking over to the wheel, steering the boat away from the dock and back to the ship, wherever it is. When we make it back to the ship, the cutter boat is pulled up from the water, and once the boat is inside, Zuko carries me up onto the main deck, where Iroh is seated on a stool playing a zungi horn. Next to him is a small table that holds a funky-looking monkey statue that I recognize from the pirate ship that we got the waterbending scroll that Katara stole from. For a moment, he looks surprised at the sight of me in Zuko's arms, but he doesn't question it. Where have you been, Prince Zuko? He asks his nephew as we walk past him. You missed music night. Lieutenant G sang a stirring love song, he explains with a smile on his face. I'm taking her to the doctor. Then I'm going to bed, Zuko says to him, ignoring his question. No disturbances. He continues as we walk into the ship so that Zuko can take me to the ship's doctor before he gets some rest.
Hello, my beautiful Glorians, and welcome back to yet another chapter of Book 1 of my Prince Zuko love story, Polar Opposites. One thing I need to say is that I cannot believe we are on chapter 16 already, and I cannot believe that we are almost to book 2 already as well. I mean, we're gonna only have 3 more chapters after this, and this one is not a very long chapter, so this video is going to be so fast that you're gonna be wanting to listen to chapter 17. But you're gonna have to wait until next Friday for that. I do apologize for that. But I do have something to say about this chapter. It's just going to be really quick, so no worries about that. I won't postpone the chapter any longer than I have to. So the one thing I need to say about this chapter is that, much like the rest of the chapters before it, or at least most of the chapters before it, this one is based off of a episode from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Except for this chapter, it is not based on the whole chapter, much like, for example, chapter 12, Jet. That one was based off of the whole episode, and like I said, most of them, other than Jet, were also based off of the whole episodes. This one is not. There are only a couple of things from the actual episode that happen in this one, so most of it is what happens to Kita while the main events are happening, or the main events from the episode are happening with Zuko and Iroh, since she's back with them. But anyway, that's what I wanted to say. This is totally after I finished editing the audio, so it is a little bit shorter than I thought it was going to be, but that is totally fine. As I said, this one is going to be a short video, so you're going to be wanting to not wait a week for Chapter 17. And I promise Chapter 17 is going to be a little bit longer than this one, so yeah. Anyway, let us begin with the chapter. I really hope you guys enjoy. Let us begin with Chapter 16 of Book 1 of Polar Opposites. As I said, hope you guys enjoy.
Polar Opposites, Book 1, Water, Chapter 16, The Bounty Hunter. It's been about a week since I had been taken back to Zuko's ship after Zuko had rescued both Aang and I from Zhao. My leg is basically healed now, which is a good thing. The doctor had told me I'd be alright if I just take it easy. So for the last 5 days, I've just been hanging out in my room, reading books and meditating. Since I came back to the ship, both Zuko and Iroh have been coming in and checking on me every once in a while. Iroh, being the kind man that he is, brings me tea and we talk for a while before he leaves to either train Zuko or take a nap. Zuko, on the other hand, he's his usual grumpy self, always telling me to tell him where Aang is going. The thing that's different about how Zuko treats me, though, is that he's been less stern about having me tell him where Aang is. It's very strange, considering all of the other times that I was on the ship, he would always demand that I tell him where Aang was going, and then storm off out of the room whenever I would tell him that I didn't know. At the moment, I sit at a table kitty-corner to both Zuko and Iroh, as Iroh gives us cups of the tea he had just made. Ah, he sighs with a smile. See, Prince Zuko? A moment of quiet is good for your mental well-being, he continues to Zuko as he pours tea into Zuko's cup. Zuko raises his cup to take a drink of the tea, but before he can, the ship rocks suddenly, causing the tea in his cup to splash all over his face. I put my hand over my mouth, stifling my laughter, not wanting him to get mad at me for laughing at him. He growls out angrily as he wipes his hair out of his face and gets to his feet to see what had caused the ship to rock so violently. Iroh and I get up also, following close behind him. On the main deck, guards line up beside Iroh, Zuko, and I while a woman riding a giant animal run along the deck. "Get back!" the woman commands. "We're after a stowaway." "There are no stowaways on my ship," Zuko says to her while glaring up at her as he walks up to her angrily. The woman's animal then proceeds to bite into the floor of the main deck, throwing the chunk of metal it rips out at us. This causes the guards around us to jump out of the way, while Zuko, Iroh, and I dunk under it. The chunk of metal then hits the wall with a loud clang. Good thing everyone got out of the way because that could have easily killed someone. I turn to look at Zuko again to see him turn to the woman angrily, obviously upset that her creature is destroying his ship. The animal then sticks its large head into the gaping hole, as if it's looking for something. A moment later, a frightened man climbs up onto the deck, trying to run away from the woman and her large creature. As he's running away, the woman's animal runs after him, whipping out its long tongue and hitting the man in the back twice. The man falls to the floor, unable to move. He's paralyzed, Zuko states, his voice filled with slight shock and surprise. It's a Shirshu, I think to myself, remembering when I had read a book about animals that are native to the Earth Kingdom while I was resting up in my room during my week of rest. The woman walks over to the paralyzed man, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt. Only temporarily, the woman states. The toxins will wear off in about an hour, but by then he'll be in jail and I'll have my money, she explains as she throws the man over her shoulder. Oh, so she's a bounty hunter then, I think to myself as I watch the woman carefully. But how did you find him on my ship? Zuko asks her as the woman walks back to her Shirshu. The woman looks over her shoulder at us while petting the Shirshu's shoulder. My Shirshu can smell a rat a continent away, she answers before she gets back into the saddle, the paralyzed man laying across the Shirshu's back behind her. Well, I'm impressed, Iroh says just as the woman cracks her whip and her Shirshu boats off of the ship and down to the dock, out of sight. Very impressed, Iroh repeats to himself while stroking his beard, making both Zuko and I look at him oddly. About an hour later, Zuko and Iroh set off to find the woman and her Shirshu. There is no doubt in my mind that Zuko is planning on using her and her Shirshu to track down Aang and my siblings by using my mother's necklace. I would have gone with them, but my leg has started hurting from standing on it for so long. It may be almost healed completely, but there's still a little bit of healing to do. Even though I do want to protect Aang and my siblings from Zuko, like I had done so many times before, my leg is the main reason as to why I decided not to go with them this time around. To say that Iroh was surprised when I had told him that I wouldn't be going with him and Zuko is a major understatement. Once I had explained as to why I wasn't coming to him, though, he understood wholeheartedly. Iroh knows full well that if my leg wasn't hurting like it is right now, I wouldn't have hesitated in going along with them. One thing's for sure, though, if I know anything about Zuko going after Aang, is that it doesn't work out very well for him most of the time. I have no doubt that Aang can take care of himself against Zuko, and Zuko won't capture him. After saying my goodbyes to the two of them, I walk back to my room wanting to relax a little bit, not wanting to strain my leg any more than I already have. I get to the door in my room, opening it and entering the room, closing the door behind me. After I close the door behind me, I look around the room seeing the Fire Nation insignia on every wall of the room. To be completely honest, I've kind of grown accustomed to seeing the Fire Nation insignia everywhere I go on this ship. I know that seeing that symbol brings back some bad memories for both Zuko and myself, him more than me, considering he can't return home until he captures Aang and brings him back to his father. For me, though, it reminds me of the day that Fire Nation soldiers invaded my home, looking for any waterbenders left in my tribe, and then killing my mother during the last raid, when my siblings and I were very young. I still remember that day so vividly. It's like it happened yesterday, when in reality, it happened so many years ago. I sighed tiredly, walking over to the bed, sitting on the edge of it for a moment before laying back onto it, just staring up at the ceiling. My thoughts then wander to my siblings and Aang, hoping that they're somewhere safe and will be alright when Zuko comes after them again. Knowing that Zuko is going to use that woman's Shirshu to track Aang down by using my mother's necklace makes me worry in that sense. I really do wish that I was there with them right now, just so that I could protect them in any way I could when Zuko would attack them. The thing is, I know that the three of them can take care of themselves just fine. My thoughts then wander to Zuko. Ever since I've been back on the ship, he's been acting really weird around me, especially when we're alone together. It's always as if he wants to tell me something, but he always decides against it. I shake my head, not wanting to think about the Scarred Prince right now, since he's probably tracking down Aang and my siblings right now. I turn to lay on my side, wanting to go to sleep since I'm tired and I want to get a good night's rest. It's early evening 3 days later, when Iroh and Zuko return to the ship. From Zuko's grumpy expression, I can tell that Aang and my siblings got away once again. I would reassure him that he'll capture Aang eventually, but that would be a lie, since I know Aang is more capable in taking care of himself against Zuko than most people realize, or think. Aang may be young, but he isn't stupid. I take it from your expression that it didn't go well, I say to Zuko as he walks up the ramp and onto the main deck of the ship. He gives me an intense glare before storming off into the ship, presumably to go into his room to sulk for a few hours. I smirk smugly before continuing in my practice of my waterbending.
Polar Opposites. Book 1, Water. Chapter 17, The Attack. It's been a few days since Zuko used Bounty Hunter and her Shirshu to track down Aang and my siblings, and came back empty-handed. I currently sit across from Zuko on his bed in his dark room. I glance up at him to see him in the same position he's been in since I came in about an hour ago, with his arms folded across his chest and an angry look on his face like always. I'm about to say something when the door opens and Iroh pokes his head in. For the last time, I'm not playing the Soomgi horn, Zuko says, not looking at him, irritation clearly in his voice. No, it's about our plans. There's a bit of a problem, Iroh replies, which makes me raise an eyebrow at him in confusion, wondering as to what he meant by that. That's when I see Commander Zhao enter the room from behind him, making my eyes widen. As he walks into the room, his eyes meet mine for a split second, and I can tell that he's not surprised to see me here with Zuko, since he smirks at the sight of me. He then moves his eyes towards Zuko, his smirk widening. I'm taking your crew, he states, smugness lacing his voice. What? Zuko exclaims as he gets up from the bed, walking up to Zhao angrily. I've recruited them for a little expedition to the North Pole, Zhao explains, making my eyes widen at the mention of my sister tribe. My siblings and Aang must be at the North Pole for Zhao to be going on an expedition there. Uncle, is that true? Zuko asks Iroh. I'm afraid so. He's taking everyone, Iroh answers. Even the cook, he continues, putting his arm over his face in woe. Sorry you won't be there to watch me capture the Avatar, Zhao says sarcastically to Zuko. But I can't have you getting in my way again. Zuko charges at Zhao in anger, but Iroh prevents him from tackling him down. Zhao then walks over to inspect the curved broadswords on the wall of Zuko's room. From my position on Zuko's bed, I can see that seeing the swords brings back memories of the night Zuko had rescued Aang and I from him as the Blue Spirit. Zhao then takes one of the swords off the wall, and in the corner of my eye, I see Zuko's scared face. His eyes wide and mouth open slightly, clearly recognizing the danger that he's in, especially if Zhao figures out that it was him who rescued Aang and I from him as the Blue Spirit. I gulp nervously, hoping that Zhao won't assume that Zuko was the one who rescued Aang and I from him since I'm here. Because if he does, I don't even want to think of what would happen to me or Zuko. I didn't know you were skilled with broadswords, Prince Zuko, Zhao says as he turns to face Zuko again, as he swings the sword in his hand around, examining the blade. I'm not. They're antiques. Just decorative, Zuko lies, his eyes not meeting Zhao's as he looks away from him. As he looks away from Zhao, his golden eyes meet mine for a split second, as if he's realized what I did about Zhao, possibly figuring out that Zuko is the Blue Spirit, since I'm here and not with Aang and my siblings. Have you heard of the Blue Spirit, General Iroh? Zhao asks, his hand gliding over the blade as he once again examines the blade of the sword. Just rumors, Iroh answers. I don't think he is real. He's real, all right, Zhao says as he walks over to us, the sword still in hand. Isn't he? he asks, turning to me, eyebrows furrowed. I glare at him intensely, not wanting him to get the satisfaction of me giving him a hint that Zuko is indeed the blue spirit. He hands the sword to Iroh before he continues. But I have a feeling that justice will catch up with him soon. He then walks over to the door, stepping out of the room. General Iroh, the offer to join my mission still stands if you change your mind, he says to Iroh before he closes the door behind him. Even though I was considered a prisoner to many members of Zuko's crew, there were a select few that treated me well. So, after Zhao leaves, Iroh exits the room, saying that he's going to say his goodbyes to the crew before they leave to help Zhao. He had asked both Zuko and I if we wanted to join him, which Zuko declined by stomping over to his bed and laying down on it, an angry scowl on his face and his arms crossed over his chest. Kida? Iroh asks from behind me. You coming? I continue to look at Zuko for another couple of seconds before turning to him, nodding in confirmation, deciding it best to leave Zuko alone for a little while. Iroh gives me a small smile before he opens the door, exiting the room. I follow quickly after him, but hesitate at the door to see Zuko laying on his bed, staring up at the ceiling angrily. To be completely honest, I feel bad for Zuko, but there is nothing I can do. Good luck! One of the crew members shouts at Iroh and I from down on the dock as they start walking away from the ship to wherever Zhao had told them to go so that they could meet up with him for his little expedition to the North Pole. Iroh and I wave down at them, watching them as they leave down the dock and walk away from the ship. Once the crew is out of sight, Iroh and I decide to go and see if Zuko will want to go for a walk with the two of us. But knowing him, he won't come with us no matter how much we try to convince him to. Iroh and I get to Zuko's door and we peek our heads into the dark room. Zuko is still laying on his bed, staring at the ceiling angrily. The crew wanted us to wish you safe travels, Iroh says as I step into the room behind him. Good riddance to those traitors, Zuko says gruffly. It's a lovely night for a walk, Iroh states. Why don't you join Kida and I? He asks, gesturing to me. It would clear your head, he finishes with a smile. Iroh's smile falls away as Zuko refuses to respond or even agree to his suggestion. Or just stay in your room and sit in the dark, whatever makes you happy, he says to him. You go on without me, Iroh. I'll join you in a few minutes, I say to him quietly as he turns to leave the room. Iroh nods before leaving the room, closing the door behind him. For a moment, I stare at the angry Fire Nation prince in front of me, not sure as to why I decided to stay and not go for a walk with Iroh like I was originally. I mean, it is a beautiful night, and the weather is just perfect for a walk. Why don't you come with Iroh and I and take a walk? I ask him softly as I walk over to his bed. It'll distract you from what's been going on lately. Zuko doesn't move or say anything to me. He just keeps his gaze up at the ceiling. I take his silence as his answer that he's clearly not interested in taking a nice calming walk with Iroh and I. All right, I'll be back in a little while, I state as I walk back towards the door, ready to go and meet up with Iroh. Wait, I hear Zuko call from behind me, making me turn around to face him again. Stay with me, he continues, his eyes not leaving the ceiling. I smile softly at him. If that's what you want, Prince Grumpy, I say as I walk over to his bed again. As I walk over to his bed, Zuko shoots me a quick glare which makes me smirk at him as I sit at the foot of his bed, grabbing the book that I was reading earlier before Zhao had come to take the crew from Zuko. About 20 minutes pass of Zuko still staring up at the ceiling and me reading the book from earlier. The room is silent when we both hear the squeak of a door latch turning. Zuko sits up, alarmed at the sound. Zuko? I ask him in confusion. What is it? I continue as I close the book, getting up from the bed too. Uncle? Zuko asks as he walks over to the door up to his room. Uncle, is that you? He asks as he opens the door to look out into the corridor. Is it Iroh? I ask him softly as I walk up behind him. I see him glance at me from the corner of his eye before he shakes his head slightly, signaling that he doesn't think it is Iroh. He then jumps out into the hallway in a fighting stance. I glance out the door, seeing that no one is in the long corridor. Stay close to me, Zuko says to me quietly before he starts walking down the long corridor, still in his fighting stance. I follow close behind him in my own fighting stance, ready just in case of an attack. We come to a corner, waiting for a moment, then jump out around the corner, expecting to see someone or something to be there, but no one's there. Zuko and I share a wary glance at each other as we continue towards the bridge of the ship. We get to the bridge to find it empty, which is strange for me since the captain was always at the wheel, but now that Zhao had taken the whole crew, the ship is like a ghost ship. I'm about to say something to Zuko about him being paranoid about anyone being on the ship, and that whatever he had heard was just the ship settling or something. I turn to face Zuko, about to say it, when I see something in the corner of my eye. I turn to look out of the window to see an all too familiar reptilian parrot sitting on the railing outside of the window. Zuko! I gasp out at the sight of the bird. Zuko turns to me, confused as to why I called out to him in such a way, before I see his eyes land on the bird too. The bird squawks at us before it takes off into the night sky. Oh my god. I think in absolute horror as I turn to Zuko, who has a frightened look on his face as if he's realized why the bird was there. The ship then rocks violently as a large explosion comes from down below, making Zuko and I just shout in surprise. Next thing I know, there's a ginormous stream of fire breaking through the door hitting us. Both Zuko and I are thrown back harshly by the blast, and all I hear as I'm thrown back is the explosion and Zuko's screams, along with mine. A split second later, I feel myself in the ice-cold water that surrounds the ship. I struggle for a moment before I'm finally able to start swimming up to the surface of the water. I break through the surface of the water, taking in a deep breath of air as I do. I take in a few more deep breaths before I look around me desperately for Zuko. Zuko! I yell out after not seeing him anywhere near me. Zuko, where are you? I continue to call out for him frantically, hoping that he's alright. I get no answer from the angry prince. I start swimming around the destroyed ship, looking for any sign of the scarred prince, hoping that he's okay. I stop swimming, yelling out for Zuko again. Zuko! Yet again, no answer. I'm about to yell out for him again when another explosion blasts through the ship that was sort of like my home away from home, destroying it even more. I cover my face with my arm, protecting my face and eyes from the blast. The blast finally settles, and I slowly lower my arm, seeing debris from the ship falling all around me. Once the debris from the ship and the water around me calms from the blast, I look around for Zuko again. Zuko! Zuko, where are you? I ask again, even more desperately than the first time. I still don't get an answer from the Scarred Prince, which makes my heart break at the thought, knowing that Iroh would be heartbroken. No, I think, tears welling up in my eyes as I stare at the destroyed ship in front of me. Kida! I hear a voice shout from behind me. I turn around in the water quickly and see Iroh waving me down on the dock with a sad look on his face. Over here, he calls, gesturing me over. I turn my head, making one last attempt to see if I can see Zuko anywhere, but see nothing. I sigh softly before starting to swim towards the dock where Iroh is waiting for me. I reach the beach where Iroh comes running over to my side. I lay back onto the sand, still out of breath from what just happened. Any sign of him? Iroh asks me desperately, referring to Zuko. I slowly sit up once I've caught my breath. I then shake my head sadly. I looked everywhere. I couldn't find him anywhere. I continue, staring at the still burning ship in front of me, the tears in my eyes now streaming down my cheeks freely. Little did I know, Zuko was still alive. After finding out that I have healing abilities and taking care of any wounds that I had on my body from the explosion, Iroh had decided that since he has nowhere else to go, it would be a good idea to take up Zhao's offer to help him in his mission to the North Pole as his general. I was too upset about Zuko to make him rethink his decision, but I know that if I had, Iroh would persuade me that it was the right decision to make anyway. Currently, I'm seated in a war meeting room with Iroh and Zhao, staring at my hands that are currently in my lap, not wanting Zhao to talk to me in any way, especially about what had happened to Zuko. I'm devastated to hear about Prince Zuko, Zhao says as I hear tea being poured into both my cup and Iroh's. Just devastated, he continues with a shake of his head. I clench my fists in anger as I roll my eyes. Funny. Last time I checked, you didn't care less when it came to Zuko, I think with gritted teeth, trying to stop myself from saying my thoughts out loud. The Fire Lord will not be pleased when he learns who was responsible, Iroh responds, which makes me glance at Zhao from the corner of my eye, so that I can see his expression to Iroh's statement. Zhao furrows his eyebrows at Iroh with a frown. You know who was behind the attack? He asks. I look up at Iroh as he looks up at me. Yes, he answers hesitantly. He then slams the table with his fist before continuing. Pirates. We had a run-in with them a while back. They wanted revenge. In the corner of my eye, I see Zhao's mouth turn into a smile as he brings his cup of tea to his lips. I glare at him suspiciously, knowing that he was probably the one who had hired the pirates to get rid of Zuko, and me since I was on the ship with him. So, have you reconsidered my offer? Zhao asks after taking a sip of his tea from his cup. Yes, I accept, Iroh answers, bowing. It will be an honor to serve as your general, he continues, raising his glass in a toast. To the Fire Nation, he says. Zhao raises his glass in reply. To victory! I decide to take my leave at that moment, knowing that Zhao wouldn't want me to hear his plans that he will talk over with Iroh now that he's agreed to be his general. I get to my feet ready to leave the room, not wanting to stay in the same room as Zhao any longer. I turn my head to Iroh as I get to the door. Find me when you're done, all right, Iroh? I ask him. Iroh nods in reply, and I open the door, exiting the room. Please excuse her, I hear Iroh say to Zhao as I start to close the door behind me. She is still recuperating from the trauma she had experienced. He continues. I completely understand, Zhao replies as I close the door completely. I walk down the hall to the room that Zhao had given me, which is across the hall from Iroh's. I lay down on my bed, staring at the ceiling, blankly, my thoughts trailing off to Zuko. At the thought of the scarred prince, tears prick my eyes. Why am I getting so emotional at the thought of Zuko? I should be glad that I'm not his prisoner anymore. I should be thinking of a plan for when we reach the North Pole so that I could regroup with my siblings and Aang. I know I've been refusing to admit it to myself, but maybe I do have feelings for Zuko. If Sokka and Katara found out that I fell for the Prince of the Fire Nation, they wouldn't talk to me for months. And I couldn't bear it if that ever happened, since I've always been so close to both of my siblings. So I don't know what I would do if that ever happened. Hello, my beautiful Glorians, and welcome back to yet another chapter of Polar Opposites, Book 1. I honestly cannot believe that we're already almost to chapter 20, is what I meant to say, before my voice cut out. This one is a very, very short chapter, just letting you guys know that. It's probably a little bit shorter than chapter 4 was. I don't even remember. It's been so long since chapter 4 was posted, so yeah, it's another filler chapter. But I know you guys are going to hate me at one point because something happens. I'm not going to go into details because I don't want to spoil anything, but I know you guys are going to bombard me with comments and hate me for what I did. I'll make up for it, I promise, in another chapter, or multiple chapters actually. But that's beside the point. I really hope you guys enjoy this chapter, and let us begin. Please do enjoy chapter 18 of book 1. Let us get started. Polar Opposites. Book 1, Water. Chapter 18. Zuko? It's been 4 days since Iroh and I have been on Zhao's ship, heading towards the North Pole. From how large the fleet of Fire Nation battleships is, the Northern Water Tribe is going to have a hard time in keeping the Firebenders at bay, especially if they attack during the day. Currently, I'm walking down one of the long corridors, a very tired look on my face. I haven't been sleeping that good the last few nights, and I know that Iroh's starting to worry about me because of that. As I walk down the corridor, I see a Fire Nation soldier walking towards me slower than they usually do, making me keep my guard up as we pass each other, just in case he decides to attack me or something. We pass each other, and I slowly start to lower my guard since he doesn't make a move to attack me, like I thought he would. That's until I feel a hand grab my wrist in a tight manner. I use my free arm to push the soldier back harshly to the wall. Catching the soldier off guard, I yank my wrist away before I knee him in the stomach. Hard. It was really stupid for him to not wear any stomach armor. I then put my arm under the guard's chin and add some pressure to it, and while he starts to choke, I look through the eye holes of the helmet mask. My eyes widen at the sight of an all too familiar scar around the man's left eye. I back away from the soldier, releasing my grip on him. The soldier holds his neck with his hands, coughing loudly. Uncover your face, I demand harshly, because if you're who I think you are, then you're a dead man. The soldier finishes his coughing fit before he takes off the face covering, finally revealing his face to me. Zuko? I whisper harshly in surprise. But you were... He cuts me off. You almost killed me! And you are supposed to be dead, I shout back. Zuko places his face covering back on before grabbing my arm, rushing us into an empty room so that we can talk in private without anyone seeing us. He closes the door behind us before taking off his face covering again as he turns to me. This time I get a good look at his face, seeing the cuts and bruises on his face that were similar to mine before I healed them using my newfound healing abilities. What are you doing here? I demand harshly. And why didn't you tell me that you were alive? Zuko lets out a soft sigh before meeting my intense gaze with his golden eyes. Uncle and I decided that it would be best if we didn't tell you, he replies. My eyebrows furrow in confusion. Iroh knew? I think. I'm about to say something in reply, but Zuko cuts me off again. But that's not the point. I'm coming up with a plan to get us to the North Pole before Zhao. Well, you better think of something soon, I say, because if Zhao discovers that you're alive, I don't even want to think about what he would do to you. I continue as I look down at the ground at the thought. Hey, Kita, look at me, Zuko says softly as he puts his hand under my chin, making me look up at him. We stare into each other's eyes for a moment, without even realizing it. Our faces get closer and closer, our lips brushing against each other. Zuko, He cuts me off by pulling away and avoiding my eyes. I'll let you know when I think of something, he says softly. My heart breaks at that. I had thought he was going to kiss me, but I guess thinking of a plan to get to Aang is more important than his apparent feelings for me. I nod slowly in reply to that. Zuko hesitates for a moment before sliding the face covering of the helmet back into place and leaving the room, leaving me behind. The door closes behind him and I let out a frustrated groan. Zuko has always given me mixed signals about what he feels about me. At first, he obviously didn't feel anything for me. But ever since he gave me my own room on a ship after his Agni Kai with Zhao, he started treating me differently. More like a friend rather than a prisoner like in the beginning. I shake my head at the thoughts going through my head before exiting the room and walking down the long corridor towards my room. Polar Opposites. Book 1, Water. Chapter 19. The Siege of the North Pole. Part 1. A couple of days have passed, and we're about a day out from the Northern Water Tribe. Zuko had told me that he's planning on sneaking off the ship before Zhao starts the attack on the Northern Water Tribe. He still hasn't come up with a full-blown plan on how and when he's going to do that, though. You should leave a couple of hours before I do to find your siblings, Zuko says quietly. I turn to him, confused. Why? It's not like we're not going to run into each other when you try to capture Aang again. Zuko avoids my gaze at my comment, and I know that he knows that I'm right. He's about to say something when the door opens and Iroh enters the room. We'll be landing soon, he says mostly to Zuko. Do you have a plan? I'm working on it, Uncle. Zuko replies, which makes Iroh nod in reply before leaving the room, not wanting anyone, especially Zhao, to find out that Zuko's alive and on his ship. We reached the Northern Water Tribe a couple of hours ago, and Iroh had said that he told Zhao to not continue the attack until dawn. While the fleet was attacking earlier, I saw Aang on Appa take out at least a dozen ships, but that only put a small dent in the size of the fleet Zhao had brought with him. Currently, I'm in one of the storage rooms with Zuko as he gets a canoe ready so that he can sneak off the ship, while I get ready to dive into the ice-cold water to get to my siblings. I turn to look at Zuko for a moment to see that he's already staring at me intently. What? I ask him with a raised eyebrow. He looks away. Nothing. Just... He hesitates for a second before looking into my eyes again. Be careful. All right? He asks me, his voice soft. I give him a small smile before nodding. You too. I turn away from him again, putting my water skins around my shoulders, getting ready to jump into the icy waters below me. I take a step towards the edge, but a hand grabs my wrist, stopping me in my tracks. I let out a soft sigh, closing my eyes as I do. Zuko, I say softly as he tugs on my arm, making me turn to him. I really don't... He cuts me off by pressing his lips to mine softly. My eyes widen in surprise at the gesture for a few seconds before my body relaxes against him and I return the kiss. He lets go after a few more seconds, his forehead pressed against mine. Just promise me that you'll be all right, he says softly. I nod against his forehead. I will if you promise me the same, I respond, looking up into his gold eyes. I see him smirk at that, which makes me smile softly at him before turning away from him again. I take a deep breath before stepping off the edge of the ship, falling towards the icy waters below. I move my hands, making the water below me turn into a funnel, catching me. Landing in the cold water reminds me of when I was back home in the South Pole. Wanting to get to my siblings and Aang as soon as possible, I start swimming towards the Northern Water Tribe, especially knowing that Zuko will be going after Aang in a couple of hours, and then the fleet's attack will begin again at dawn. I finally reach the wall of ice, noticing that there are guards patrolling the wall. I know that I shouldn't just sneak into the Northern Water Tribe, but I need to find my siblings or Aang before Zuko does. I decide to go through the iceberg on the side of the ice wall to avoid being seen by the guards on the wall. I swim over to the iceberg using my waterbending to make a hole in the ice big enough for me to climb into. Once inside, I close the hole off behind me, knowing that if Zuko found it, he would use it to get to Aang, and even though we kissed not too long ago, I'll still protect Aang from him, no matter what. I finally reach the other side of the giant iceberg that I've been burrowing through by using my bending. I look around, seeing that I'm in the lower ring of the city, the light of the almost full moon above me, giving me enough light to see my surroundings. Knowing that Aang and Katara needed a waterbending master, they would probably be at the palace at the top of the city, considering the chief probably welcomed them as honored guests when they first arrived here. I quickly close the hole in the ice behind me before I start making my way through the streets towards the palace, wanting to find Aang and my siblings before Zuko does. 15 minutes pass, and I get to the wall that separates the palace from the rest of the city. Who goes there? I hear a voice yell from on the top of the wall. I look up to see a guard looking down at me. My name is Kita of the Southern Water Tribe, I shout up to him, and I'm here to find my brother and sister who came here with the Avatar. The guard looks down at me, a skeptical look on his face before he nods and the wall in front of me opens. I get through the wall, kind of expecting palace guards to attack me. Luckily, there are no guards in sight, other than the guard that had let me go through the wall. I smile at the thought of seeing Aang, Katara, and Sokka again after all this time. I'm about to start making my way up the stairs that lead to the palace when I hear the sound of rushing water behind me. I react quickly by turning around and extending my arm in front of me, my hand and fingers spread out. It's as if everything goes in slow motion as the water looks as if it slammed into an invisible wall. I lower my hand quickly, which makes the water splash onto the snowy ground in front of me before it freezes. I then get into a waterbending stance, ready to defend myself again. In front of me stands a man with long gray hair and a matching beard, as well as 2 guards, who are holding their spears, pointing them at me. Who are you? The man with the long gray hair and beard asks me, still in his waterbending stance. And what are you doing here? My name is Kita of the Southern Water Tribe, I state, not backing down from my bending stance. And I'm looking for my siblings, Sokka and Katara, who came here with the Avatar, I finish. At the mention of my brother and sister's names, the man with the gray hair and beard gets out of his bending stance and tells the 2 guards beside him to stand down. The guards hesitantly obey his order, bringing their spears up to where they're not pointing at me anymore. Once the guards stand down, the man with the long gray hair and beard steps towards me. Your siblings in the Avatar have told us about how you were captured by the Fire Nation. They also had hope that you would return to them soon, he says, which makes me smile. Come with me, he continues as he gestures for me to follow him. I will take you to your brother and sister. Thank you, I smile. The man with the beard and long gray hair, who I learned was called Master Paku, a waterbending master, who has been teaching both Aang and Katara waterbending since they had arrived a couple of weeks ago, told me to look for a small circular door behind the palace that would lead me to the Spirit Oasis, where Aang and Katara were with the princess of the Northern Water Tribe, Princess Yue. About 10 minutes later, I find the small round door that Master Paku told me about. I rush over to it and open the small door, my face getting hit by warm air immediately. I furrow my eyebrows in confusion, wondering as to how this was possible since we're in the North Pole and not some tropical island in the middle of the ocean. I quickly take off my thick winter coat, tying the sleeves around my waist or closing the door behind me. In front of me, I see my sister and Aang, whose eyes and tattoos are glowing, as he sits in front of an oasis meditating, as well as a girl with white hair that I don't recognize. She must be the princess that Master Paku mentioned before I got here. I'm about to make myself known to the 2 of them when I hear the girl with the white hair say, "Maybe we should get some help." "No, he's my friend," Katara replies. "I'm perfectly capable of protecting him." As she says this, I smile at the thought of Katara becoming a waterbending master. "Well, aren't you a big girl now?" a very familiar voice asks, making my smile falter. "No," I hear Katara say as she turns to see Zuko coming towards them. "Yes," Zuko replies. "Hand him over and I won't have to hurt you." I run over to them, assuming a waterbending stance in front of Zuko as the girl who I assume is Princess Yue runs off, probably to get some help. "Kita, you're all right!" Katara exclaims from behind me as she gets into a waterbending stance as well. I give her a quick smile before turning to face Zuko again. "Long time no see," I say, my voice stoic of all emotion, not wanting the memory of the passionate kiss that we had shared just a mere couple of hours ago flashed through my head again. Zuko glares at me, clearly not happy with me getting in his way and getting to Aang, but he should have known by now that I would get in his way anyway. He should also know by now that I'll do anything and everything within my power to protect Aang from him, even if it kills me. After another moment or two of us glaring at each other, Zuko makes the first move, kicking out a flame towards me, followed by several shots from his fists. I swiftly block all of them by bending the water from the oasis beside me, making a wall of water in front of me. The fire blasts hit the water, causing steam to rise in front of me. The steam dissipates and I get ready to send an attack towards Zuko. Before I can do that, though, Katara throws Zuko back with a harsh shot of water. Kita, I need you to follow Princess Yue and protect her, Katara says to me as Zuko gets back to his feet. What about Aang? I ask, knowing that if I leave without him, Zuko will surely get to him eventually, even if Katara is now a fully trained waterbending master. You can't move him, she shouts. I'm not going to leave you here, I exclaim, not wanting her to get hurt even though I know that she can protect herself just fine. Go, Kita, Katara exclaims as she continues her fight with Zuko. I hesitate for a moment before running off after Yue, who had just left the oasis. I catch up to her, explaining that I'm Katara's older sister and that I'm there to protect her in any way I can. She responds with how she was on her way to look for Sokka. Lead the way, I tell her at the mention of my twin brother, wanting to get to him as quick as possible. We find Sokka along with Appa a few minutes later, after asking a couple of palace guards if they knew where he was, and luckily they did. Sokka! I call out to him with a giant smile on my face at the sight of him. Sokka turns around in surprise at my voice, and when his eyes land on me, he smiles widely. Sokka and I embrace in a tight hug, and I immediately feel at home in his arms. Spirits, how I missed his hugs. I pull away from him after a moment, still smiling widely. Kita, what are you doing here? How did you... I cut him off quickly. I'll explain later, but right now, Katara's in trouble. She's fighting Zuko back at the oasis. What? Sokka exclaims. Why didn't you stay with her? He asks. Because she told me to go with her, I say, gesturing over to Yue. Ugh, of course she did, Sokka groans. She thinks she can do anything now since she's basically mastered her magic water thingy. I'm about to say something when he gestures to Appa. Come on, we gotta get to them. Yue and I nod in reply before all three of us climb onto Appa, and with a yip yip, we were on our way to the oasis. I just hope we get there before Zuko takes Aang away. When we reach the oasis, my heart sinks at the sight of Katara being the only one there. Both Zuko and Aang nowhere to be found. Appa lands next to the oasis, and the three of us hop off of him, running over to Katara. What happened? Where's Zuko? Sokka asks her. He took Aang. He took him right out from under me, Katara replies sadly. I place my hand on her shoulder, silently telling her that it isn't her fault that Zuko took Aang. She did everything she could. Where did they go? Sokka asks softly. Hello, my beautiful Galorians, and welcome to the last chapter of Book 1 of Polar Opposites. Now, I don't remember if I mentioned this in one of my other author's notes for previous chapters, but I do have an announcement at the end of this video regarding when I'm going to be posting Book 2 and what I'm going to be doing for that. So please watch the whole video and listen to that announcement just so that you guys know what I'm going to be doing with book whenever it comes to book 2. Other than that, I really hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Let us begin. Polar Opposites. Book 1, Water. Chapter 20, The Siege of the North. Part 2. I can't believe I lost him, Katara says from her spot, kneeling at the edge of the oasis. I walk over to her, placing my hand on her shoulder as I kneel down next to her. You did everything you could, and now we need to do everything we can to get him back. Katara nods, tears brimming her eyes as she looks at Sokka, who's behind me. She's right, Katara. Zuko can't have gotten far, Sokka replies. We'll find him. Aang's gonna be fine. Okay, Katara replies back as she gets up, walking over to Appa with me beside her. Once we get on Appa, I sit next to Sokka, who's holding the reins. It's all right, I hear Katara say behind me. I turn around to see Momo looking out over the pond sadly. You stay here, Momo, in case Aang comes back, she continues as she makes her way into the saddle and sits down next to Yue. Yip yip, Sokka says, flicking the reins, making Appa launch himself into the air and out of the oasis and into the frozen, snowy wasteland above it. After a while of flying and seeing nothing but a giant canyon, Sokka makes Appa land and slides down from his head, while Katara, Yue, and I stay in our spots on Appa in silence, hoping that he'll see something that'll lead us to Zuko and Aang. He looks around the frozen wasteland for a moment before turning back to us. Nothing. I sigh softly as he starts to make his way back to Appa again. Zuko, you idiot! I think angrily as Appa takes off into the air again. When we find you, you're going to be very lucky that I won't kill you for being so stupid. We continue flying, continuing our search for Aang and Zuko, but all we see around us is white. Don't worry, I hear Yue yell out over the wind. Don't worry, I hear Yue yell out over the wind behind me. Prince Zuko can't be getting too far in this weather. I'm not worried they'll get away in the blizzard. I'm worried that they won't, Katara replies back. They're not gonna die in this blizzard. If we know anything, it's that Zuko never gives up, Sokka says, which I agree with 100%. Zuko's probably the most stubborn guy I've ever met, other than Sokka, of course, since he's very stubborn. They'll survive, and we'll find them, he continues, determination in his voice. I don't know how long we've been searching for it, but we still haven't seen any sign of Zuko and Aang. The thought of the two of them freezing to death in this blizzard makes my heart clench painfully. Look! Katara shouts as a bright blue light flies over us. That's gotta be Aang! Yip yip! She continues as Sokka flicks the reins to follow the light as it flies into a cave, illuminating the inside of it briefly. A few moments pass and we see Aang trying to crawl in the snow, but since he's bound in ropes, he doesn't get too far and Zuko catches up with him. Appa! Aang yells as we fly over to the two of them. Appa lands and Katara and I jump off. I run over to Aang while Katara stands in front of Zuko in a fighting stance. Here for a rematch? Zuko asks Katara as he assumes a firebending stance. Trust me, Zuko, Katara responds as she begins to waterbend the snow in front of her. It's not going to be much of a match, she continues as I try with all of my strength to untie the ropes that are around Aang, but they're too thick and strong. Here, let me, Sokka says to me, kneeling down next to me and cutting the ropes with his boomerang. Hey, he says, this is some quality rope, he continues as he holds up the rope, examining it. We need to get to the oasis, Aang says, while untying the rest of the rope and running over to Appa. The spirits are in trouble. As I get to my feet again, I look over to where Zuko is to see him lying unconscious in the snow. My heart aches at the sight of him, my thoughts wandering to the kiss that we had shared just mere hours ago. Hida, come on! We have to go! Katara calls out to me. I shake my head as I turn to face them. We can't just leave him here. Sure we can, let's go, Sokka says back to me. No, she's right, Aang says. If we leave him, he'll die, he continues as he jumps down from Appa and running over to Zuko, picking him up and bringing him back to Appa. Thank you, Aang, I think with a smile as I walk back over to Appa. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense, Sokka says sarcastically as he helps me up into the saddle. Let's bring the guy who's constantly trying to kill us, he continues as Appa takes off. I sit in the saddle next to the unconscious Zuko, holding back the urge to brush his hair out of his face. I'm so grateful that Aang agreed when I had said that we should bring Zuko with us because if we would have left him, he would have froze to death, and I would never forgive myself if I just left him there by saying nothing. Not to mention, Iroh would be heartbroken if Zuko never returned, with or without Aang in his possession. On the way back to the oasis, the dark blue sky and the blue tint carried around us turned to a dark red. I glanced down at Zuko again, seeing that his scar blends in with the color around us. Ugh! I hear Yue groan, holding her head in pain. Are you okay? Sokka asks her, worry in his voice. I feel faint, Yue replies softly. I feel it too, Aang says, his hand on his head as well. The moon spirit is in trouble, he continues as he looks up at the sky. I owe the moon spirit my life, Yue says. What do you mean? Sokka asks her. When I was born, I was very sick and very weak. Most babies cry when they're born, but I was born as if I were asleep, my eyes closed. Our heels did everything they could. They told my mother and father I was going to die. My father pleaded with spirits to save me. That night, beneath the full moon, he brought me to the oasis and placed me in the pond. My dark hair turned white. I opened my eyes and began to cry. And they knew I would live, Yue explains. That's why my mother named me Yue, for the moon, she finishes. When we get back to the oasis, we hear Zhao talking about how people of the Fire Nation will remember him as Zhao the Conqueror, Zhao the Moonslayer, Zhao the Invincible. His rant is interrupted, however, by Momo as he jumps onto his head, pulling on his face. Ah, get it off! Zhao shouts. The guards around Zhao then start surrounding him to help him, but Momo flies off, landing on Aang's arm. I stand close to Appa, behind Aang and my siblings, knowing that Zuko will probably regain consciousness soon, and I want to be there when he does. Don't bother. Zhao smirks as he holds up a small sack, holding his fist out to the sack, ready to strike it. Zhao, don't, Aang says as he drops his staff, holding its arms in surrender. It's my destiny to destroy the moon and the Water Tribe, Zhao says. Destroying the moon won't just hurt the Water Tribe. It will hurt everyone, including you, Aang explains. Without the moon, everything would fall out of balance. You have no idea what kind of chaos that would unleash on the world. He is right, Zhao, a voice says from our left. I turn my head and see Iroh standing there. Iroh, I think, a giant smile appearing on my face at the sight of him. General Iroh, why am I not surprised to discover your treachery? Zhao asks in a bored, lecturing tone. I'm no traitor, Zhao, Iroh replies as he lowers his hood. The Fire Nation needs the moon too. We all depend on the balance, he states. Whatever you do to that spirit, I'll unleash on you tenfold, he shouts as he points a finger at Zhao. Let it go, now! He shouts angrily as he assumes a firebending stance. I'm taken aback from Iroh's loud voice. I've never seen him like this. It sends chills down my spine. Zhao hesitantly obeys Iroh's command, freeing the spirit back into the pond. The color around us returns to normal and I sigh out in relief. My relief, however, is taken away all too soon. Zhao's face is quickly overtaken by a look of madness and desperation, and with a shout of rage, he stands and smites the water with a blast of fire. No, I think as I look up at the moon to see it wink out of existence. As soon as the moon disappears, Iroh attacks Zhao, firing blast after blast at him and the soldiers that surround him. As Iroh attacks the soldiers trying to get to Zhao, I see Zhao flee the scene like the coward that he is. I grit my teeth in anger before turning to look up into Appa's saddle. I climb up Appa's side to see no sign of Zuko, just the rope that Sokka had used to bind him. I turn to the direction where Zhao had disappeared and know that if Zuko was going to attack anyone, it would be Zhao. I look back towards the others and see them huddled around the small pond with Yue and Iroh. I take that as my cue to go after Zhao and Zuko. I run around the darkened city, my only light source being the lanterns in the abandoned streets. I then hear voices in front of me, one being the very familiar voice of the banished prince. You tried to have Kida and I killed. It was Zhao? I think as I run towards their voices. I had my suspicions about the way he was acting on the day Iroh had agreed to be his general. I just didn't realize it fully right away, because I was so devastated about Zuko. I think as I get to the balcony that the two of them are on as Zuko fires a blast of fire at Zhao, who ducks and rolls evading the blast. Yes, I did. You're the Blue Spirit, an enemy of the Fire Nation, Zhao says to Zuko, venom in his voice. You freed the Avatar and that waterbender girl, he exclaims. I had no choice. Zuko shouts back at him as he continues his attack, firing volley after volley at Zhao, who breaks them with his hands held together in a wedge in front of him. As the blasts subside, Zhao drops his smoking cloak to the ground. You should have chosen to accept your failure. Your disgrace, Zhao says to Zuko. Then at least you could have lived, he continues as he returns fire. They trade volleys as the fight rages back and forth in the darkness. I wish I could help, considering Zhao almost killed me too, but without the moon, I can't use my bending. And if I join the fight without my bending, let's just say that it wouldn't be very smart. At one point, Zuko is able to exploit a moment when Zhao leaves his chest unguarded. Zuko sends a blast at him and Zhao falls off the parapet wall onto the tier below, Zuko jumping down as well. After Zuko disappears from my view, I run over to the railing, getting ready to follow him when I see something glowing in the corner of my eye. I turn my head to see what seems to be glowing water going through the main canal towards the outer wall of the city. The glowing water then starts to form a giant koi fish. My eyes widen in surprise when I see the small human figure in the middle of the koi fish's chest, realizing that it's Aang who's controlling its every move as it bends the water over the many Fire Navy ships that are trying to get away from it. After a few more minutes of watching Aang take out most of the ships in the fleet, the bright glow of the moon above me makes my eyes go wide. I look into the sky to see the full moon shining above me again. Yue, I think, as I remember how she had said that the moon spirit had given her life when she was a baby. As I look up at the moon, I feel my strength beginning to come back to me, and I know that I can waterbend again. I grin at the thought of taking down Zhao once and for all, as I jump down from the railing to go join the fight against Zhao with Zuko. I find Zhao and Zuko fighting on one of the many footbridges that go over a canal. They trade blows, but a series of direct hits from Zuko lays Zhao flat on his back. As Zhao tries to get back up to his feet, his eyes widen in horror as he sees the moon over Zuko's shoulder. It can't be! As he looks up at the moon, I use my bending to encase his arms and legs in ice. Looks like your plan failed, Zhao, I state from my spot near the edge of the building behind Zuko, looking down at the two of them. The two of them turn to me, Zuko smiling at the sight of me, while Zhao is glaring up at me. I jump down onto the bridge, landing on my hands and knees behind Zuko. I stand up straight, my eyes meeting Zuko's for a second. Kita, he says softly, his eyes shining at the sight of me. I give him a small smile back in reply, before my eyes move back to Zhao. Seeing that he's glaring at the sight of me, while he struggles against the ice encasing his arms and legs, which makes me smirk back at him smugly, as I bend the snow below me as I walk up to the two of them. I almost get to the two of them, ready to join the fight if I need to, when Zhao breaks free from the ice, when the glowing water I had seen before, that must be the ocean spirit, coalesces around the bridge. Zuko quickly rolls out of the way as the water grabs Zhao and begins to pull him off the bridge. Zuko then quickly gets up to his feet, jumping onto the railing of the bridge, reaching out for Zhao. Take my hand, he shouts to him. It's amazing how Zuko is willing to save Zhao when Zhao was the one to almost have him killed, along with myself. I admire him for that. Zhao tries to reach for Zuko's hand for a moment, but then draws his hand back, an expression of hate on his face. The ocean spirit then drags Zhao under the water and disappears. After a few moments of watching the spot where Zhao had disappeared under the water, knowing that he's not going to survive, I slowly walk over to Zuko, who's still looking down at the water where Zhao disappeared just moments ago. I take his hand in mine, giving it a small squeeze, making him turn to me. We look into each other's eyes for a few moments before I engulf him in a hug. His body stiffens for a moment, his body probably still sore from the fight he had with Katara earlier, before he slowly wraps his arms around my waist, pulling me into his body. I'm so glad you're safe, I say softly. If it weren't for you, I'd still be in that blizzard, Zuko replies as he pulls away slightly. I blush at his comment, which makes him smile at me as he presses his forehead against mine. It wasn't just me. Whatever you say. He smirks before leaning forward and pressing his lips against mine in a soft and sweet kiss, in which I respond back to immediately. I hear distant voices coming down from the alleyway below, which makes me let go of his lips, realizing that if anyone from the Water Tribe sees him and he gets captured, he'll probably be killed if they ever find out that he's the Fire Lord's son. I look up into his bright gold eyes. You need to go before someone sees you, I say. I'm not leaving without you, Kita, Zuko says quietly, taking both of my hands in his. Come with me, he continues, his eyes and voice pleading for me to come with him. As much as I want to go with him, I just can't abandon my siblings and Aang again when we just reunited with each other again. I shake my head. Zuko, if anyone from the Water Tribe sees you here, you'll be taken as a prisoner, I begin. Not to mention if they find out that you're the Fire Lord's son. I stop at the thought of what might happen to him, not wanting to think about it. I don't even want to think of what might happen to you if that happens. I finish looking away from him for a moment, staring at the ground. Peeta, he says, but I cut him off. Besides, I state, turning my head to look at him again, I have a feeling that we'll see each other again. We always seem to run into each other sooner or later. I continue with a small smile. He chuckles at that before pressing his forehead against mine again. I'll see you soon, he whispers softly, his gold eyes staring into mine before he turns away, disappearing around the corner just as a few Water Tribe members arrive. After Zuko had left, I made my way back to the palace to see my siblings and Aang, along with Master Pakku and Chief Arnott, who I had met very briefly in my search for the Spirit Oasis last night. I walk over to where Katara stands near Master Pakku just as he says, I've decided to go to the South Pole. Some other benders and healers want to join me. He turns to face Katara and I. It's time we helped rebuild our sister tribe, he says, which makes me smile at the thought of the Northerners helping to rebuild our tribe. What about Aang? Katara asks as the three of us turn to look at Aang. He still needs to learn waterbending. Master Pakku turns to her with satisfaction on his face. Well, then he and your sister better get used to calling you Master Katara. Katara smiles at him before turning to me with a giant grin on her face. I grin back at her, silently telling her that I'm so proud of her for becoming a waterbending master. After talking with Master Pakku for a few more moments, Katara walks towards Aang as he looks out over the city. I follow her just as Sokka finishes talking to the chief about Yue. He looks sad and I hate seeing him sad whenever he's always so happy all the time. Sokka? I call to him softly. He turns around, his eyes filled with unshed tears. I immediately open my arms for him, knowing that he definitely needs a hug right now. He doesn't hesitate for a second to enter my arms, hugging me back tightly. I know it's hard, but without Yue, there wouldn't be any balance in the world, I say to him as I rub his back comfortingly. I know, he chokes out softly, and I can tell just from his voice that he's on the brink of tears. I'm just going to miss her so much, he continues sadly as I feel his hot, wet tears against my neck. I know, Sokka. I know, I say back to him softly as I hug him even tighter, giving him all the comfort that I can. After Sokka calms down, the two of us walk over to Aang, Katara, and Momo. Sokka puts a hand on Aang's shoulder, while I keep my arm wrapped around his shoulders, smiling, glad that I am back with Aang and my siblings. The four of us look out over the city, thinking about what kind of adventures our destinies will take us on next.